Hello.
画面来ましたよ、
Hi,
黒の黒
this is Randy. In case you just tuned in, I'm here with probably someone you also just saw, Azala, and one of my other commentators, Evil Ash here. All predominantly Chrono Cross runners. Well, I guess it's been a while for you since you've been doing Chrono
Yeah,
Cross.
it's been probably like 5 years, so a little rusty, but you know.
Before we get into too many introductions and everything like that, so we do have a renaming surge incentive that I need the name for.
Are you sure you want it?
あ、これも
I
名
kind of have a
前
guess
決
what
ま
it's
っ
gonna be.
るのかなドネーション
Race
か
for
何かで。
impact.
あ、そうっぽいですね。
Alrighty.
I'll just go ahead and
Just
start.
trying to track this down on the thing here. Renaming surge. All right, I'm not actually seeing it.
Oh man, this name is so cursed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah.
Okay. In first place, we've got
ドネーション確認してこようかな。
Oh,
the snipe.
It got sniped.
All right.
Is that a capital A?
that is a capital A. Everything else is lowercase.
I'm so happy.
Thank you for saving the
Yeah,
round.
thank you. It's gonna be cursed.
The savior.
All right, I'm ready. I'll give a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. All right, so in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
トラップです。
Yep. Welcome in. It's gonna be a long
You're
one.
saved.
Yeah, we're saved. So actually, what we were just talking about is this third character that pops up here is, truthfully, it doesn't actually affect the run. Superstitiously, it definitely does. We were hoping that
うん、
Corgi
旧キャラ分のはですね、
Usually
名
it's
前
a lot of bad luck. But yeah, if, it's gonna be a long one. Chrono Cross, very fun run. A lot of great music, as you heard a little bit of a sample from Radical Dreamers just now. Here we're starting in Fort Dragonia. I'm gonna try to avoid all of these encounters. The bat can kind of be a little bit of an annoyance. But in that time, if y'all have anything else y'all want to introduce yourselves with, feel free.
Well, you just saw me, so.
Yeah.
So I'm EvilAsh25. I ran Dusty Vamp early in the marathon, but in the past I've done Chrono Cross quite a bit. I ran it in 2016, RPG Limit Break with Spike Vegeta co-op, and it was a fun time. I'm glad to see it's back in the marathon again, the full long PlayStation 1 run.
Funnily enough, that is actually one of the runs that inspired me to get into running Chrono Cross. And honestly, I've been running Chrono Cross for off and on about, honestly, I think 7, 8 years
あ、
now.
ここの仲間がランダムなんですね。
Yeah, I know it's one a lot of people go to when they're learning the game, and
いきなりランダ
a
ム
lot
な
of。the
ああ、
run
な
is
るほど
also
ね
a。result of the work that led up to that run too.
Right.
Oh yeah. There's still a lot of familiar strats that I see like 9 years later.
Yeah, funnily enough, Chrono
いや、
Cross is
マジ
actually a
に
run
こ
that
の
is
辺初見なの
kind of
で、
just about doing the things that the game allows you to do naturally, just in a fast way. There's not really any like major skips or anything like that. It's just go quickly, do the things quickly. And as you can kind of see what we just did there, but there are no like danger values if you played FF9 where you get random encounters by taking so many steps. All the enemies, all the random encounters and stuff like that are shown to you on the map, and a lot of the like I guess skill check of the run is
仲間が
avoiding
50 人
all
ぐらい
that
で。
you can do. Some of them are kind of in weird places where it won't really.
あ、シン
Sometimes
ボ
you
ル
just
エ
have
ン
to
カウ
get
ントだ
hits.
からですね、うまく
But we are going to do our
接
best
触し
to
ないように
not
動い
get
てる
hit
ん
by
です
any of
ね。
And I believe that if we do get any unintentional random encounters, that we are doing a bit of a donation punishment thing.
them. Yeah, no, I will continue like what I did for Radical Dreamers, where the actual random encounters we got in Azala's, I'll also continue by any extra random ones that we don't have to take by adding $10 more as well. Yeah, so I'll call those out because not every extra encounter that we do is a random one. Like for example, here coming up in the first like 10 minutes here, we actually do have to fight some Komodos before we do the actual boss fight, and that's just for plot progression. We're also looking for a couple of key items as well. One of y'all want to touch on that?
Sure. We're going to be heading over to Opasa Beach, I believe it's called, and we're going to get sent on a quest by Lena, our like kind of girlfriend character, I guess, and she wants us to look for, is it Komodo scales or?
Yes, Komodo scales. Yeah.
Scales,
Yes.
yeah. And in the
不穏な映
process
像
of
が
doing that, there's also some other things that we're going to be looking for, materials that we're going to be using to craft weapons. Ideally, that's going to be 1 feather, 2 humors, and 1 fang. And if everything goes well,
全員
there's
仲間に
backup
す
for
る
all
のに
these. But
3
if
週っ
everything
てい
goes
うのは
well,
な
we
かな
won't
か
need to use
濃
these
いです
backups, and
ね。
we'll get everything from the normal fields.
RT で7時間かかるタイトル
So,
で
yeah,
す
there's a
よ。
lot of RNG throughout Chrono Cross in general, but there are some splits in particular that are filled with a bunch of RNG. And like this first section, a lot of runners have a name for it. I'll just call it Komodo Heck for now. But yeah, there's a lot because, as I just mentioned, normally because of the way that Chrono Cross works, we don't need to grind experience to get our levels. So there's no need to do any extra encounters. So we try to avoid all of them that we can. And that's because every encounter, like extra non-boss encounter they have to do, includes more RNG, includes like, the chances of missing, the chances of AP, which we'll touch on a little bit later.
そうですね、リマスターされてきたものってなると、だいたいこう短縮できるようなね、ゲームやりやすくするような工夫がありますね。あ、原作でも2倍速あるんですね。
We do have a frame bid war that's going on right now. I believe that what we're going to do is it's going to be like a bidding war where whatever the leading unlocked frame is, we'll change to it. I guess to not open up the menu like every 5 seconds.
クロノトリガーまではやったんですけどね。まずクロノクロスがクロノトリガーの関連作ってことを当時知らなくて。
Sorry, the shellfish frame unlocked. If that has any meaning.
That'll be the first frame we pick up, and if you guys put
完
any
全に
money
買い
towards
そ
it,
びれた
we'll
感じです
switch
ね。
to it.
Yep.
And here's our sending us out on the quest for the scales.
And while we're doing that, also, I will say, like, most of Chrono Cross, like, obviously, learning the route is kind of, something you have to do for every speedrun. But honestly, for learning Chrono Cross, the skill for it as a speedrunner is kind of just understanding the battle mechanics. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that will have to be explained slowly throughout the entire run, the entirety of the run. And we'll kind of retouch on it a couple of times because it's not something that you immediately grasp and just remember. All right, we're going to buy 2 fireballs here. All right, and this is where I would need to know. I'm going to delay the menu here. Do we have shellfish with any money on it to change? Let's see.
All right, so we got to fight 3 lizards here. We got to have some little puzzles here to actually get into a battle with them. So we got to cover up this hole and then back this guy into the corner.
Right.
And
I'm going to go into the menu here.
Get the first battle.
Wait, no, I did that wrong. I had the wrong one. Oh, and then this, right?
ですね、ストーリーが難しいっていう話は私もちょっと聞いたことがあって、
I've been practicing it with doing
や
the
ったことはないん
customized.
ですけ
We
ど、
don't even have to do,
ス
and
トー
it's
リー
kind of
展
awesome
開だけ
when
知り
they,
たくてね、
Dreamers Division.
All right, we
少
got
し調べ
you
た
if
こ
you
とはあ
will.
るんですけ
So
ど、
that
全
is
然
part of
頭に入って
something
ない
we'll
で
have
す
to
ね。
touch on a little bit later, but you can just kind of assume
なん
that
か
it's like how turn order
唯一
works.
拾えたところ
So
は
you gotta adjust
今
this in.
喋るにはちょっともったいないネタだと思うんで、何にも喋らずにいようかなと。
Misrating Chrono Cross is something you have to battle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So believe it or not, the values you see your percentage to hit are actually accurate. So you might believe that I'm missing a lot more than I should, but it is correct.
Been confirmed multiple times.
Yes.
It just doesn't feel like it all the time.
No, it does not.
All right, so these sand squirts that we just fought their common drop is one of the fangs that we need, so that's what we're
ゲ
looking
ー
for
ム
here.
として
We
も
could get the
こ
rare
う
feather from the
なん
Komodo,
ていうんですかね、
which we didn't. That's fine.
慣れるまでが難しいけど、慣れてくると途端にこう面白さが感じられるゲームみたいなことを
Yeah,
聞いたような気がするんですよね。プレイ済みの方がどういう
All right.
印象を持ってる
Yeah,
のかちょっ
so
と気
we
にな
have
る
to
ところ
do
ですけど。
3 of these fights. That's part of the plot progression. We are going to try to fight one of these beach bums here as well to get the humors that we need. If this one comes back down and I have to fight it, that's fine. This is not an extra one. If it isn't in the way and I don't have to go too hard on my way to avoid it, sometimes I will just so I can take one later. This is a good formation.
Yep.
Their common drops are the humors that we need. Like, we would like to get 2. If we only get 1, we do have a backup for it. Not even sure if we actually touched on why we're doing this, but we are doing this because we need to craft some weapons pretty shortly, like in the beginning of the early game. And they're going to be weapons that we use for a long time. So getting materials at the beginning is very important.
Yeah, and you can get these weapons we're going to be crafting earlier than kind of intended because we're going to do some extra disassembly of
Yep.
some items.
Nice, both
Sure.
humors.
Very nice. So we just need one more thing, which is the feather, which we can pack up in the chest if we need to.
Yeah, so we do fight. I mean, if you assume that you get regular formation or the most common formation, you fight, you get like 6 chances to get the feather. I think we had only 1 Komodo in the last fight. So only 5 this time. So you don't kind of
調子悪くなっちゃったんです
expect
ね
to。get the feather. You don't necessarily not expect to get it either. It's just kind of normal to get the backup if you have to.
Yeah, the rare drops in this are 10%, so you do that over 5 times, you get a fairly decent chance of getting it, but not always.
Yeah, it's another one of those percentage values that won't always feel like it's 10%.
Yep.
Yeah, so here I'm having to make a couple of decisions because we have stamina which we only have 7 of. That basically is how much I can do in a turn. And I'm looking at like a bunch of things, like what the enemy is, and like a bunch of specific things to see like how much HP they have. And I'm swinging based off of that. So I knew that because that Sand Squirt was a melee enemy, I couldn't kill it with a 3 or like a 1-2. So I had to use a Fireball instead. And so the good thing about Fireballs and elements in general is even though you can only use one that you have allocated per bite, they are consistent. They don't miss. They do the damage that we expect them to do. It's just they're slow. So we try to avoid them if possible.
そうですね。
Yep, so one other thing to point out with these early fights is we're actually doing it with solo Surge. You can actually pick up Poshul here before you come to Lizard Rock. But it turns out that when you fight these fights with only Surge,
結構
all
作
the
品の
enemies
評
have
価
half
っていう
their
のは
normal HP.
そ
So
う
it
ですね
goes
難し
way
いところです
faster.
よね。
It's
そのとっ
definitely
つ
worth
きや
it
す
not
さ
to go
と
All right,
なん
here
だ
you
ろう
didn't
な
actually
こ
see it.
う理解し
It's
た
kind
後
of
の
quick,
楽しみ
but I
方っ
did
ていう
just
のは
switch my
なかな
camera
か
here when I was going to the Fireball. We switched
なんだろう
from
シス
the
テ
I
ムが
forget which
複
one's the
雑であれ
normal
ばある
one,
ほ
which
ど
one's the one we switched to, but I think it's the
難
dynamic
しく
one
な
that
る
we
のかなっ
switched
てと
to.
ころですよね。
And it makes our inputs consistent as to like if we hit left, like from here, if I hit, well, say assume we had a full party. If I hit right twice, we'd go to Surge. We are trying to make all of our inputs consistent. Unfortunately, I missed there, so I couldn't one cycle. If you do 2-2-2 and roll a 49 on the Fireball on Mama Komodo, you
クロノ
can
クロス
kill
は
in one turn there.
時
So
間
I'll
旅
throw
行で
one
はなく
instead.
て
I'm
あれ
just
か
gonna throw the 2 here, do our
平行世
Fireball.
界移動
And
を
now
し
as
て
long as this doesn't, I give me the
問題
absolute
解決
lowest
してい
roll,
く
we'll
と。
kill here and not see any more turns. Yeah, nice. Additionally,
で
the
今
reason we don't
幼
have to do any
馴染
grinding
に
is
送
coming
る
up.
貝
This
殻
is
のネッ
what
ク
we
レス
call a
を
star fight. It's mainly boss
作ろうと
fights.
している
It's
とい
a
うこと
couple
で
of
すね。
exceptions. Basically, at every star fight, your characters have key stats, and they have chances to go up here. Here we're looking for Surge's strength to go up, which it did not.
Did not.
And we got 2 feathers,
2
though.
feathers
Yeah.
now, yeah.
We only need the one. We can't really do much about the other, but we have all the materials that we need. It's not that big of a deal to miss the first one. Even though it is only a slight change, technically, by missing the first one, your chances of getting the next one go up. Because the game kind of does, it's like pseudo-random. It's like weighted random, I guess is a good way to put it. And that's for all characters in the game. So all characters that we're going to get in the game, including, spoiler, we're going to get Lena later. Like, her magic starts at a base value, and in the background, after every star fight that we do, even though she's not included, she gets a random, like a weighted random chance of getting her magic, or, that's the main thing that we're looking for to go up.
Yep, all 45 characters in the game. We just don't get to know what the stats are until we recruit them.
Right. It's probably now is a good time to mention that I'm going to be donating for $1 for every +1 strength that Surge gets, and if Surge gets a +2, I'll be donating $5. So
I'm also going to match that as well.
そうですね。いわゆるスルメゲーとか言われるゲームは大体そうですよね。
for our run, so it gives us more incentive to get more strength because the more strength we have, the faster and better strats we can do.
Yeah, and just to touch on, so Ash did mention that the +2s as well. So
面白くなるまでが
the way the game splits it is
時
like
間
you
か
can
か
either
る
get
ゲ
a
ームっていうのは
+0,
結構ありますからね。
+1, or a +2. And I believe like +1 and +0 have like the max, like are like the most percentage chance of hitting. But you do have, I believe it starts at like, if I'm not mistaken when I looked at it, like a 13% chance starting to get a +2. And it, like I said, it does slightly go up for the further you are behind. Here we make the second choice there. It's just slightly faster. Yeah, and so basically that story here was that we just collected the Komodo scales that we needed for Alina. She meets us on the beach as, was planned. And then there's some shenanigans that are happening.
Well, this isn't a trap, is it?
Depends on what you consider a trap.
I guess so.
Yeah, we hear like someone calling out, Ash Tad. Over, like, Lena doesn't hear it, but Surge does. And then we get this iconic cutscene.
.あれですね、全ての方が RTA を走る必要はないので、自分のペースでセーブしながら楽しめばいいんじゃないかなと。
Yeah, we get it here. It appears that Surge is being washed away by the waves.
Now the game actually starts.
Yep.
Yep. You call this the trigger to the rest of the game?
You could call it that.
Yeah.
Could be the Chrono Cross trigger.
Yeah. So on that note, actually, so Chrono Cross is a sequel to Chrono Trigger. It does have a lot of connections to it as well. For the speedrun's sake, because there's always a lot to kind of talk about in terms of mechanics as well. I'm not going to delve too deep into like the story. It's also very convoluted.
Yeah.
It's hard to kind of touch on, you know, in between a bunch of everything else. So probably explain the plot progression, give a little bit of a here and there about like what's going on, but won't touch too deep on all the lore because it'll take a while. I've seen 9-hour videos explaining the Chrono lore.
Oh yeah.
So it can take a long time.
Especially at the end, because you get a lot at the end.
Yep. So we wake up here, we're like, where's Lena? I guess we kind of insinuate that we say, where's Lena? We never see Surge actually talk, for the most part.
Yeah, he has the silent protagonist syndrome.
Yep. Yep, so here, actually, if we didn't have our feather, on this next screen, we're gonna see a chest in the center. It takes about, I think I timed it like 16 seconds or something to go to get the chest and come back and start. Luckily, we don't have to do that, so I can just kind of hold down right here, and even though it's gonna look like I'm gonna run into this enemy, you just kind of sneak right behind.
Does always make you nervous.
Yeah, it does a little bit. You have to trust.
Yeah, I've never hit it.
Yeah.
I've tried, but not impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we're heading back to Arnie Village because
これはあれですかね、もう
we were asking where Lena
最
was.
初の
She
パ
was
ラレ
gone
ルワールドに
before,
移動しちゃっ
we
たん
got
ですか
washed
ね。
away and then she was gone. It seems like she kind of left us for dead. So we're gonna go check on what's going on here.
Something seems different, like the music?
The music seemed different. There was different enemies there.
Yeah.
さっきの幼馴染が急にいなくなってたのが、
Yeah.
Think
And so
I
it
think
automatically it starts off with a kind of an odd introduction. She asks who we are, like she's never met us before. Yeah, and we're about to get a key plot point that's about to be explained to us from Lena. She's about to drop a bombshell.
BGM が変わってますってことは、今どこにいるのかが BGM でわかるんですね。栄光
Get a
世
little
界
bit
的
somber
な意味
music
合い
as she
で。
does it. Yeah, we find out that apparently, so you don't fully know yet, but you start kind of putting the pieces together.
ああ、じゃあ
But
主人公が
we apparently
いる
got
世
washed
界
away
と
to
いない
a
世界み
split
たいな
timeline,
話になるのかな。
where the Surge in this world drowned. I forget however many years. It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but I believe
10
it's like,
years.
is it 10 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a while. So she kind of says she doesn't understand why she's opening up to us like this, but no one's kind of gone up to visit Surge's grave in a long time, and that we should go visit it on K-Pal.
Goodbye, stranger.
ああ、
Yeah,
10
so
年
here
前
we're
に
gonna
亡
head
く
to
なって
K-Pal.
る
We're gonna go to the grave, as she mentioned. If we didn't have our beach bum already, this is also another backup we could do when we go into K-Pal. We're gonna find some beach bums here. You could fight it here. You could technically also not get it here because
10
unfortunately,
年前か。
I guess for the speedrun, unfortunately, the way that drops work in the game is that you get a 90-10% roll or 90 to 10% roll between getting getting a drop or not getting anything at all. And then if the game says, okay, you rolled it, you're getting something, then it does another 90-10 to see if you get the common or the rare. So there's 10% chances that even though something has the common drop you're looking for, that you don't get it. And this is a backup like here. You could fight one of the beach bums. And then if you still didn't get it, after we do this fight, we'll actually have 2 other party members where we'd come back
7
here
歳でっ
as
て
a
こと
marathon
は今
safety
17歳。
if we didn't have the humors to fight them. It is slower because Ash mentioned, as Ash mentioned earlier, they will not have half HP anymore. Yeah, and here we're kind of getting an introduction to some reoccurring characters. The 2 behind, actually, Salt and Pepper, kind of like the Biggs and Wedge of a lot of Final Fantasy games.
Yep.
They're kind of used for the tutorial fights of the game. I will say casually, I don't think the game necessarily expects you to understand everything in terms of the battle mechanics. And I do think that it maybe could have done a little bit better of a job explaining it casually. But once you understand it, like from a speedrun perspective, where you're like really looking into the battle mechanics, it's actually kind of one of the major things that I like about the Chrono Cross speedrun is all of the adaptation they have to do for the fights, just in general, in every single fight.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly deep battle system.
Yeah.
On the surface, it seems pretty simple. You attack, you use elements, that's it. But there's a lot going behind the scenes that lets us go fast in the speedrun. It's really cool.
It's also kind of what makes it really fun to actually play
Yep.
in the speedrun.
Yeah, and so here at the beginning, I'm going to toss it to either one of y'all to kind of explain what's going on, but I'm just going to explain it here at the beginning. We are defending on purpose. The damage that you would do before you see Salt attack Surge and then the text happen doesn't actually count. So we're going to defend that until it happens.
その流れでバトルになる。
Unfortunately, he didn't get good AP, but
Yep. He's going to attack and get some dialogue, and then we can actually start the fight. So hand here is, we got 3 enemies, and they do a fair bit of damage, and they waste a lot of turns every time they attack. So we got to get him down as quick as possible, one at a time.
半バカで一
And
人しか
then we're
仲間
going
に
to
なら
also
ない。
use some elements as well
wrong person.
to get. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's fine.
unfortunate rolls on the AP on the enemies. We'll talk a bit more about that later. But
Yeah.
the magma bomb here, it's going to do damage to all of them. It's good to do that early so we get enough.
I already targeted salt, that's why. So we'll do a 2-3.
あ、そうですね。さっきのラジカルドリーマーズにも。
Alright. I think I'm gonna give Kid some of her. I think
だ
since
そ
they
うで
already
す
went
ね。
here,
ま
I'm
あ
gonna
なん
defend
か
one
ストー
second,
リー
some
的には
stamina back.
こ
We'll explain a little bit more of the
う
stamina
なんだ
here
ろ
in a minute.
うベースになったというかベータ版というかそんな感じ
So
ら
the
しいん
reason I
で
do a 1-2 there
若
instead
干キャラ
is
設定
because
が変わってる
the
みたいな
damage that we or sorry, the accuracy that we have
話らしいですけ
basically
ど。
builds for every attack that we land. I'm just a little bit behind.
Yeah. And it's the fortunate thing, if once you do have misses in this one, it kind of compounds and it's more alive, and then you got to move on to the next guy here. Pepor. There you go. Very nice.
Plus, any of these fights with more than one enemy just is kind of annoying in general.
Yeah.
With how much they'll end up interrupting you when they get off cycle.
So normally the way this plays out if you have a normal fight is that after you do like a fireball on Karsh
そう
and
です
everything
ね。
like that,
こ
you
れ
have
は
two
オリ
people
ジ
that
ナ
are
ル版
sunk,
ですね。
and you can just like you don't have to defend there to get a pass turn. So I'm kind of giving him an extra turn here, but that's okay.
多分今遊ぶならリマスター版の方がとっつきやすいのかなっていうところだとは思います
Alright,
け
and
ど。
so there's going to be a reason I'm doing a 1 pause 3-3 here. This is because of the AP.
あ、なんか
like I said,
左側にヒット
unfortunately,
率が
it's a
出
lot
て
to
る
kind
ん
of
で
touch on all at the same time. So we'll touch on the AP system a little bit later. Just know that it's kind of like us taking full advantage of every turn.
あれが先ほどの 99% までしかいかないっ
He
てや
should
つ
be
ですね。
almost gone. Yeah, nice. Yep. Oh, also, if Kid's name is coming up right after this.
Let's see what drops we get here.
Alright.
Regular drops.
Regular drops.
Standard drops +1 strength on both.
ああ、フィールドの属性が変わるっていうのはあれですよね。なんだろう、イメージとしてはロマサガ
Yeah, so
2
that
と
actually
か
was
ロ
a
マサガ
fight
3 と
that
か
kinda-
あんなイメー
just
ジ
to
持て
kinda
ばいい
touch
のか
on
な。あれも
yeah,
フィール
how
ド
much
の
you
ね
have to kind of
エフェク
adapt
ト
into
変
a
わっ
fight.
て
That was a fight that
有利不利っ
honestly
ていう
at
の
the
がちょっと
beginning,
出たりする
after
の
the very
で、
beginning, it was just off script, and you kind of just have to know the
多分
like,
このゲーム
key
だともっ
parts
と
of
倍
the
率
run
効いてる
or
の
of
か
the
な。
fight, and try to know that who you're trying to eliminate in what order, basically, and then use the AP that you get. All right, so Kid, we're naming Kid here.
Yes, it will be Scala.
Capital S.
Yes, capital S.
I'm assuming like just like that.
Yep, perfect.
All right, thank you.
The
Thank
game
you.
lets you do that.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
All right. So actually here we have the hardest boss of a marathon run. So Kid is very adamant about joining us. And this is a game where making different choices affects which characters you do get and affects kind of like some side quests that you do or don't do. Kid is very adamant, asks us 3 times. And Chrono Cross is a game that is sometimes not very kind about not eating your inputs. So we're going to go very slowly through here and make sure that we deny Kid. Because if you accidentally accept Kid, it does kill the run.
So there's the first time.
Yep.
We got 2 more to go.
She really wants to be on the team.
Yep.
And there's a reason why we're denying Kid here. It is for speed. We actually were going to mention it in the Radical Dreamers run that
そう
it's actually ironic that we protect Kid there
6
because
属性で
it's not gonna last long because Chrono Cross is not a game that
赤と青と
unfortunately
緑
is
と
too
黄色
kind on the
白と黒
decisions
で
to Kid.
なるほど対象
All
なん
right,
で
we
す
did
ね
it.
All right.
And it passed.
Yeah, but so basically, also Lena's name is coming up. That is one of the
ってこ
characters that
と
we're
は
about
この
to get. Lena's gonna be an
RTH に
important part
その
of the speed of the run.
なんだろう
Won't
属
be
性
using Lena for at
調
least
整をして
about an hour, a little
う
bit
ま
over
く
an hour.
倒すシーンとかうまく
But she
戦
will
う
be
シ
very
ーンが
important
見
for
れ
the
るという
second
ことで
section of
ね
the
期
game.
待してていいのかな。
Yeah, and since even though we deny Kid here, we will be picking her up later. She
Yep.
still forces her way into the party.
Yep.
Yeah, can't get away from her that easily.
結構 RPG 系の RTA によくある話なんですけどすごい戦略
And
という
she
か
finds her way.
Be
to
bad
it.
to
練ら
Kid,
れて
yeah.
て
Yeah, but hopefully at the end of the game, if
もうなんでそれで勝てるのっていうところのねスレスレを通してくることがあるんで
you guys have to donate for
その
that.
辺もしねプレイ済みの
So
方
Lena
で
is
あれ
about to
ば
pop up if we have that name ready.
Alrighty, yes.
2、3時間後か。
That will be
はい、私はいないですね。
Tanya, capital T.
going to be T-O, yes, capital T,
Okay.
O-N-Y-A.
Okay, thank you.
That comes off of a $200
ね。
donation
Oh, wow.
from
相
N7
性
Knight.
と、ま
He
た
says,
属性染めの
Chrono
せい
Cross
で
is one of my favorite games and my favorite speedrun game. So I'm donating to name my favorite
追伸
character
もあると。
Tanya after my favorite person. The person who bought the game for me as a kid and the person who has supported me through every step of my mental health journey. I love you, Mom.
Thank you, thank you. Tanya, okay, that's right. Yep. All right. So we do get another character here named Partial. We didn't do a donation incentive for this one just because Partial is really used for one fight.
あれこれどっかで聞いた
There's
曲
gonna be
だ
a
な。
lot of a couple characters that we get throughout the run that aren't
クロ
gonna
ノ
really
トリ
serve
ガ
a
ーの曲
speedrun
も
purpose.
一部
Also
流れるの
used
かな。
for stealing armor from if you needed it for the
Yes.
backup.
Yeah, right here is where we do a backup. So basically, it can get kind of complicated to watch for all the backups here, but we got all the common drops from the last boss fight we did. The one that we kind of look there for backup is Salt will drop a ivory vest. And we need that, not because
あ、そっか、あれカエルのテーマですか。
we need, but because Partial here starts with an ivory mill, which can be disassembled from it. And if we don't have the vest, we can't switch it out for the mill that Partial has. So it is important to look for whenever you're missing some of the key items or the key disassembled items that you need. All right, yeah. So we're heading into Fossil Valley. We're probably going to see some familiar faces. Luckily, this dog, I guess
さっ
it's
き
what
ち
it
らっと
I
仲
actually
間が
don't know what
50 人
it
ぐらいいる
actually
みたいな
classified
こと言っ
as.
てた
Get
ん
out
で、
of the way.
こう、そんなにいんのって思いながら、このペースで仲間が増えていくと、確かにいてもおかしくねえなっ
It's very
て
fun.
思い始めましたね。
All right, so we got another tutorial fight here coming up. They're going to show us how some of the elements work, the turn-in elements.
Yeah, so we're going to defend again until that happens.
Yep.
Also, without going too far into AP just yet, I will say this:
3バ
the
カ
way
の
that
2人、
kind
ペッ
of
パー
fights
と
are
ソルト
structured
なん
and
だ。
strats are structured is I'll know whether or not what my fight looks like based off of how far I get into Surge's attack before I have to do the
なん
fireball.
かも
So we're going to defend here.
う、調
We're
味
gonna
料
see
の名
some
前
text.
出される
I'm
と、
gonna do
あ、
a 1-2-2 fireball with
クロノ
Surge.
トリガー系だなって思っちゃうな。
I would, depending on when I get interrupted from Pepper, depends on what I'm going to do after. Okay, so yeah, I threw the other two, and you can only buffer two things together. He threw the Strengthen. The Strengthen's actually going to throw a red on the field, which helps our field effect, because that extra red on the field gives us 12.5% more damage to this fireball as well. And also, because he went there, I'm now going to be able to do... I'm going to do a 2, pause, 2, 3. This pause is to make sure I can buffer two moves
なるほど。
together. Partial didn't miss. Gets a good first phase.
That's pretty good.
And we also
A
get
世界
good,
の
so I'm just going to throw 3, 3, 3. Oh,
誰々
here. She doesn't
B
have
世界
to
の
hit,
誰
she doesn't
々
do that much damage, but it does refresh Surge.
平行世界同士、
And since,
まあ、主人公以外はいるんだけど、
the field effect, if you note in the upper left corner,
ってなるのか。
there is a little indicator there that says field effect. And what this is it represents the three colors of the last three elements that were used. And this actually does impact how much damage they do. For each, like when you use an element, for each matching color in the field effect, it's about a 12.5% damage increase. So it actually is quite important in some of these fights.
Yeah. That's what I said. There's a lot of moving pieces to the fights, for sure. All right. Did we get a plus? No, we already, because we were at 10. I was about to say, I was wondering if we got a plus 2 there. I'm watching for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're at 11 strength here. There is kind of some breakpoints as to what strats we can do based off what stats we have. It's nothing major. It just saves time, especially in like PB attempts. But one of them coming up is in the catch-up fight when that comes up, we're looking to be at 13 strength. Unfortunately, the only way I'm going to be able to make that breakpoint is if I do get a plus 2 off the next star fight. Also here we see a recognizable character. I'm sure he'll maybe play a role a little bit later.
同じキャラ引き合わせて大丈夫なんですね。
Alrighty, mind if I hop in here and share some of the love from the community?
合体して消えるっていうのはなんかこう、あれですね。
We've actually already
定番というか。
blindfolded Dario.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's $1,000. That's coming off of wonderful donations like $50 from Dragonista.
まあ、あれは平行世界じゃないですけど、ね、夢の世界で
$50 from Jerry Condra.
本体と合流して強化されるみたいなのがね、ドラクエの6番目かな。あれでそんな表現があった
We'll
気が
get
し
him
ますけ
next
ど。
time. We've got $25 from A Mart, who says, I'm so excited for Korcha's #1 fan to show off blindfolded Dario. Handy, Izala, and Ash, you're all amazing representatives of the Chrono community, and I'm so glad this was chosen. Wish I was there, but glad you're all having an amazing time.
Yeah, thank you, Amart.
We've got $50 from an anonymous donor who says, donating in memory of my sister-in-law and sending love to all those who struggle with their mental illnesses and to those who love someone who does. Nami provided invaluable
ピッ
support
コロ
and
と
comfort
神
to my
様み
family
たい
during
な
her
関
hardest years.
係
Thank
は
you
あれで
all
すよ
for
ね。
supporting this organization that helps people who have no idea where to
こ
run.
れ言っても多分なかなか伝わんないと思うんですけど、あれですね。ウルティマシリーズのアバタールがそうですよね。
strives to do is provide that
で
wonderful
大丈夫です。
support.
伝わってなくて大丈夫です、これは。
We've got $25 from Far Diddy Farfar, who says,
まあまあ、
shout outs to RPG Limit Break from Kalamazoo. Thank you, commentators.
あ、なるほどね。
runners, and tech
顔グラフィッ
for
ク
all
があ
that
る
you
と
do.
仲間になりそうという
And
か、
of
そうですね。
course,
主
we've
要
got
キャラクタ
$50
ーなんだろう
from
なっ
Mr.
ていうのは
Buddoff,
なんと
who
なく
says, don't forget Pip.
メタ的な
And we
解
do
釈
have
しちゃう
a
けど
tip incentive,
気持ちはわかりま
that's
すね。
coming up in not too long. If
The first part of it.
yeah, the first part of it.
We do, and we need just about $425 more in order to get Pip out of there.
Yeah, we do have a good bit of time. It'll be in the Viper Manor. We did just pick up the T for 3 frame as well, so if we have any changes to the frame bid war, I can go ahead and change it in the next menu.
Yeah, so far it's being led by our favorite Martian and Monster's Mouth, both of which we don't have yet.
Yeah, we don't have yet. All right, so Ash kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier. Normally, even with the materials that we do have, we would not be able to
こう
forge
いうやつ
the
なら
weapons that
強
we're
い
about to
説っ
make.
ていうの
But
は
luckily, the game
これはもうね
kind of gives you a profiteer's purse here. It's
仕方ない
actually
っすよ。
meant for, actually, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It just holds more money, right?
Gives you more gold after
Yeah,
battle.
yeah. But we don't actually use it for its actual
Physical がね。
intended purpose. It
あ、でも
funnily
フィジ
enough,
カ
it
ル
has
のやつは
iron
タ
as
フか。
a doors. Chrono Cross is actually a secret boss. But yeah, we have, it actually has iron for when we disassemble it, and we are not supposed to really have iron here. So we're going to disassemble it, be able to make our
ライフ
weapons
ストレ
here,
ンジってどっかで聞いたな。
which is nice.
Yeah, so we're actually
あれも
skipping
机
one
にで
full
したっ
grade
け
of
ね。
weapons, which is the copper.
メーカーまで、名前までしかね、わかん
I
ない
had
ん
to
で。
actually think for a second, because in the RDE edition, they actually did change the name of it. I saw Still Swallow and it getting a little bit of pause.
Yeah.
Rough
Yeah.
playing both.
Yeah, and you've probably noticed by now that we actually did recruit Kid when we got to Termina. There was another place that she kind of met us there, and another opportunity for her to join. Technically, you can say no there.
ね、
It's
詳しい
not
方いっ
optimal
ぱい
for
いるみたいなんで
speedrun,
ね
and。what happens if you do
もし
is she just forces
マ
her
イクい
way
ける
through
ぜ
the
ってな
party
っ
in
たら
Viper Manor anyway.
いつでも
Also,
こちら側へどうぞ。
Pierre is coming up in probably the next 5 minutes, and then I promise after that we're slowing down on the names.
You ever be here in 1 minute?
Yeah.
Yeah. So to get into the manor, you actually have 3 different paths. You can choose this Pierre path. You can choose the Nikki path.
Yep.
And the
Guile.
Guile path. And basically, the reason we use Pierre is because he's the fastest to get into the manor. You go no. Not only do you go, is he really fast to pick up right here? Just pick up the hero medal, give it to him.
すごいあれですよね。お金持っ
You
てそう
also
な
go in the front gate, which is way faster than the other choices.
キャラしてますけど。
Okay, so we're about to rename Pierre. Do we have a name for Pierre?
We sure do.
はいはいはいはい。
Pierre today
日本
will
語だと
be
は
Eel.
蛇骨感
Eel？
それとも蛇骨感ですかね。
Eel？
多分蛇骨感かな。
EL.
Just EEL?
Just a single eel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Sorry. EEL.
EEL. Okay.
ああ、なるほどね。ルートによって入る仲間は違うんですね。
Yep, and we're not gonna put it in the party yet. Mainly just because it's really not that much of a difference one way or the other. But technically,
確か
putting
に
him
ベ
in
ルサイユ
on
感
the
は
map when we get out here skips a little bit of dialogue. So it's considered to be faster to just do it that way. Yeah, but to kind of touch on what Ash was saying about the split paths here, Pierre is not
なかなか金の
necessarily the
鎧
best
に
of the
紫色の
characters.
That depends on
な
who
か
you
なかいい
ask.
キャ
Yeah,
ラ
I
して
guess
ま
it also
す。
depends on who you ask. But he will serve a key purpose into getting us into the manor, outside of just him opening up the path for us.
Yeah, we're gonna find out how much strength he has. He can have anywhere from like 2 to 4 or so.
He's at 3. Yeah. All right, so right here is actually kind of why I put the caveat on that star fights don't always
金が
necessarily
価値高いの
equal
はそうなんで
boss
すけど、
fights.
紫色もね、
Or boss fights
格
can
の
only do
高い
with
色とし
effectively
て
because there are so many routes.
扱われ
The
る
game
ことが
kind
非
of
常に
tries
多
to
いんで
even
ね。
out how many star fights you do. These two guards here, even though they wouldn't
これ
look
あれ
like
ですよ。
they're a boss fight, do give you
なんだろう。
a chance to
こ
get
う
your
高貴
stamina
な
up.
キャラなんだぜ感が一と感じられますけど。
So now you're going to have an option here. There's actually a blank option at the bottom there that I like to point out that Pierre has this special idea where he goes off screen and he sends cats in at the guards, and then the cats go in through the gate, and the guards run after him, and then you're like, oh, that was easy, and then all of a sudden the guards run back out and you fight like twice as many guards.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's not faster.
Carbon would be proud for me throwing threes.
Yeah. So these guards are pretty slow. They have higher AP values, so they don't get as many turns. So you can kind of be a little bit more aggressive with these fights.
Yep. And right there, because I did all of those attacks and the other guard still hadn't gone yet, that's kind of why I could have just gone 3-3, but I risked a 1 to kind of increase my accuracy before I did the 3-3, because we were just trying to push as much damage as we could before he actually took his turn.
Yep. And you'll notice that Pierre wasn't really used in battle right there against the guards, but he is about to serve a very important purpose in
Yeah,
the next
he's
fight.
actually our main person right here. We're going to put him in
Right.
front.
He's going to lead the party.
This is his main
あ
task
あ、
on the
門が
route,
ヘビになってん
and
だ。
surely he will not fail at it.
He could.
Good.
Hopefully he
yeah.
won't.
Yeah, he has to do it 3 times.
Yep. We see a lot of salt and pepper here in the beginning. But we're about to get introduced to brother? I don't know. Is it another brother? I don't actually know what ketchup is to them.
Yeah, I think so.
I would assume. Also, we haven't really touched on it, but because I'm about to mention it, Surge's HP right now, or Ashtad's HP right now is pretty high.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is also random.
1?
Pierre?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. He's
Yeah,
served his
there we
purpose.
And that's his job.
Yeah.
So he has a pretty high evade rate, so that's why we actually want him to die, because it advances this and it gives us a better element on the field
ケチャップ
for
かこいつ。
defeating this
お
fight.
お、なんだ
So。he can actually dodge 3 times in a row, and that's very bad, because then they give up and trying to attack him, and then you get a different you get a cure plus element instead of that revive.
Yeah. And so Cure Plus is bad in a lot of ways, because the revive on the field, being a white element, actually helps Surge's attack power, because he is a white innate character.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier about how it boosts the power of the elements of the matching colors, but each character actually has their own, they call it innate color as well, and your physical attacks will be boosted if your innate color matches the field effect. And actually it works in the opposite too, that if the opposing color, which for Surge would be black, and for Kid would be blue, if the opposing color is on the field, it actually reduces your damage. So the Cure Plus is really bad because we push the white off of the field that's there
Chrono Cross.
in the beginning, yeah, and we put a blue there that dampens Kid's damage as well. So it's you're losing on quite a bit of damage if you don't get the
ああ、
revive.
ここがかなりの運ゲーなんですね。
So there
Well,
we're
that's
hitting
gonna
that
take you
HP
kind of
trigger here that
super
triggers this
considerant.
cutscene where Ketchup here does his flame knock attack, which does a lot of damage to a single character, but thankfully it also takes care of our salt and pepper problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we don't actually do any damage, and then we go straight for catch-up. We would have actually been here a little bit
あ
quicker, but
そ
Kid
う
missed
いう
everything,
そう
which
いう
is kind of
コンビネー
a
ションアタッ
shame.
クしてくんだこいつ。
So right there, we haven't really explained too much on stamina and AP. It's a lot that goes into it, but I did just defend for free there to get full stamina. There's a little bit of math that goes behind it as to what makes that guaranteed. But nobody can hit in this fight right now.
Yeah, the early game, since we do not have the Eagle Eye element, which we will be getting and using a lot through the rest of the run, but you're kind of at the mercy of these percentages.
Yeah. Also, coming up, we mentioned earlier that there's not any real skips in Chrono Cross at all. The biggest one that we have here is maybe, like, if you get it on first try, it's like a minute save average. It depends on how well the fight would have went regardless. It's called guard skip. We just kind of try to skip the guards at the front of the door here. Normally, they stop you from being able to go behind them at all. Like, you're not able, if you get in like a vicinity of them, you get stopped and they kind of dash at you. There's a little bit of a weird, I guess, quirk or gimmick of the game where if you're in an aggro state by being chased by another
この
guard,
システム
you can
独
actually
特なんです
get
ね。
behind them to the door And it's one frame. There's no real
攻
consistent
撃
setup.
で
Usually
エネル
it's
ギ
just
ーチ
kind
ャー
of
ジして
mash for it. And world record attempts and like low times, this is a very
各
big
戦闘
reset
1
point.
回だけ
I'm gonna
多
go
分
for
セッ
it
トした
once
魔
or
法が
twice.
使えるのか
Maybe 3
もし
depends,
く
but
は
you can reset it and go for it.
同
But
じ魔
just
法
to
2
kind of
回
cap
で
how much
2
time
回
you
目は
can
ダメだ
lose
よ
on
っ
it.
ていうルールになっ
At
てる
any
のか。
point from going for it, if I see 3 guards in the formation instead of 4 guards, I'm just gonna fight it and then we'll take the regular way in.
あ、やっぱセットした数だけ魔法が打てる。
For that, you have the fun dragon feeding minigame here to get the key.
Yeah, luckily these are all in the same order. It's pretty consistent.
Yep, and you get different prices actually for how many dragons you feed. A lot of people try to do the 100 one when you first get
そう
そう
here.
な
And
っ
it's
てく
like
ると何を
it's
セ
super
ットする
difficult
のかっていう
quickly.
のが
Yeah.
I don't know if they really design. They probably meant
大事
for
っ
you
ぽ
to
いです
have
ね。
the time shifter, which you do
Oh,
get
yeah.
in New Game Plus to get through the 100.
Oh, that's
But it is possible to do.
I'm gonna actually wait here for a second on purpose. Kind of delays it to be.
fortunately we only
給仕の
actually
ミニイ
need
ベント。
Yep, you only need 10 to
Minigame.
get through this, and not only that, the prize it gives you is actually good. We're gonna probably disassemble it later.
All right, yeah. So he's gonna give us the key as well. And now we're gonna grab the key and we're gonna try to attempt a guard skip. So really, as long as I kind of line up in the right place and I'm mashing, it's out of my hands. It's up to the game.
Yep. You line up, so the game runs at like
なんかアイ
30
テム
frames
も
per
らって
second.
ましたね、
If you
今。
can mash perfectly at like 15
Yep.
hertz, there's a 50% chance you can get it.
Yep.
So it's
So we're gonna grab this guy. He's gonna chase us. Now we're in like an aggro state. This guys are not gonna stop me. I'm gonna line up the door and then. Nice.
Oh, we got it.
Nice. Woo.
So what that does is it does let us skip that guard. You kind of don't want to always go for it because it does. What I'll have to be watching out for. We do have backups for it. And we know how to cover it.
も
But
しかしてあ
it
の
does
扉を越え
increase,
たのが
like,
すでに
where
RT 技
Chrono Cross
ですか
normally doesn't have any kind of money issues in its route. Because we skipped that one set of guards, you kind of do have to watch for a couple of things to make up for the money. Before we fight Lynx, there's going to be a guard fight depending on what formation you get. Like 3 guards is great for time, but because we skipped those, we're losing out a little bit of money. Later
あ
on,
ん
when
ま
we
りに
get
も
to the
ね
key, if we
う
get
ま
first
く
key and there's not 2 wraiths in the fight, which give us more money, you kind of have
技
to
やられ
watch
る
out to
と
see if there's a
ね
wraith up top
わ
to
かん
make
ない
up
で
the
すよ
money. If
ね
we get an eagle eye at the bolt, there's a bunch of things you have to
Yeah.
kind of watch out
Yeah.
for to make up for the money.
あ、そうなんだ。
Look at this formation
なっちゃうから
is set. You always get 3 here.
あ、でも会場湧いてたから多分そうです。
Was looking for a crit there, but didn't get it. That's fine.
Yeah, for what it's worth, crits also can only happen on the 3 attacks. The 1s and the 2s, those are not possible to crit.
Also, as we mentioned earlier, Pierre is spending a lot of time on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So eventually we're probably going to heal him
Yeah.
up for the later fights, so he has some HP. But so hopefully he survived, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, we'll need him for an element or 2, so
Yeah.
can't spend the whole time dead.
Yep. In my actual attempts, because every time a character does die in fights, they will come out of this fight with 1 HP, or like any fight that they're dead in, they'll come up with 1. Because he's kind of not really needed outside of the first turn, I usually kind of take that chance, but here I'm going to heal him. Also, if anybody in the room or on
やっぱ
Twitch
一
wants
触
to
れ技あるん
go
です
ahead and
ね。
get a guess, coming up is a little bit of a mini game. Chrono Cross has a statue that we need to turn. It is anywhere between 1 and 9 on the left and right side. So 2 numbers, 1 through 9. It's very random. The lower the number, the better. But it's how many times we have to turn the statue. I'm going to guess 45.
さっき名前で出たグレンっていうキャラクターな気がする。
No.
15.
No coincidences for me though.
This is what replaced the magic circle from Radical
Yeah.
Dreamers.
That's what we were kind of alluding to, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to pick up the Survive. It's actually the only one we're going to have the entirety of the run. And then we're going to find out what the code is. 28, not too bad. That's average. 28.
You just gotta remember it.
Yeah, you have to remember, we have to do a whole another fight.
Yeah, you don't have Twitch tab to back you up here.
Yeah.
All right. Another kind of little funny thing here is you get met with asked a password here, and the actual answer is no answer.
Yeah, they delay it just enough.
今ので
You're like, okay, which
当たる
one
の？
should I pick? And then if you wait long enough to pick, you get your answer.
Yeah.
So there's a
よ
few
4択
items here in this treasury
あ
that
んな
we're
当て
gonna pick
方あ
up.
るんだ。
Nice armor and a sword. they're gonna do a little prep here for this next fight, equip some elements, and he'll appear up there, and they yep.
Also, if you see me doing like some kind of weird movement like that, it's usually because when you go to interact with things, if characters aren't in their spot they need to be, a lot of times they'll use their walking speed to kind of walk into that area. So kind of doing little circles like that kind of pulls them with running speed
びっ
into
く
the
りした。
positions
隠
they
し
need to
扉、ああいうパターン。すげえな。頭から行くぞ。
Coming up on this boss fight, it's going to be a kind of 2 enemy fight, and we can mention one of the other kind of
There's Pip.
weirder. Yep, that's Pip. This is our after this fight, by the way, first chance to do the first part of the incentive.
Yeah, so if Pip was met right now, we could let Pip out of the cage. Luckily, even if we don't do it here, we do have one more chance to help Pip out on the Go ship. But so yeah, if it's met by now, we'll do both parts. We'll release Pip from the cage and then also on the Go ship. But if not,
Yep, it'll be after this fight.
Yep.
And importantly in this fight, one of the things that you're going to notice SuperHandi do here is check to see the gender marker on each of the targets here. Because Chrono Cross has this weird system where not all of the enemies, but most of the enemies have genders, and the only change it really makes is impacting their health. So male enemies have 5% more than base health, female enemies have 5% less HP than their base health.
nice. Oh, really good AP.
Yep. So this is also the first time we're using the turn element. So you notice the surge here is now the yellow color. So he's going to be doing more damage to these green enemies when he uses physicals.
All right, so I'm going to count AP here because I'm going to try to see if I can kill. I'm probably going to risk something here. I'm going to do 2 on this one. And then I'm going to do, so this will
も
be,
しかして
let's see.
武器振った時
I'm gonna
に
do
出て
3
る
hits,
色っ
okay,
て
so that's 5.
属性的な
This will be 9.
エ
They
フェ
have
クト
10
ですか？
AP, so here, and I'm going to try to throw a 3-3 and see if I can just kill. If not, we would have seen the same amount of turns anyways. Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Very nice.
As always, watching for strength ups.
No strength up. We're going to see if we get an Eagle Eye here, though. Okay, we didn't.
Nope.
That's one of the things that can help make up some of the money from getting guard skip. And just to get a heads up on what is the free Pip still?
We still need to get a little bit more to
Okay.
free Pip.
All right. Yeah, so yeah, normally what you could do there if we were freeing Pip is Pip has a little bit of dialogue. We release Pip from the cage, and Pip says, okay, I'm going to escape later. So you would think that if you didn't free Pip there, that Pip's kind of stuck there. But we'll find Pip still on the Go ship here in a little bit.
ああ、とするとキャラクターに
Also,
対
coming
して
up,
も
more funny,
なんか得意
like
属性
little
というか
quirks of Chrono Crosses.
こんなのがあるんですね。
Very important to the speedrun, kind of like the Profiteer's Purse, it just is kind of a happenstance, is there's a little bit of like an Easter egg here where you try to get in this chest and Karsh won't let you, but actually if you annoy him 20 times, he's like, okay, whatever, you can have it. And so we get +3 to our, it's like a gauntlet, which is a +3 to our strength, which is one of our really important key items.
Yep. We're going to be using that gauntlet till the end of the game.
Yep.
It's very important.
Cool. Well, while you're equipping that gauntlet, we actually have a text box frame for you as well. We're going to be seeing T for 3 for a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and put that on here.
So good. Equip that
魔
gauntlet.
法で染められるんだ。
Check out this other frame
It's
here.
right there.
あ、でもさっきのあれか、ターン開始になんかターンイエローみたいなのやってたな。でもあ
So
れ、
one
フ
other
ィールド
thing
の
is,
色が変わった
through
気が
those
したけど。
hallways, there's actually enemies that drop down if you walk through the middle of them. So you don't know it unless you actually run through the middle. But he's been running along the edges of those hallways.
It's actually kind of funny because it's such muscle memory, I forgot that they're there. I just kind of
ね
always run
逆
along
属
the
性
edge.
は
Me too.
アタッカー
It's
と
just
しては
like
助かる
easy
け
to
ど、
forget.
タンクとしては
So like you see here,
See you
it's really slow to turn that
相
statue.
手と同じ
but,
属性で受け
28,
て、
it's like exactly average.
Yep.
Yep.
I've seen 9-9
なんか
a
相手
couple
と
of
違う
times. I've
属
seen
性で
1-1,
攻撃
but
す
of
るみたい
course
な。
in
そ
Chrono
んな
Cross
感じ
fashion
で
it
す
was in a
ね。
D-Rust that didn't matter, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so coming up actually is where the first time I'm really going to kind of touch on the AP system because Marcy is one of the first fights that like, if you were a new runner, you can kind of wildly swing and kind of make your way through a lot of the fights without getting punished. This is like the first fight that really kind of you can get lucky and not have to really pay attention to it, but
またキーキャラクター
but
っ
for the
ぽい。
most part, you kind of need to understand AP. So Marcy has 7 AP, and what that means is on any turn that's not the first turn, that's how many actions we can spend. So like when we do a 1, that's 1 AP. When we do a 2, that's 2 AP. 3 AP. That's easy. An element drains 7 stamina, but it's only 1 AP. So it's kind of like kind of seen as like quick in terms of battle, but it's like heavy on the character, I guess is the way you can look at it.
どうやっ
we're
て
going to be
登っ
counting
た
that. You're going to see in a lot of fights, including this one, where we open up the first turn by just doing a 3-3. And that's because on the first turn, it's random between 1 up to a little bit above that number. So we don't know what it's going to be at. So we're going to throw a 3-3, go from there. And then we're also going to be trying to avoid an HP flag. So whenever Marcy gets into her crit stance, which is 25% HP, she will do Ice Blast. And then if she gets another turn, she'll do Cure Plus, which honestly, if you get to the Cure Plus, it's something's bad has probably already happened. You don't even want to see the Ice Blast. So ideally, we're going to be doing specific attacks at specific times to try to have the damage line up so
ね
that we
そうですよ
on the
ね
turn we
女の
put
子い
her
な
into
かったら
crit
降りられ
HP,
ない
she doesn't get any more turns. We kill like we finish her off by that point.
Yeah, ideally you if it was like
多分
perfectly
登
ideal,
った
you'd
後
have
女
her
の子
1
が
HP
はしごを
above the
片付け
critical
たっていう
threshold,
ね
and on the next turn be able to do
悪い
enough
部分が
damage
あるかもしれない
to end the fight there. Especially because the Ice Blast is particularly dangerous because besides just kind of doing a lot of damage for this point in the game, it has a chance to freeze your character. And as far as the game over system is concerned, character being frozen is as good as their HP being 0.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty easy for Marcy to end up killing a character, and then if she gets to do the Ice Blast, sometimes she'll do 2. And it's not
で
that
も
rare
そうすると
for her to
こ
freeze the 2
の
remaining
神社すごいよ
characters
な
and just game over you.
Yeah.
なんで
So
パ
that's
ラレ
why
ル
if
ワー
you
ルド
see
の
me
存
like
在を認
passing
識
my
したのか
turn,
っていうの
it's
が
because like it's probably in a case where something happened and Surge has
すごい気がす
little
る
HP.
主人
I
公
mean, sorry,
は
little stamina.
自
And I
分
don't
と
want to
話し
push
合
her
わない
into
か
that
ら
phase
どうなってんだっ
while
て
he
疑
has
問
no
持てる
stamina
け
because
ど
I need to be able to finish before she gets a turn.
Yeah, you can do too much damage, especially if
こ
we
の
know
賢
there's
者
a
は
crit
どうや
happen
っ
on
て
the
疑問を
opening
持ったん
turn.
だろう最初
That's
Ooh,
weird, but
yeah.
okay.
Well, okay.
Chrono Cross.
We'll do it again.
Yeah.
そもそも別の要因でこのパラレルワールドっていうのは存在し続けたという
Okay. Nobody wants to.
世界
Okay,
なの
well,
か
you're
な
not over damaging.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. So that's like 90. She did 38. So like 120.
So Marcy's also taunting us as she's picking and slapping us.
All right, we're gonna throw 3s here. We might hit the Cat's Cradle flag. That's kind of an indicator of like, okay, so actually, that's kind of good actually. She didn't go there. So that means we could probably push her close, if not to the Cat's Cradle flag. She's already probably at it. Okay, yeah. And so here, I'm probably gonna do a 2-2. And then if she doesn't go into crit, then I'm gonna defend.
It's good that she chose Pierre because Kid being an opposing element.
Okay,
would
so she
take a
did.
lot.
I'm gonna actually go ahead and do the dash and slash here. So that's 5.
Yeah, so we got to do enough damage here to finish her off so we
Yeah.
don't see the Ice Blast.
Yeah, so normally I try to skip this fireball, but we're gonna do the 1 here. We're just trying to make sure we do enough. We're gonna do the fireball. And then she could technically roll 8 if she does, and we might have a hero moment from Pierre. That's probably enough, yeah.
All right.
Nope, not needed.
Very nice.
Yep.
So the other thing here is the drop from this fight. We want to see the 90%
まあ
common
でも
drop,
飛
which
ば
is
さ
an
れ
Ice
てきたっ
Blast.
ていうんであればこの世界の外の
Okay,
知見を持っててもおかしくないですよ
The,
ね
yeah, in Chrono Cross, a lot of the routing just kind of expects you to get the common stuff, mainly because the common stuff is just faster in general. Right there, if we didn't get the Ice Blast, which will be nice for Lena, you get Iron, which we do nothing with.
Yeah.
We already got it,
Useless.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's routing around it, but it would be much slower.
Right.
It also creates or contributes to the money problem, too, because we'd have to buy another element, too.
That's true.
Yep.
Yep. So coming up here, we're gonna get introduced to another, I think, fan favorite character. Not time to name yet, but a little bit later. But I do. People do love this character. Also, I don't think we mentioned it in the Radical Dreamers run, but they do mention there's a switch behind the third pillar.
Oh, yeah, the third light stick. And this is where another place where it kind of carries over to this game. They put the secret switch in the same spot because if where we're about to run up to is the third one on the left.
Yeah, and so after we do that, we're going to have to fight these guards. This is kind of the Link's guards I was talking about earlier, where the formation kind of does matter. If I got 4 guards here, normally I'm like not too happy about it, but because we're a little bit short
顔
on
グラがある
money,
から
it's, not
キー
that
キャ
big
ラ
of
な
a
んでしょう
deal.
ね
And you're at decent strength, so it won't be that bad.
Yep. But then after that, Link's is also a good place to talk about like AP and stuff like that as well, because he follows a very similar kind of structure to Marcy, where we're going to be trying to watch out for HP flags as well. And I'll kind of probably explain it as we're going here in the Link's fight. All right, so we did get 4 guards. This helps our money a bit. now we just don't want to have a misfest like we've been having.
Yeah, you can see how much more damage now Surge is doing with that extra gauntlet, as well as the extra strength ups we've been getting here.
Okay, so both of those guys went. So I'm going to switch this up. We're going to run over here, do 2-2. Hopefully not have him go. Try to eliminate this one before he gets a turn. 2-2. Okay, never mind. All right. Now we're going to switch our target. He already took his turn, so there's not really any point in trying to stop him from going again. So we're going to do you. We're going to go 2-2-2. And then Surge. Oh, I forgot I switched to this target.
Yeah, so a lot of the optimization for these fights with multiple enemies early on is like paying attention to which ones have attacked and which ones haven't attacked yet, so you can kind of make sure the least amount get any extra attacks, which wastes a fair bit of time.
This is not going to kill. We're not at 16, so we're going to need a little bit of chip damage from Kid here. So long as she doesn't miss, we should skip this turn.
Are you sure you want to say that?
Well, all right. All right, not too bad for a 4-guard fight, to be honest. All right, you gotta go slow through here because not everybody gets a plus to their HP, which is like, these are not boss fights, so in the non-boss fights, you get a little bit of like HP increase between them, but it doesn't always give it to everybody. So if you're just mashing, trying to, mash until you can do the heal with all consumables, which we've been trying to do, so we don't have to open up the menu to heal, the game can kind of trick you and be like, oh, you mashed one too many times because I didn't give it to 2 characters.
Right. Yeah, so that door actually that we just went through was actually an enemy, but if you open the door when the eyes closed, you do not have to fight it, thankfully.
Yeah, and so here we're about to meet Lynx for the first time. Well, I guess the second time if you're watching Radical Dreamers.
He's a little bit different now.
A little bit different. Lynx here has 8 AP, so that's kind of the number that we're looking for here. There is a little bit of, just in case it does pop up and I'm talking about it, there is a chance that Lynx is a little bit higher than 8 AP, but that kind of goes into a little bit more advanced mechanics that is, it would take a lot longer to explain. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to open up with a 3-3 here because we don't know what the first turn is going to be. We're kind of counting our hits and crits here, our hits, crits, and misses, honestly, here with Surge, because we kind of are trying to judge how much damage we've done, because on the turn that we're going to push him into crit HP, so where he would normally use a Nostrum and heal, which is like a 200 HP heal, which is a lot, and puts a black element on the field, which lowers Surge's damage. It does a whole bunch of things bad. We're going to try to overwrite that by using a Pilfer on that same turn, which he will respond with Imbecile instead, so it overwrites the heal flag. All right, good start.
Nice.
Nice. All right, not attacking Surge is a good target. Because as Zala mentioned, Lynx is a black innate character and Surge is a white innate character. They are, they do more damage to each other.
Yeah, we're ideally looking to see Lynx spread his target selection for his attacks, which so far he's been doing. We don't want him to focus on one character.
As long as, I shouldn't mention this, but as long as he doesn't crit here Surge, even if he attacks Surge, he'll do 3 hits and Surge should live. But surely not.
Well,
we'll find out.
Okay, we're good. Yeah. All right, now we're going to go into the Pilfer turn. We're going to do 1-1, 1-2, and then a Pilfer.
And this will set the flag for him to respond with Imbecile.
Yeah, so we want to have Surge hit these. These are the important ones, so that we will push him to create HP. He'll do the Imbecile, and it'll overwrite that flag. Yep, nice.
And it looks like
because he's in such low HP here, instead of doing what I normally do, I might actually just do defend, 2 dash and slash, I think. We're going to do defend, 2,
魔法を使って
this hits.
今のが闇の魔
He's
法か
probably dead.
闇というか黒の魔法
And if he's not using a white
で
element,
属性が黒に埋まって
Nice.
Won't need that.
Very nice.
あ
Yeah, so also there you saw that we did use the Pilfer's
あマジッ
skill
クリングだったっ
on
ぽいで
Kid.
すね
She stole a
パッとしか見れてなかった
magic ring, which we're going to be putting on Lena.
Yeah.
coming up.
Actually, for the most part too, including drops, we kind of, when we do any kind of pilfers, which is not too many times, we do also look for the common. Like right there, the rare is a power glove, which we could have got as a rare drop earlier in the run as well. And the earlier one is fine because, +1 to our strength whenever the values are so low is marginally a good amount. Here, the magic ring does +1 for like magic, and every magic increase or every magic stat increase is kind of worth more than any physical stat increase.
Yeah,
so,
it's less likely to get magic than it is strength, generally.
Yeah, strength generally +1 is around 2/3, 66%, and magic is just above a 40% chance to get a magic up.
no. So actually coming up from here on, Well, we have a little bit of dialogue I will touch on as we're coming up, but after we jump off the cliff here, we do have a little bit of downtime. Chrono Cross does have a lot of, like it goes through like a lot of highs in terms of like doing dungeons, and then it has like a little bit of a break in between.
Well, that's
すげえ
good
思わせぶりな
because
ムービ
we
ーが。
have even more of the community coming through. And of course, there is a matter of some urgency that we should address. We've got $10 from AG Deeds, who says, we have to rescue Pip from the cage.
We'll try to get Pip on the ghost ship if that gets met.
We've got $10 from AG Deeds, who says, we did rescue Pip from the cage, but we must save Pip from the scary zombie pirates.
Also, here, what we kind of see is we won that fight, but we kind of didn't necessarily get rid of Lynx, I guess similar to Radical Dreamers. And now we're kind of being forced out of the manor. We're trying to find our way out. Kid has taken
動くんじゃない
Riddell
よっ
as
て
a
言った
little
の
bit
は
of
なんとなく
a
わか
hostage. She
り
did
ました。
whisper in her ear that she's not actually going to hurt her. She just kind of needs to get out of here. And here we're about to find out just how kind of devious Lynx is.
これだけ見たらどっちが悪いやつかって
Viper is slowly walking up the stairs to save her.
Yeah.
主人公が善人である保証はないんで。
All right, may I keep going with a few more of these?
Oh, yeah.
All right, awesome. We've got $25 from an anonymous donator who says, happy to see Chrono Cross in this marathon. Been a fan of this run ever since I saw Evil Ash's run back in 2016. Good luck and donating to Save Kid. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've got $25 from RJ Smanget, who says, hello, Handy and Izala. Good luck on the run. May your surge be strong and your sprig be spribbity.
Yo, thank you, RJ.
Yeah, thanks, RJ.
Also, just as a, I can let you keep going here, but there's a pretty iconic I guess dialogue coming up here.
Yeah, rather perfect timing for it.
Yep. Pretty big meme to say he's about to say the thing here. Oh my God.
It's the thing.
And you can continue for now.
Alrighty. We've got $25 from Sif Moonweaver, who says, thanks for raising money for a great cause. Always love to see the Chrono games being ran. Chrono Cross has one of the best OSTs ever.
Agreed.
Absolutely. We've got $25 from Cole, who says, I love SuperHandi. Thank you so much, Cole. We've got $10 from Quest Moreland, who says, donating for one of my favorite soundtracks. Is Another World a precursor to the hit FFX intro, Another World?
その後2人
Putting
追
this
加で飛び
towards
込んでたよう
giving
に見え
Kid
た
her
けど。
true name. Good luck on the run and don't split the timelines.
I think it is.
You think so?
Yeah, we can count it.
We've got $5 from Yaya now, who
あ、
says,
でもいるじゃない。
good luck, good luck. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a little bit of a heads up on kind of what happened in between here is as we were trying to escape, Link kind of showed a little regard for Riddell as a hostage and threw a poison knife at both of them anyways. And Kid, who obviously didn't want Riddell to get hurt, pushed her out of the way and took a poison dagger, I guess to the arm, I think is what it was. And we wake up here after we jump off the cliff because we found that Link's kind of wanted Surge there. We don't, I guess, actually explain or explore why just yet. But we jump off, we wake up here. Kid seems to be fine until just now, where she passes over, and now she's sick in bed. And if you've played the game casually here, you probably know of a really kind of key dialogue choice that you can make here. Unfortunately, we're going to continue the trend of not necessarily making the kindest decisions for Kid.
Nah, she'll be all right.
Yeah, she'll make it through.
Slow. Yeah, she has the amulet.
Yeah, we make that choice with that in mind, I'm sure.
Thankfully, also that the speedrun option is the default option in the dialogue here. Otherwise, it could also be a run-ending spot.
Yeah, thankfully they were nice. Well, I guess not nice to Kid, but nice to the speedrunners.
Nice to the speedrunners, yeah.
There's still quite a bit of dialogue if there is anything.
Absolutely. But yes, we are coming up on the freeing Pip cutoff. And Pip's too adorable to not be free.
Agreed.
We need just under $400 for Pip to go free where he belongs. And we've got $5 from Cardamom Pod, who says, I like tea. Thank you so much. $25 from Lily, who says, thanks for keeping me entertained at work. Donation goes towards the host choice. I've already made my biases pretty clear. I want to see Pip free.
We can throw it to Pip. That sounds good to me.
And we've got $10 from Cameron/Azaven, who says, a cause I will stand by any day. Huge shoutouts to Izala. Sorry I missed your run due to work, but looking forward to watching this Chrono
あ、
Cross
さっき
run.
の
We
ヤ
will
マ
be
ネコの
hanging
ナイ
out
フ
for
に
it.
毒が塗
Hope
ら
you're
れてた
having
の。
fun, buddy.
Thanks, Zaven. Appreciate it.
さあ、えぐいな。
So yeah, also here, basically, we're coming up to a decision. The decision that we're talking about with not being nice to Kid is we find out that Kid is poisoned, and that like one of the only things that can potentially save her is a hiding dreamer. It's not just a simple yes no to the character about whether or not you're gonna save. You hear a whole bunch of things like they're extinct and like there's no guarantee that you'll find it. Blah 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 blah. If you do accept it, we miss out on some really important characters that are optimal for the speedrun. And additionally, you have to do a whole other side quest. So it's unfortunately why we have to, I guess, leave Kid to die. So yeah, this is where Korcha is about to kind of pressure us about it. Because Kid gives us the Astral Amulet, which we will find out more about later. But Korcha is not too keen on the idea of us not helping her and keeping the Astral Amulet.
毒のものがないから、毒自体
That
の
was really funny how he acknowledges that, like, well, you barely know
原料
her,
がない
and
か
there's
ら
nothing you can do.
お
but
手上
you
げ
should
だ
still
よ
do
っていう
something.
話で、なるほど。
Alrighty.
もうなんか
I'm going to talk about the text frame.
すごい前振りだな。
real quick.
Okay.
So we have 6 whole text frames that we can apply throughout this. However, we have to unlock
こ
them
こになけれ
throughout
ば
the
あっち
run.
に取れに行けばいいんじゃないみ
Currently,
たい
we've
な
got Shellfish
話になる
and
のかな。
T for 3 unlocked. T for 3 is active and very posh. You'll love to see it. But if you want to get Shellfish on the screen, if you're not allergic, then
ってことは
send
主
us some
人公が
love
いない
and
以外に
we'll
も
get
いろい
that
ろ
happen.
変更点というか
The
相違
next
点
one
があり
up
そう
is
な
going
感
to
じ
be
しますね。こ
infrared
れ
vision in maybe about an hour and a half.
Additionally, this is some of my favorite music. Both the Goldoves have like some of my favorite music in the entire game. Story-wise here, we kind of are stuck in this village. We need a boat to get off, and unfortunately, Korcha, who was just really mad at us for not helping Kid, is the person we need to ask about a boat. So yeah, Korcha here, if we did do the other if we did do the other choice and took that path, you would actually get Korcha here, so that is a benefit of not doing it. Yeah, but instead we're gonna get Macha here in a little bit, and we also are getting kind of close to the Glen rename. We have a little bit of time. I got to do some, like, a little bit more dialogue and a bit more menuing, but very shortly he'll be the next one.
All right, sounds good. It is currently looking like Ryan.
Ryan?
If you want a different Glen name, now is the time.
So also, thankfully, Matcha here not only does that, she gives us some money as well. So
Oh, that's true, yeah.
she gives, I believe 3,000 gold or 2,000, one of the two.
I actually forget. I just know that I have the money.
Yeah, you just get it. Actually,
Yeah.
she doesn't actually tell you what it is, so you just get it in your inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, so we go through like 3 bits of dialogue section here. Luckily, they kind of each get a little bit shorter. We have the opening one where we're kind of seeing kids sick and everything like that. It's a little bit lengthy. Then we come in here, we have a little bit of some dialogue with Machal and Korcha about, the boat that we need. Machal tells us that we need to go and see the shaman, the village shaman. So we're gonna do that, and then she's gonna tell us, hey, meet me at the pier whenever you're ready to go.
All right, while we're waiting to get on this boat, I just want to shout out NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI promotes advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey.
あ
All right, only a little bit left.
あ、じゃあ選択肢で仲間が変わるっていうの
We're
が
gonna
こ
do
こにも。
basically after all this
出てる
menuing,
ん
we
です
have
ね。
our kind of like our first big shopping spree, and then menuing. We're gonna do some shopping at Termina. Gonna recruit Glenn, and then go do a little bit more shopping in Marbule. Do some menuing, and then we'll head to the ghost ship we were speaking about earlier.
そうなってくると、A の世界になければ B に取りに行けばいいじゃないっていうことは A と B の移動を今後どうやっていくかっていうストーリー展開になるのかな、これ
we
は。
are talking and shopping. I also would like to shout out an artist that deserves special thanks. Oro, who made all of our overlays and can be found on Twitter at OroLen.
I actually could put Pauschel in front here. I can't remember. Does Pauschel actually bounce still? And did she make the noise?
I believe so, yeah.
I know it's like in one of them that I was disappointed that she does not. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's silent. I don't know
Right.
why.
Wow.
They robbed us.
Yeah.
Boing. Well, okay, when I'm on the ladder.
They cannot silence the boy.
Boing, boing, boing.
Thank you, Ash. We have the sound effects too.
Boing, 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 boing.
Petition to put Ash's sound effect there instead. All right. I've accidentally hit not ready there so many times.
Yeah, it's the second option for some reason.
Yeah.
Kind of worth pointing out there from a story perspective, when we were talking to the shaman, I believe it's kind of the first time it's mentioned in game about the whole parallel world or alternative world thing.
Yes, I believe so.
And she kind of brings it up as like, I think this might have happened. You should probably, go check this out. Which we're not going to do yet. But.
Yeah. Yeah, so we get a little bit of a boat. We don't actually own the boat, nor is Michelle in our party this yet. She's given us a ride that we can't control to Termina. We're going to go do some shopping. We're going to do some element shopping. This is where, as Azal had mentioned, if we didn't get the Ice Blast, we would have to spend a little bit more money. And then we're going to go do some more smithing. So if y'all have anything y'all want to touch on, I'm going to kind of pay attention to this menu coming up.
For sure, for sure. We've got $5 from Corch's Lunch Money, who says, hashtag free pip 2025. We got to do it. We need just over $380 to free pip, but the time is running out.
I think we can do it.
I think so too.
I believe in us. We've got a wonderful community here. We also have $255.30 from DeWolf, who says, donating my time from Maka Maka or story time with DeWolf. Huge thanks to my couch voice actors.
Oh, sorry.
Huge thanks to my couch voice actors, Shentok, Tigerian, and Ghost Kumo. Here's to a great rest of the marathon.
マカマカの話
Thank
出
you
ました
so。much, DeWolf.
当初の名前も出た気がする。ゴーストクモさんだったかな。
Sorry, I have to change my menu a little bit based off of what I normally do versus like what kind of marathon safety stuff, plus drops and things as well.
Yeah, we're visiting the blacksmith shop again here to get some weapons for the new party members that we're gonna have.
I'm gonna make a steel sword for Glenn and a which pot or pan is it for Lena? I forget.
Is it the ladle?
Ladle? Yeah, it's the ladle.
Yeah. It's an iron ladle.
Iron ladle, yeah. Ladle FE26.
Yeah, we're not going to put those on just yet. Like I said, we have a little bit more dialogue and then a little bit more shopping that we need to do tomorrow, but that we're going to try to combine the menus for.
A little bit of a minor note, but the ladle for Lena is not so much because we're going to be relying on her physical damage at all, but typically the better weapons have better accuracy as well, and it's going to be very important for Lena's hits to land to get to the element levels that we're going to need.
Which I'm not sure we need, because as we've all seen, you definitely don't miss ever in Chrono
Right,
Cross.
yeah.
So 96% you won't.
Yes. It's basically 100.
Also, the Glenn naming incentive is about to be up. We have a little bit of he has this little dialogue here. He's going to jump to the next screen, and then we're going to go start talking to Macha, and he'll walk up and we're going to recruit him. it's actually a giant benefit that Glenn is
グレン
on
の
this
名
route
前のイ
because
ン
it
セン
means
テ
that
ィ
we
ブの
didn't have to do
話
the
して
side
ます
quest.
ね。
And Glenn, although he'll get a little bit of shine here in the beginning, we won't see him until the end where he'll be very important again.
But he's a very strong character physically, and of course he has the X strike.
Yep.
Ability with search.
All right, waiting with bated breath to close out Glenn's name here.
So I like this. Matcha decides to give us the boat after we decide to straighten things out and talk about Fort Dragonia here that we need to go to next.
Yeah, so for Dragonia, so Lena, even though we picked her up earlier, she hasn't really been in the party or been, we haven't used her too much just yet. But she actually, besides Mount Pyre, where Glenn will kind of shine, throughout the entirety of the Fort Dragonia, she will be kind of our powerhouse. I'm actually about to be at the point where Surge kind of takes a back seat for a lot of the game.
And it just so happens Glenn also needs a boat. And
Yeah.
He wants to go to the place we want to go, so.
So also we did mention earlier that all the characters have been rolling in the background. We're hoping to see
We'll need his name here.
Oh yeah, we will need his name right here. But we're also hoping to see that he's at 14 strength. That's average at least 14, 15, and Lena at 12 magic would be average.
All righty. Glenn is going to be, and let me just refresh this one more time to make sure, Frog.
All
right.
Thank you to everyone who donated so we
somehow
could see
appropriate.
Frog.
I'm assuming capitalized like that.
Yes.
Okay.
You're good.
And then what was I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm not used to having a name there, so I
What?
threw off the muscle memory. All right, we're gonna switch here.
Yeah, here's the important decision.
Yeah.
We don't actually need to use matcha at all, but
I don't
recruiting
know
her
my
here
plan.
avoids a lengthy cutscene, even though it is hilarious.
I think I saw 15.
Yeah, if I don't actually catch it there, usually what I do is I'll catch Lena's
こ
here.
れ
and
カエ
then
ル
the
か
first
カエル
runaway
の
on the
親
ghost
友
ship,
の
I'll
名前が
try to
グレンだっ
catch
た
it.
気がしないでもないんだけど、どうだった？
So Glenn 15 here is
やばいな、うろ覚えだな。
solid strength.
Would not complain at 15 for sure. Magic at 10 is a little bit low, but at least we have the Ice Blast.
Yep.
And Lena does have a little bit of time that she can start catching up before she's kind of important. But
And there is a point where we're going to want Lena to hit 15 magic, ideally, just to make some of the fights a little quicker.
Yeah, so we're going to visit Marbrule here just for the element shop. So this element shop is actually extremely good. It's got a whole bunch of turn elements. It's got Strengthen and Eagle Eye, which is a couple of the best
やっぱ
elements
そう
in
で
the
すよ
game
ね。
that we're going to be using throughout,
カエルとグレンっ
as
て
well as some other ones that will buff magic. And we'll be equipping those right away for the ghost ship.
And as we do these menu segments, if you've played this game before, you know the menu's not the most responsive thing, so you're going to see some exaggerated movements, attempts to get the elements into the right locations here. It does matter where they are on the grid, because there's a lot of muscle memory for selecting the right elements at the right times.
we're going to take this off of him and we're going to give it to Lena here. We want her to live, in short. Especially since, you want her to live in general, but we don't want her to be dead at the end of fights, because being at 10, we want her to start getting magic.
Yeah, you don't
グ
get
レンと
stat
パー
ups
ティ
if
ー
you're
組む
dead
と
at the end of the
合
fight.
体
It's
技。
actually better to not be in the party at all.
Yep.
いや、X 切りとかありそうだ
She has
な。
120 HP, which is pretty decent here.
Yeah.
何の話かわかんないですけど
That
ね。
can matter. AP check kind of coming up right here on Poly in the first fight we're going to do, where we want to try to get the Ice Blast, a turn blue and an Ice Blast off as quickly as we can, because Poly's first turn is a flap, and if he happens to target that flap
完
with the
全
red
に狙
element
ってる
on
やつだ
Lena,
な、それ。
and you haven't done, it'll do, it does extra damage, but if we have 2 blues on the field and only 1 red, then it'll do reduced damage, and that can be the difference
まあ
between
でも
Lena dying or not.
プレイヤーはニヤッとするよね、そういうの
Okay,
ね。
Pip is
Yeah,
still
buddy.
in immediate and urgent danger. We still need $350 to free Pip, but we have some help. We have $25 from Mancha, who says, okay, Mancha didn't happen, but let's make free Pip happen.
Also, coming up here, as usually something I kind of toss the chat as another game, kind of like the statue thing. Here is a big RNG swing. When we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but after these next 2 boss fights that we do, we actually get kind of trapped and locked underneath the ghost ship. And it is random as to which pirate that we check has the key. We automatically have to do a fight to check the first guy, but if he doesn't have it, we have to go do another fight to check the second guy, and so forth to the third guy. It can be one of three, unless you make a mistake, which you shouldn't make a mistake, but if you somehow did make a mistake, it could be the fourth guy, like the last guy. But yeah, one of three is what we'll probably see. Ideally, we want one. Although if we do get one, I also got to be careful.
Money issue again.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the money. If we do get one, if we're going to get one first key, what we'd like to see is
なるほど、いい表現です
two
ね。
wraiths in the fight. They're worth the most amount of money.
Final little fact that I don't know that we pointed out yet, but in Chrono Cross, you can actually
まあ
run
そうする
from
と戦
all
闘
of
後
the
の
boss
BGM が
encounters,
変えるだっていうのも
which is a little
なんと
unusual.
な
There's
く
not even a chance. It's kind of just guaranteed, except for a couple minor situations that are have
考
a
え
little
て
bit
し
of
ま
an
います
asterisk there.
ね。
And well, actually, I guess the optional fights aren't yet. They're going to be later, the fights that we can actually run from. But we'll kind of see that put to use on the Ghost Ship.
On that note, another kind of funny quirk here. This is not something that occurs everywhere, but like 3 places on the Ghost Ship here, they toss an encounter at you.
Oh, it is here, yeah.
Yeah, they toss an encounter at you, and you can run away and just be like, "Yeah, I don't want to do that."
Yeah, and Fargo's reaction here is just kind of funny.
Yeah, it's specific dialogue if you do this.
Yeah.
He's like, "That's not good enough for you," and then are they not worthy opponents for you? Yeah. And so here's Polly. We do have to fight Polly. Once again here, we're going to start our turn with trying to turn blue surge because, like I said, Polly is red an 8, so that's going to make us do more damage. We're going to also try to increase that damage by doing, so we're going to turn blue here, put a blue on the field. There already is one blue on the field. So blues are going to do 25% more damage than they would if there was none. We're going to try to use that to our advantage here to get up to the Ice Blast before Polly goes. We did. This puts 3 blues on the field. The Ice Blast is going to do more damage because the red didn't happen yet. And because I don't know what Polly's AP is here, if Polly doesn't go, I'm throwing 3 threes just to kind of maximize the turn.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's extra.
With Lena's health, I think we're good.
Yeah, with 3 blues, 120. Yeah, she should be fine here. This is actually kind of why. It's going to do like 105 or something. 103. I'm going to go ahead and do them like just for marathon.
あ
I'm
あ、
going to
戦
do the
闘から
alpha ball.
確
Normally I
定
would
に
skip
逃げれ
this
る。しかも
situation,
ボス戦も含めてなんですね。
Might as well. It's consistent damage. And we kind of want Lena to live.
ああ、だから戦わないっていう選択
The
肢み
second
たい
that I
な
go
感じ
to
で
kill with the
使える
physicals
のかな。
here, if I miss all of them, then it kind of
なる
gets
ほ
a
ど
little
ね。ボ
bit.
スから盗む
If you miss,
失敗した場合やり直す。
This should end? Barely not.
ああ。
A 2 from Glenn. Yeah.
やっぱ戦わなきゃいけないシーンはあるんだ。
All right, so we'd like to see everybody get their key stat up they're looking for here. So we didn't get his. Lena also didn't get magic. That was one I was really looking for. But
Yeah, I missed Glenn. He has
お
14
はようございます。
matches.
おい、おはようございます。
It's easy to
一応ここからの司会は私、ハトヤです。どうもよろしくお願いし
kind of
ます。
fantastic shape in terms of
はい
stats.
お願い
14 is
しま
not
す。
that high for
リリオさん、
Surgeon.
これからも残る感じで大丈夫ですか？
Glenn, it's a little bit
え、
behind now that
私は
he didn't get
ね、
that one, and Lena is pretty far
朝
behind.
飯前にやってたんで、朝飯食べてきたいなってとこですね。
あ、じゃあ行ってらっしゃい。
Roll AP roll.
じゃあここから引き継ぎます。
So,
はい
so we're gonna
じゃあ
count from here.
よろしくお願いします
We're gonna do strength, that's
はい、お願いし
one turn red,
ま
that's
す。
three. And then we're gonna do. I think I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so Fargo is a blue and 8, so we do want to get the strength in and the turn red. So
という
that's
わけで
going
ね、
to
ここからは
multiply damage here. That
右下で
Fargo's doing.
全く右下なので、ね、
Yeah, so
本当に
1,
コメント頼りで
2, 3.
近い3時間やっていきたいと
Okay,
思
well,
い
he
ま
rolled high,
す
so。we're gonna throw 3 threes here.
で、今
We need to
ね、
build Glenn anyways.
起きて
So
ご飯食った
after
の
the
ついさっ
strength
き
in,
な
what
ん
we're
で、
probably gonna do is I'm
全
gonna
然さっぱり状況
2,
が読め
2,
てないんです
and
けど
just、do the X strike. And I think because of the way this
どんな状
regulated,
況なんでしょう、これ。
because of him rolling high on the second turn, we could well, no, probably not gonna kill actually because we're low. But if not, we will probably kill with a bonk from Lena, which will be.
とりあえず今戦闘してます
Fargo
よっ
helped
て
us
と
out
こ
by
ろま
using
では
the
読
red
めて
element
る
as
と、
well, which is multiplying the damage.
マカマカっていう単語がね、コメント欄に載ってたので、
Let's go, Lena.
あのキャラなんだなっていうのもあれ、うっすら分かったぐらいかな。
Nice Lena bonk to finish it off.
All right, let's see if we get better stats this time.
ブレイク
Better
くらいし
stat
かも
ups.
分かってません。
15. Lena is struggling right now.
She's getting the strength up though.
Yeah.
ちょうど英語も読めないので、こんな感じで7時間のうち
So
でも
Lena
1時
still
間
has
半、
time. I've had
7分の1ぐらいかなっていうところなんですけど、
done 13 bunyip. I would like to not have to do that, but it is doable.
Yeah. So generally, these stats just increase the speed of our fights. So
Yeah.
we have strats if we're too low than the average values, but
Yeah, and the Ice Blast drop is going to help a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to focus here a little bit after explaining this, but here we're kind of have like a little bit of a fancy, I guess, movement, I guess. We're going to try to avoid a ghost that is blocking us from checking the guy who is going to tell us about the key before we go check it.
今の表は
We
何
call
の
it
シ
ghost
ーン
dance in the CC community. It is pretty consistent, but it is also easy to get clipped on the edge of the wall. There's a bunch of ways that you can accidentally run into
過
it.
去
And
の
if we do
回
it
想シー
fine,
ンか何か
depending on what the formation is, like it almost might be worth fighting for money. But if I did that, I wouldn't fight the one up top. So I'm going to try to avoid it, just so I can make a more educated decision based off of what key we get.
And we mentioned a bit earlier that doors are kind of like the hidden boss of Chrono Cross, and on the Ghost Ship in particular, they're just kind of cursed.
主人公の記憶の中
So
に
maybe
眠る
if
映
I
像
found where I
みた
might
いな感じ
be like, please,
は
please,
あはあはあ
trying to
な
get
る
to
ほ
the
ど
door. All right, this is also another encounter where luckily we didn't get zero rolled because we're just going to run from this. So any kind of extra attacks.
と
would
りあえ
just
ず
be
今
wasted
戦闘が
time.
なんか始まってとりあえず戦闘を離
Enemy
脱
is gone.
Yeah, I don't know why. It doesn't happen like anywhere else in the route, really, except on the Ghost Ship. All right, so this is how you could mess up. If you didn't accidentally set this by like interacting with it, the fourth guy would have the
です
key.
ね
Yes,
There's-
the
幽霊
movement
戦
in
だ
here
ぜ
is very tight because these ghosts appear right behind you. If you don't get this door open quickly, you can get into encounter and many of these screens. And then, so that's right there is one of the pirates we can talk to, but we actually need to talk to this first guy before we talk to the pirates to see if they have the key.
Oh, I got clipped for a second.
ひたすら逃げる触れたらエンカウントするタイ
Very
プ
nice.
シンボルエンカウント
So notice there he had to talk to that pirate twice while running around in circles and then get the ghost out of the way so he could freely talk to the other pirate.
まあこんな感じで道が続くのでもしね
Nicely done, Ghost Rider. Dance.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so this is the
解
first
説
guy.
できるよって方いたら
You might be
ね
wondering why we
ぜひ
didn't
とも
check
入って
it.
い
I
た
don't know,
だい
did you
て
explain that while I was doing the ghost dance and maybe I missed it?
お
Yeah.
付き合いいただければなとは思うんです
Yeah,
け
I was
ど、まあ、
focused.
何時間もね、何分長いの
All
で、
right, well, we're gonna run
途
from this.
中まででね
That's、the worst formation. I did want money,
途
but
中ま
not
でだけ
now.
参加できるよとか方いたらね、普通にディスコード
Yeah,
に
so we do this pirate here
応
because
募し
we
ていただい
actually
て
do want this chest. It's
まあ、胸
it's
つけ
got
て伝えていただけると大変助かります。
for anyway. So
海賊なのか優劣なのかよくわからないで
this
すね。
ghost here,
まあ
assuming we
ね、や
get
っ
good
ぱり
formation,
RPG でもね
will
結
be
構
quick and will give us the
海
money
賊戦で優劣戦っていうのは結構ありますから。
Okay, well, that's the,
これで
that's
不思議で
the
もない
rare
のかな
formation, by the way.
Yeah, so that's actually like a 6% chance
沈
to
没
get that
戦にね、よく
formation.
幽霊がいたり、ジョナサン・ジョーンズがいたり、いろいろしてますから。
It's Chrono Cross.
Yeah, it's Chrono Cross.
All right, look. Maybe he comes to me this way. Walk. Oh, he doesn't move. Never mind. The other one's
Yeah,
moved.
he just
I was like,
he
okay.
cancels the chest.
Superstitiously, like, you walk to me.
Yeah.
There's no shot.
No way.
Wow.
この戦闘は
All right, that's 3 6% in a row.
何か
row
狙ってる
so
のかな
That's okay. All the Pip fans, this is your chance.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
buying some time here.
Pip needs a miracle. And so far, it seems like Pip's getting a miracle. So
Well, we're getting close. Very close.
Third key will buy a lot more time. I'm just saying.
okay, okay. We're
I've
good.
got the 2. I know you got the 2.
You got 0 rolled, but at least it
Oh.
wasn't a sword dance. So we'll probably attack the other one first here now.
エンカウン
Normally I
トした
would go
敵
for
が
the
少ない方がい
crossbones
いよ
there
っ
because
て
you
いう
don't want to see sword dance, but nice.
Are these enemies from Radical Dreamers?
I'm actually not gonna extract here. I'm probably gonna just finish with Surge. We should be able to just, well, maybe now I'm gonna do it.
Yep, so this is the first key guy here on the floor we're going to check.
これ X ギリってやつ
Pretty
か
easy one to check him because you know you get actually stuck talking to him
Yep.
when you talk to him. If you don't, that means he doesn't have it and we'll have to run to the other room.
All right. So he does not have the key. That's fine. I wish we didn't have to run from the other ones first
Yeah.
to check that, but this should actually even out our money. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna do a dash and slash here. It probably won't kill because we're only at, I think we're going to 15, but yeah. We're gonna need to tap with Glenn.
そうで
Get
す
him,
ね
frog.
Oh, frog, yeah.
普通のキル
All
ととは
right,
別
so
の
let's see
こ
if we
とが
got the worst RNG on the ghost ship or average.
ボーン、骨。
All right, second key, not bad. Should help out our money as well.
で、鍵を今手に入れました。
So now we're going to escape, and honestly, we have about 15 seconds before we have to abandon Pip on the ghost ship.
No.
Yeah, last refresh.
I'm also going to pay attention to this part because there's a lot of dodging that has to happen.
Yeah, enemies that you can't see ahead of time.
Should be good
で、
here.
船の外から回っていあ、そこ避けられるんだ。
All right, these are the tough ones up here because they are completely random as when they dash across.
And it's in this room
All right, I'm going to go. Nice.
that we will need to know.
Yep. Pip, I assume is I'm assuming Pip is not freed.
Yes. I'm sorry to say,
Okay.
we are leaving Pip behind.
See ya, Pip.
Look, headcanon is Pip escaped and went on an adventure on their own.
さらっ
That's
と
you
宝
can
箱の
read
中
all
に
about
回
it in
収
Radical Dreamers
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
If this formation up here is a single wraith, I might just kill it just to make sure we're good on money.
Yeah, it's a fast fight.
Yeah,
If you hit.
if we do hit. That is always the asterisk
Yeah.
with Chrono Cross. So I'm not going to take its 2. Not or 3, actually.
Three,
Not worth. Okay, I got 0'd anyways.
Yeah, so thankfully only common enemies can zero roll you. Bosses always start with at least 1 AP.
Yeah.
So it's the only times you see it is during normal encounters.
ちなみに通常のレベルアップシステムではなく、
All right.
ボス順番
here,
倒すと
we
か、
find
パー
out
ティー
that,
レベルが上がるという特殊仕様で、
obviously, there's ghosts everywhere on the ship, and Fargo is also being
過
attacked
去
here.
戦してたら伸びしろアップ。
I guess he's pretty strong because he throws all the ghosts off of him. But then, he's not strong enough to fight the boss that we're about to, so he tells us to take the wheel. And luckily, Deadhead, the boss that we're about to fight, is a pretty static fight for the most part. We did
なん
make
で
the
ス
rule
テラ
that
ガンダムでへたれるの
we don't know what the AP is on the very
やったー
first
その
turn.
システム
Deadhead and honestly Mama Komodo at the very beginning are 2 exceptions to that, where because they have animations where they first pop in, that takes their first turn, so they will go to their base AP value after
探
that.
しシリーズみたいに
So
何
we'll
か
have
がラン
6
ダム
AP
で上
that
が
we
って
know
く
we
れる
can
んだ
work with at
それ
least
は
on
ちょっと
Deadhead
き
here,
ついな
which is why we can do a full setup of a 1 strength and 1 eagle eye before we throw our attacks with with Surge.
Yeah, you're definitely going to start to notice the strength and eagle eye becoming a pattern for the next few boss fights.
合体した キングスライムみたいな
So
想
we're
像
gonna
したら
do
全然違っ
this is
た
kind of like a formula of a lot of the speedrun is going to go. We strengthen, we eagle eye, just as all I mentioned. After we do 3,
Yeah,
we're
I don't
also
know.
going to see a very RPG-esque
そっ
mechanic.
かイメージと違うな
We're going to throw cures on Deadhead with Lena because it actually
簡
damages.
単に言う
because,
と
of course,
ボス以外
it's,
全部スルーしてもクリアできるゲーム
Yep, and that damage is based on her magic stat.
RPG ではなかなかレアだなでも
Accessories do not count towards it, so her being kind of low, we're going to be a little low on damage from her.
I will probably see the Dark
お
Breath.
祈りが
attack,
物を
yes.
言う世界
Yeah.
なるほど
Also, we haven't really touched on it.
癖が強い
These
ゲー
cure
ムとい
pluses where they
う
say -1 are affected by the grid that they're like where they are on the grid.
癖が強い
However,
な
that is not the case for the strength and like buffs and debuffs, like strengthen, diminish, or sorry, strengthen, diminish, eagle eye, genius, all of those, weak-minded, get no effect negatively or positively from being higher or lower.
Yep. It's only the damaging or healing elements that do.
オーソドックスの RPG に見えてかなり癖が強い
All right, so normally if we had good stats here, we should definitely kill with Surge.
なんでそん
I'm
な
not
に
sure that
風
we
にして
will
しまっ
here.
たのか
Yeah, I don't think so. He just went into crit. Yeah, that's fine. Probably what I'll do here is I'm probably going to do 2 extra just to make sure. And the reason I have to do 2 is because Surge is at -1, so he needs to go to 1 there before I can actually do the X-Strike. You need both of their staminas to be
武器
above
防
1 and
具
be
の
level 3.
素材
Fine.
がドロップするのでそのためにザクを狩る
Yep. And that's it.
あ
All right, so that is kind of the end for a
あ
long
直
time
接
of
武器
Surge
や
being our main
防具
carry.
が落ちるわけじゃないん
We're
で
about
す
to
ね
hand the
そし
reins
たら
over to Glenn being the
ここで
physical
素材を
carry.
取って連
and Lena's
金
gonna
す
be
る
our
な
magical
り
carry.
加工するなりして新しい武器を作って
16, 16, 10.
Yeah, Lena.
Ooh.
This is a marathon Lena for sure.
ね強くなる
Yep.
By the way, Lena starts at 9. So what star are we on? We're on like star
ここはアクションに置き換えてオミットしたら別なゲームになるか。
She's 1 out of 11.
And like I said earlier, just over 40% chance to get each of those.
Yep. It's fine. What we have, like, strategies are pretty consistent, and it's just usually they mean that the fights go a little bit longer.
We're going to do one more stop here in Marbriel. There's actually a new shop that just opened after you complete the Go Ship section, and we're going to be buying 2 very important elements called Diminish, which we just saw on that boss fight, and Magnify.
We need 3340. We'll have 2 left.
Perfect.
Nice.
Wow.
少し分かってきた。
So that's why you can see if you do guard skip, it
だから
does kind of
戦わ
become
ないんだ。
pretty tight. If you don't do it, then money is usually pretty clear. All right, so we have a little bit of a menu coming up. If the host has anything.
Absolutely. We've got $50 from an anonymous donor. Thank you so much. We've also got $25 from Prof NES. Thank you so much. And another $25 from an anonymous donor. Thank you all so much. The RPG Limit Break community is wonderful and unwavering in their support of the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
Elements.
Sorry.
You go.
I was just going to point out, one thing may seem a little weird going through Mount Pyre before getting the Water Dragon's Blessing if you've played this game casually, but it's not required if you buy enough healing items. You can just heal through the damage.
Yeah, and you can't die from the damage. So.
Right. It can get you to 1 HP, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong one.
これは魔法のセット。
And then push pressure.
キャラクターによってセットできる魔法の数に上限があったり。
And we've got another $44 from My Hero Zero. Thank you so much. Now, we may not
な
have
んで
been
ヨガ
able
ン
to
つっ
save
て
Kip,
お前
but
ら
that is not
足解けてな
the
いんだ
only
よ。
person that you can save
まあそういうの
today,
はね、いろんな RPG でも
because we also
ダメー
have
ジ受けるだけでも
open
ね、
save
あ
kit
るわけですから。
incentive. And that's going to be more relevant in about looking like 4 hours.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And we're going to need just over
贅沢なこと
$2,000 to finally do something nice for poor kid.
Yeah,
すん
you
ぐり
get
を
some,
送りの
some really good cutscenes
Yep.
as well. It's about 8 minutes of extra stuff you get to see.
Also, we get the iconic text box coming up here. They changed in the Radical Dreamers edition, but I'll never cave to actually.
ドワーフとエルフンだよ。
Yeah, it's a crime. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit more of a tutorial here. They're actually teaching us about a mechanic we don't really use
これは
ever
何
in
の
the
チュートリアル
about trapping elements. It's just too slow.
As you can see,
Yeah.
very slow.
Yeah.
But basically, Salt and them are doing it, like trapping one back and forth. And now that he trapped one that Pepper was going to use, he says, okay, we'll use it. And then he says, well, I can't. You have to wait till after the fight. And he's very mad. He's
What?
W.
う
Yeah. They changed it to WH for some reason in the
魔法トラップっていうのが、それを
was a
仕掛け
crime
る
to
と
the
相手から魔
speedrunner
法を入るぜ。
because we've all been used to the WWWs.
はあはあは
Yeah, so you see he's also attacking, and this damage does actually count.
Oh, he didn't crit, though.
あ。いろいろ複雑だな。
And also, small mechanic, you notice that we put Glenn in front here, sorry, Tanya in front here, Frog in front here.
The other
Yeah, it does matter because it changes like who our buffs automatically target. So it just makes kind of like the fight structure more consistent.
And
相手の魔
also,
法を奪えるぜ
the。way he equipped the elements for Strength and Eagle Eye, when he gets one level on those element levels and goes to select it, it's also in the default position, so he can just quickly mash, and it'll automatically cast Eagle Eye and Strengthen on the lead character.
Having to do a little bit of a backup strat here. So normally we would go to Lena here and do the Bush Basher not on Salt, but because we're a little bit weak, we are doing a little bit. We're trying to get rid of Salt as quickly as possible. That should do it. We'll go to Lena here. We're going to do a 2-3 because Pepper's about to go. Luckily we didn't miss. Nice. I think I'm going to do... so we're going to go a little bit off here. We're going to do the Bush Basher. I think we're going to
ちなみに
do
ワットの
3.
方戦闘終
I'm
了
going
を
to
ず
try
っ
to
と
finish
使え
on
る
this。turn. So we're going to do...
きついな、コンプリート敵やると。
4. Probably just going to do a 2 here. And then if this isn't enough damage, I wasn't going to be able to kill in this turn anyways. Crit. Yeah,
Yeah.
called it.
攻略本がなきゃき
We did need
つい
that
やつだ
crit.。
Yeah, very nice. So as you notice, Glenn is doing more damage to these guys since he's green innate and their yellow innate.
Oh,
これ
oh,
こんなあってもなおか
Oh, we're
つ
covered.
yeah, we're covered. So, in
Does that
most,
give you magic though?
運命があっ
it's not
て
gonna be magic. We're gonna suffer through Fort Dragonia, but then afterward, that's really nice. Assuming the
Yeah,
worst doesn't happen later.
That's a good insurance policy.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll find out why.
Yeah.
対象
Yeah, so that gauntlet, that is a 10% rare
対象があるの
drop.
か
We don't really route it in nor expect it really. Like I said, we usually route for common. That is one of the few places that a rare is as good. There are two rares.
以外にも海外のトラップを仕掛けますって
Didn't it make a safety?
精霊の鏡のままだ使えそうな気がする
Gonna do the menu first.
別なゲームだけど
Yeah, so in that fight, the normal drops are 2 sets of armor. So we will be down 1 armor, but having the gauntlet is definitely way better.
Oh, right, I don't have that. That's right. Yeah, normally we have armor there.
You could put the mail on, I think, though.
Yeah, I put the mail on, yeah, Lena.
え
So we're
ー
making
メ
a
タが
safety
き
take
つい
here.
な
Most likely won't need it. The thing is Fire Dragon is kind of
そ
one
れを
of
貼
the
っ
key
た上で相手が
elements
使ってくれるとは限らないわ
we
けで
said
しょ
earlier about being able to just freely run from every fight. You can technically run from Fire Dragon, but Fire Dragon does not
ゲ
let you
ットした
menu
ら
run.
ゲットアビリティで
So,
吸収できるけど
Do it twice if you
Yeah.
need to heal. Yeah.
Yeah. And on top of that, he's a
相手が
very
使わなか
quick
ったら
boss
無駄
and
し
can do a lot of
きつい
damage.
な
So I'll talk it into
Yeah,
existence
それは。
maybe, but as long as we don't get one rolled, it's usually a pretty good fight. You want to get one eagle eye so you can get the 3-3 off with Glenn, but one roll is where it's kind of like, all right, well now I gotta turn my brain on probably.
So we're going
や
to be
り
using
使いのド
a
ラゴン
bunch of blue elements as well to both reduce his damage and increase our damage.
We would like to 3-3 here. Nice, good AP. So actually that's really kind of nice to have, especially with the damage we're going to be missing from Lena. Lena got hit there, probably meaning that she's
めちゃくちゃ
in a bad
深いが知ら
position.
ないとは最後
But, if she gets targeted here, oop,
Yeah, it's especially bad being a red innate boss that uses red elements. It's going to do a lot of damage to Lena, and we don't really want her to die because with the magic stat situation, we kind of want the chance.
yeah, so I can't really do anything to really protect Lena here outside of like maybe if I went for a backup cure, but I'm just hoping that she doesn't get 1 out of 9 and attack twice here. We'll see.
Is it Glenn?
All right, that's
と
fine.
ちょ
All
っと
right. We'll do
あ
1,
大丈夫
2,
覚えてる
3.
か
Ice blast.
This is where having the ice blast really helps.
I'm gonna actually do the run up here. I'm gonna do a 1 just so I build the
チャッ
level
ト欄で
for after.
黒のクロスの見識が深まっていく
Nice crit. Crit. Glenn's kind of trying to make up for the bad magic from Lena. All right, so I will actually now.
これが
I
ジャ
don't
パ
need
ニ
to
ー
hit
ズリスト
that
リームクオリティですよ
although he might do as much damage as Lena.
みんながね古いゲームの見識を深めていくっていうのはいい
We're
こ
gonna
と
do
で
the
す
ball here, and then I'm gonna do. So 1, 2, 3. I would defend twice and then 2, 3, and try to kill here. 278. We'll hope that we kill here. Yeah, nice.
Very nice. That gauntlet's making up for it as well.
Yep.
All right, may I jump in here for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty. I want to shout out you, all of you, any limit breakers who have run in the volunteers in the audience. We have just raised $45,000
go.
for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Thank you all so much.
All right, so coming up here, a little bit less dangerous of a fight most of the time. However, it is a fight that you can bleed a lot of time in, just because. Same thing with honestly the second boss fight that we do in the entirety of the game. It can get a little bit complicated because there are 3 enemies who all have different rolling APs that you all have
ちな
to
みに
keep
技
track
名の
of,
ところに
and
プラスマイナス
trying
が
to
ついて
finish
るの
them
は
in
適
kind
正
of
値の
the
エレメン
order
トじゃ
of
ない
which one's fastest. So we are going to try to finish Marcy off as quickly as possible. Then we're going to try to finish off Zoa. I guess that is the exception, but it's mainly because Glenn is the opposite innate color of Zoa, so we can do more damage. We just want to see the least amount of enemy attacks. that we
当然
can.
適正値
Yeah, this is another one of those fights with
Dale con un-
3 strong enemies, like you said.
Mi kata
all
じゃなくて
go
敵
pretty quickly as far as AP goes, so it can kind of snowball out of control if you get low
人
roll.
間だから味方かなと思ったけどそうじゃな
They
かったか
all, wow. Okay.
There's 2 of them.
They all
3
went,
of
they
them.
all
all
rolled
of them.
1. Lovely.
Wow.
Okay. Well.
I hate you
So we're probably going to see Geronimo now. All right, almost definitely. I don't think I can do anything about it. Usually that's what we're trying to get rid of, but I can't do anything about Zoa, who has 11 rolling a 1. Lovely.
Marcy's still taunting him.
Yeah. Game's gonna
地味に
punish.
強いぞ。
Not a dangerous fight.
Well, fortunately, you can run from this one.
Yeah, you can. All right, so after this 2-3 from Lena, I'm imagining we're gonna see
343.
Geronimo. Yep.
So unfortunately, it just not only knocks the green off the field, it adds a yellow on the field. So Glenn is going to be doing less damage.
I would also love if they stopped solo targeting Glenn. We do have a revive, but I actually had to do one defend here. Okay, at least Glenn is still alive. So this Eagle Eye serves two purposes. One, it gives more accuracy to Glenn, but it also puts a green on the field, which helps our damage.
That gauntlet.
Yeah, really nice. So we're gonna do okay. So I need her to
今
get
現在
4.
総理
We're
なん
gonna
か
definitely, yeah, see Dragon Rider.
ジャコツクの軍人たちが
Hopefully he
不穏な
doesn't
動
kill
きして
Glenn
るか
here.
ら
He
うか
does
か
survive. Looks like he's
で
got
今
surge.
ここ
Yeah, okay, nice.
さっき倒された女の子は水
So we're
属
gonna
性
do one, change Glenn's color to be blue here. Did I hit Lena there? I did. Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if it took the other input, but it didn't feel like it did.
You have the gauntlet.
Yeah, it's fine. We're kind of past the scariest parts of it, so we might not kill on this turn now. We might see one more, but that's okay. Oh, wrong person. Almost. Okay. Well, Glenn lives. Lena might not. Okay, she's fine.
おうおうおう
Just enough.
瀕死じゃないか
Good example. You can see how that battle can go out of control.
Ah,
They
Kiril
actually
だった
spread out their damage just enough where nobody died, but it's pretty easy to have that happen.
Glenn is really strong. Lena has not got a
Still no
magic
match.
the entire time. She's 1 for like 14.
Yeah, you're getting the strength ups with both Surge and Glenn, but yeah.
All right. So yeah, so now Glenn is gonna take a little bit of a backseat, and unfortunately, I'm handing the reins to Lena. But so we're about to, I guess after this next fight, we're gonna be unlocking a summon, our first summon, and luckily it is a blue innate summon, so only blue innates can use it. That's why Lena becomes kind of a key figure for the speedrun. But yeah, so it is based off her magic stat, which she basically has none of. But
And you're going to notice
About as low
our,
as it gets.
yeah.
you're also going to notice the strategy shift up a bit here because in order to do the summon, you actually have to have the entire field effect be the same color
Yep.
as the summon. So you're going to be using a lot of blue elements.
So if she gets this one, 1, 2, 3, she could be technically higher than the lowest I've had at Bunyip still, but she needs to start getting them starting now. Or actually, she should start getting them up higher.
Yeah, I think Son of a Gun might be a lost cause, but Bunyip could still be really scary.
Yeah. Yeah, Son of a Gun, we are not skipping Kissy Wissy, unfortunately.
いきなり敵す
Because, I don't know if we mentioned it or not, but because of the way that the stat growth works, it is impossible for you to get a, well, statistically, it's impossible for you to get a +2 to your magic. So,
So this enemy here is actually not here if you do the save
イーグ
kit
ル、バ
side
イ、
quest.
ハイマッスル、エ
It's
ターナル。
specifically placed here to
なんかは
drop
三
the
種の
frog
神
print
器
that you normally get from the water dragon.
or at least she's hitting.
Or not the save
I'll
kit,
do
but
it this
the
Yeah, the water dragon.
water dragon side quest.
Yeah.
Right. So you freeze the lava.
Also having to make a little bit of off notes decisions just based off of her her magic stats. So
韓国市街
This
らの
guy
人
is normally not much of an issue, but if the fight goes on too long, he's going to start using some rather exotic elements for this point in the game.
I threw a 3 here because not even, it wasn't necessarily for the damage, but it was I needed Lena to get magic back, or I mean stamina back. So we'll do this.
ああ、フィールドエフェ
Axe
クトって
Blast.
いうのが多いほど強く。
Probably gonna have to do a bush basher as well. I'm actually probably
で
before
今
I do that,
3
gonna
分
try
の
to
2が
do the aqua beam, yeah.
手分けでもないのか。
Okay. So what we'll do here is we're gonna do 2, 2, and then we'll just do the bush basher, and this should finish it. This is all
単純に
this is all kind of extra. We're low on magic. Lena.
Wow.
All right.
Well, if it had to be one of them,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
見方も難しいな。
yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna actually heal as well here as also. I don't normally clear the burns, but for the marathon's sake, especially with
単
the
純
low
に
bleed,
色が多ければ強い。
Yep, so we're gonna
Da
get
けで
the
もないんだ。
frog prints as well as some
ちょっ
extra
と
armor and accessories we got here.
多分左真ん中右で大きさ違うし、そこによっても具体的な
Equip it at
火力の差もあるんでしょうね。
Frog Prince's
oh, I heal actually.
lowest level, which is a -2.
Do I want to put the gold earring? I should actually probably put the gold earring on, just because the fights might go longer. Actually, sometimes I don't. Go ahead and put on this as well. Yeah.
デザインの都合
Surge that bronze
そんな。
Oh
trail
yeah.
through that you took off of Lena.
Yeah, I will. Trying to see if I can combine it.
Yo.
I think we have another one before then. Yeah, we'll
ア
see.
ルテ
Okay,
マニアが必要なゲームが多いんだよ、スクエニさんよ。
it's a puzzle that I think a lot of people casually kind of get stuck at. Unless you're, I guess I think it says in the manual, but like it tells you how to kind of switch your party order. That you can kind of swap people, but you can also hit select to do what we're doing here and switch their positions. You kind of have to know that knowledge to be able to solve this puzzle. So first we walk in here with Surge at the front. We move the statue, or I guess the block as to where it needs to be. And then we're gonna actually hit select to put Glenn in the front, and then step on the pad so that it switches position.
3人専用の仕掛けがある
We're
んだ。
gonna put Glenn here in the front, and it's gonna swap Glenn and Lena. Definitely gotta make sure to hit this button. It is a Chrono Cross runner tradition that most runners, this is one of the things that they've done. Like they forget to go hit this or the pillar in the center. It's kind of a rite of passage to forget to actually hit the pillar before you leave the room.
And we'll actually be seeking out 4 of those pillars, which may look familiar from the very beginning of the game.
Oh, yeah.
In the dream sequence.
このためだけに、
This is where we were.
このためだけにわざわざセレクトボタン使わされるって。
Pretty annoying. As you see, he slows down.
今はセレクトボタンないよ、今のゲームだとほとん
You
ど。
can beat him in some situations, but
ゲームっていうかハードっていうか
it's。safer to just wait him out.
Yeah, especially since not only do they slow down, but if you get too close in proximity, they will turn around at
言
you.
葉としてなくなっちゃったもんな。
So yeah, this is where it's very easy to accidentally leave the room, is because you lower this platform, you actually lower the pillar to actually where you can reach it. But on your way out here, if you're not really paying attention, you're talking, you've been grinding all day, you walk right by the doorway. You can just leave without actually hitting this, and then I'm like stuck on something. But yeah, and then you won't know, honestly, until you do the bunyip, or not, sorry, the bunyip fight, the son of a gun fight. No, it would be before son of a gun,
Before
wouldn't
then.
it? Yeah, it'd be the Taurusoid fight. You'd come down and you'd hit the pillar, and then you'd be like, oh wait, why is the son of a gun pillar not there?
Or you'd notice that one of the statues was missing in
Yep.
the cutscene. But that's if you're paying attention to that.
Yep.
仕掛けを一つ解除して、
The TLDR is you just don't want to forget it.
Don't forget.
エレベーターキー一つ。
All right, so coming up in this next room, speaking of the bats being annoying, this next bat has a hitbox range that is way bigger than what you would imagine it to be. He kind of flies in a pattern, like in a circle around. It might look like we're playing really careful, but it's because of how wide.
同様のギミックのあと3つ。
I'm gonna try to do specific movement to go for a
あと3
fast
つ
shot.
か
If I don't get it, it's like in 2 seconds or something. 1, 2, 3.
So the hitbox is actually way below the bat, so it's hard to tell where it is exactly.
あら、おちゃんスイッチなんだ今の。
I'm gonna try to take 4.5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4.5.
スイッチを組み合わせて、
So, in case anybody's wondering, my stat line here is my strats are Lena 15 magic else, and we are way in the else. so he did roll.
頭感情だな。
Luckily, this first one isn't too bad. He is a blue innate, so he does kind of help us feel the field. In fact, he has a specific element that will do it all of it for us if we need it.
So you notice he turned the boss red there. So that's going to actually set it up so the Frog Prince does more damage to the boss, being a red element. So we're buffing up Lino, casting Magnify, which increases the magic damage on the field by 1.5, as well as Genius.
魔法ダメージの
increases by
1.5
like 1.2, 1.3 or so.
Something like that, yeah. So he's going to take in Surge here. It has a chance of proccing Freeze or Anti-Blue, I believe. Looks like he did get hit by one of them. That's fine. So I'm going to do...
イエローテレビが終わ
Because
り。
I'm
これ
pretty
偽。
sure I'm going to need the extra damage
あ、
anyways.
嘘。
I'm just going to go ahead and do the Aqua Beam. And then I'm going to throw... Because the next thing he's going to do anyways is Blue Field. And we shouldn't run out of the... we're going to do 1-1.
うまく上のフィールドエフェクトの締め方を調整して、
Oh, sorry.
ダメージ軽減して戦うと。
But we'll see if we'll kill here.
頭つかな。
Yeah. So we have Frog and Frog Prince. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of low, but maybe I did enough damage on the front side. We'll see.
もう永続です。
And I already did the Aqua Beam, so I kind of have to do this. Oh, it was enough. It was
Aqua
close.
Bug.
That was close.
Yeah, not bad.
あ、溶けてったってことが勝った。
I have faith.
This has to be the one.
We're in a very low statistical likelihood for her to still be at 10 here already.
Hey, 11. You got flu.
Yeah, I got the flu.
So what flu does is it makes your when you hold a straight line, it makes your character go ooh.
Yeah, I'll show this off.
Wobble back and forth. Yeah.
I'm holding straight on the down on the D-pad from here, and I'll show you what this does if you don't have something to cure it.
Lena's a little drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Medicine. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. That's specifically why we picked that up.
Yep.
And the way that they kind of set this up, like each of the element colors has a status effect that only takes that only does anything in combat, and all of them have one that does something on the field as well.
さっきのカエル君は
Yeah, the other one that
召
we
喚
kind
獣
of
で
maybe seen the run
色を完全に染める
is
と
Brain, which we'll buy some braces for later. Those are the two that are kind of really
自分が
effective
めんどくせえな。でも強いんだぜっていう、そういう魔法。
Cybot skip. So
yeah, which I am not going for. So
No?
yeah, I've timed
okay.
it. I've
I didn't
timed
know
it.
if you were.
No, I've timed it. It's like 4.3-ish seconds worth, and it's like,
Okay.
so yeah, for anybody at home, like this is a like pixel perfect thing where you can kind of squeeze Lena into the corner up
Like
there.
right where he is right now in
Yeah.
the bottom left, you can squeeze in that corner.
But if you get stuck, you have to fight your way out.
Yeah.
And so it's just not.
Chose not to do it? Okay.
Yeah, 4.3
It's
seconds.
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth it in a
Yeah,
marathon.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. I didn't even do it in the world record.
No? Really?
Uh,
Okay.
I kind of judged it as like risk reward wasn't worth.
These Paperboy enemies are quite annoying in that
Nice.
you can phase through them when they're invisible, but not always. They'll catch you sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're invisible.
隠れてる間は判定ないんだ。
random amounts of time. Like they go, like they randomly do it, and then it's also for like a random amount of time that they're invisible. So the way I kind of do it is I get close to them, but try to like be ready to run if they dash fast. But be right outside of the range so that like when they go invisible, I can go immediately and have the highest likelihood to go through them. This is one that's off screen. Okay.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, okay.
it's definitely tricky.
Okay. Go invisible. Okay.
Yeah.
And they have kind of like they go invisible before they actually stop being interactable. So there's like a couple extra frames you have to kind of wait it out.
Yeah. So Taurusoid here is going to be very interesting.
これはひたすら
I'm
長い
imagining
な。
that Frog is not going to kill, and then we'll figure it out afterwards. Especially if I'm trying to think.
他のゲームだとね、姿消してる間も当たり判定あるよっていう RPG 多いですけど、これは別なんですね。
Got to make a little bit of different decisions. whenever she's this bad.
So this fight is
Good target.
it's going to be the same strat we're going to go for as Frog
リマスターだと円かなしとか倍速移動
But
とか
this boss isn't going to help us with the elements, and it's going to do a lot of damage. So
そこは優秀だな
first phase so that we can
あると嬉しい機能だ
all in order and then cast Frog Prince, which is 4 elements in a row that are blue. So we have to actually specifically time when the boss takes a turn, so we know exactly how much AP we have until it takes the next turn, so we can cast the Frog Prince in time.
Oh yeah, right, sorry. Oh, I just realized, so Surgeon get a full one here, so okay, I gotta be... okay, so I'm gonna actually... No, this should still be fine. So we're gonna do Magnify. I gotta watch stamina here. Aqua Beam is 1. All right, so 2. Glenn will be 3, 4, 5. Yeah, should be fine. I just gotta be careful about the stamina.
We also do make things a little bit riskier because that Magnify increases our damage, but it also increases the damage that Tarasoid's elements do. That was also not a good miss.
That was not a good miss. Should be
Yeah.
fine.
Like I said, these it's very tight here to get all these attacks in and blue elements cast in time before the boss goes, so we can't have too many misses.
Yeah. If he ends up interrupting what we're doing here, he's
敵の魔
gonna use
法
it
防御を
and
下げ
we're
てキャラの魔法を攻
back
撃
to
ですね
square zero on the field.
Should be good.
1.5 倍実質
The good thing is,
どれくらいなんだろう2倍以上
we kind of purposely want this. If we know we're not going to kill here at the
か
end,
な
having everybody in negative
で
stamina
ここでさっき言っ
means
て
that
た
I'm going to get a
カエルを
decent
呼び出して
refresh, ideally after this. Because everybody, like, normally if someone had 1-8, that's really low.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
quite low.
Okay, yeah, so this is normal. I kind of want him to not kill. That's not the person I wanted, because he's going to get another turn, actually, now. He had the most... Oh, no, okay, he lived. Good, that's good.
強っ
All right, so what we're going to do here to kind of make it up is I'm going to do a 3, and then we're
黒の
going to
グ
get
レン
Lena
バー
to Ice Blast.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good backup. And then hopefully...
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's enough.
nice. Like I said, so not having the stats right now is just making... We're having to see extra turns. Nothing we can really do about it.
やべえ今一瞬グレンで誰だろうと思ったけどカエルか
Bunny, you're looking slightly less scary with this.
Slightly. Very slightly. I hope that I get the next one at least. Because if not, I might have to do a little bit of damage in the front end and maybe not magnify until after the Inferno or
こ
whatever.
の
it's
トリガーはリメイクはないよなスチーム版では出てますけ
So
ど
that's
ね
2 of the three of the pillars we've done.
Yeah, 3 of the
so
pillars.
we got 1 more to go, and then one more boss fight after that.
Yeah, so here, if we had... So 15 magic would be a potential up to like a damage roll as to whether or not we skip Kissy Wissy if we got good AP as well. If we had 16, it would be for sure. At 12, it's
リ
guaranteed
メ
no.
イク立っちゃった
So we're going to see Kissy Wissy, which is potentially going to, if it hits, incapacitate somebody.
最近は割とね古い作品のリメイクは見ますけど
Yeah, this fourth pillar here is one of the puzzle ones. There's not a boss for this one.
Yep.
個人的に良かったのはサガフロンティア2かな
Mind if I jump in here while we're doing a little puzzling?
Absolutely.
Sounds
当時
good.
の雰囲気ちゃんと残っ
We've
て
got
て
$25 from an
好きでした
anonymous donor. Thank you so much. And $25 from Tim's
落
Variety.
ちるんかい
After playing Chrono Cross casually back in the day and going out of my way to enjoy the backstories of the 50,000 characters, it's so weird to watch this being plowed through so fast, skipping all of them. Keep up the amazing run and save the frames.
Thank you, thank you.
And as a reminder, we have a number of incentives that these donations can go to. We've of course got Save Kid. We want to do something nice for Kid. And in just over $2,000, we can do that in about 3 hours. Later on, there is a bonus Morrowind any percent run. And if you know anything about that run, you know that it is wild and it deserves to be seen. And Frankly, we all
いや
deserve a
今てっ
little
きりさ、反対の方向に通路があってそこ行くんかなと思ったら、
those donations in.
あれ
And as a bonus, I've heard
適切な場所で落ちるんだ。
every $200 that we raise, Lena gets another magic level.
Oh,
All right.
that's how we do it.
We are approaching
どういう今のは
for
ギミックだ
Superior
ったんだ。
and, Haro as well. After
何
this,
かと思わなかったと思ったよ。
You got a bit of time for those yet, but
Yep.
yeah, they'll be coming up.
So this is everybody's favorite non-creepy boss.
Yeah.
うん。
Wouldn't have got it anyways. I got lower on the AP. Okay, that's fine.
ソウルロックとクレイジーさんを足して2で割ったようなキャラクターだ
It
な。
actually has different faces it can change to, and depending on the face, it will cast different elements on the team. But it won't do that actually until after the Kissy Wissy fight that we see here. Give Lena a nice kiss.
See if it misses. It in fact did not.
嫌な敵だな、攻撃が。
We'll see another extra turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, that put her to sleep, so we will have to cure that before we can cast Frog Prince.
オーリーがトラップで取れる。
So that's his angry face.
この顔夢に出るな、きっと。
Who's been kind of following along and asking why maybe we might be turning blue here after we just said that turning someone the same color does like nothing. The reason we're doing this here is because actually the game works on if we do a turn blue and then we do another turn blue on the same enemy or the same person, it actually negates. So it's just a quick blue to get a blue on the field and get ready to do Frog Prince. So I don't think this Frog Prince is going to kill either. Probably going to have to try to get to Ice Blast again.
I don't know. He only has 383 health.
Yeah, this might do like 270.
Yep.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
薬効かねえから魔法で倒せ。
All right, so
Hold
7 to work with
me.
here. I'm gonna do okay. And meteor shower. It should be still fine. Hopefully we don't get fatigued.
I don't know if you should say that.
Just not on Lena.
FF で見そうな技だな。
Way deeper in the fight than we would like to be. But that's just Chrono Cross sometimes.
Yep.
We'll do 1. Okay.
I was
I was
gonna say,
gonna-
you're probably gonna get it with chip damage.
Yeah.
And it has a great death animation as well.
All right, we have one more fight that Lena is kind of the main carry in. Also kind of the scariest one at the low
Yeah.
magic.
最後までなんかも
So you can
なんかもう
access the magic right here.
あれですね、顔が。
The reason that that Bunyip can be a little scary, we can always run from boss fights, but the problem is we do have to use Magnify for the damage booster on ourselves, but that also increases
な
the
ん
damage.
かもう
of the
焦点っていう。
And Bunyip can use Inferno if we get to a certain point, and Inferno is an AoE attack, and it's hard to run if you just party wipe and you don't have the opportunity to get another turn. So hopefully we will not have to see that.
We will see. I should hit the pillar and then save, but that's not a safety save I kind of have routed in for the marathon. That's
Right.
an extra one because Lena is wildly under magic. I think this might be the lowest I've had her at Bunyip ever, which fits a marathon.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, on the positive side, your HP totals are kind of, I
nice.
think, above average.
Yeah. I guess I asked for this whenever I said, no, it's okay. The lowest I've ever had her at Bunyip was 13 and it was okay.
Right.
But I think, so what we're going to try to do here, I'm going to go for the normal, do the Ice Blast, try to proc the, what's it called, and then if Bunyip doesn't phase change, I think it might still be close enough that I can just do like,
オー
I'll
プニ
swing
ングっ
with
ぽい
somebody
シ
else.
ーン。
That's why I made a save, just so we can kind of take a little bit of that risk.
2
'Cause
時
even
間
if
前に見た
we
光
do
景。
Magnified and Infernoed,
見たのかな本当に。
you can live it.
俺は起きてなかったんだよ
We
な、
don't
その時
wanna
間。
take that risk, but That's why we made the save.
Yeah, Surge still has that iron or ivory armor on it too, so he might take a little extra.
Nice. That is a hard dodge.
うまく変化を避けて、
Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and put
だ
that
っ
on him.
て6時から司会だからさ、寝てますよそりゃ。起きたのは5時でそっからご飯食べて、よし司会交代の時間だって。
Yeah, let's try to see which one would be better here. Normally, I don't even really.
ね、
worry
ちゃんと
about
今日もバッチリ起きたんで。
Alright, so this is a multi.
ちゃんとね、寝ないとね、司会中に寝落ちしちゃったっていう人がいますから。
But the one that we have to worry about here is actually.
睡眠が大事です。
I'm actually going to do a 2-3 opener just to try to give us a good AP lead on what we need to do. Alright.
Oh, really good.
Yeah,
う
this is
まい人
actually.
ね、いるわけないですからね。ああね、そういう人はたまにいたりするのでね、
Cast Magnify, and hopefully
そういう人を減らすためにもね、ボランティアスタッフ、
it's a decent chance.
次回のイベントなんかでもボランティアは募集してます。
You could fit some
Think
extra
I'll-
chip in if you need to.
Yeah, Glenn is also doing more damage than usual here.
ボランティアスタッフはね、大いに越したことはないって
So what I'm going to do here
偉い人も言ってるん
is
で、
I'm actually going to do the Ice Blast already so I can kind of make a decision on what
こ
I
んなでもでき、ボランティアできるんですよって感じですから。
Did it. Yeah, nice.
睡眠はここ最近ちょっと 70% かな。
Theme of really strange looking bosses.
50、60だね。
Yep. Okay, he didn't do the thing. I was kind of expecting it the way that.
もうね、他のボランティアスタッフのおかげで私は助かってます。
So we're gonna try to fill the
助けられてます。
full blue here again. Oop.
Thankfully, we got a head start there with that ice blast from the last phase.
Yep. Now we would probably even at a lower stat line have to do Luminaire and it would kill afterwards, but I'm not sure that that's even gonna die. We might see Luminaire and we might see a little bit more attacks after, but it'll be okay. The scary part was kind of what we
Yeah.
just passed.
Yeah, I think we cleared the scariest possible thing that could happen.
You could have actually, you can get a Lina that is so good that this outright kills, but we're about half. Like if you doubled Lina's magic, maybe.
Get the
Yeah,
Sky Jin
642.
drop instead of the Gauntlet drop.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do 1-1 and Luminaire. Yeah, he's gonna
エフェクトがすごいスクエニっぽいな。
do a little bit less.
おお、してなかった。
That's okay. So he has 12,060 HP. We did 672. Normally we're looking at like 900 or something, like something close to that. All right, so I'm gonna do 2-2. That's what 6, 7, 8, 9. Aqua Ball.
おはようございます。ただいまジャパニーリストリームはクロノクロス。
Nice.
2時間経過したところです。
Our big blocker.
Yep. Thankfully.
Which means you're definitely getting a magic up.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. She's gonna get the last magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's gonna get it in the next 3 battles.
Yeah.
There's
Yep,
one.
told you.
確かに
23
ポリゴン
for Glenn as well. Our frog.
独特のカクカク感ないよ
Watch
な。
that, because that's gonna be important coming up.
あれはあれで味があって好きです
So
け
yeah,
ど
coming
ね。
up in this next fight, after the fight is kind of what we said when we got the gauntlet. Like, luckily we have insurance for. There is another rare drop that, like, normally we don't want rare drops in general, but there is a very specific rare drop that we really don't want. It won't be as bad right now if we get it because we got the insurance of the extra gauntlet. But Viper, if he gives us our common, it will give us the common gauntlet. So we would have the 2 that we normally route in. He does have a chance of giving us a 10% mithril mail, which is way less useful. Way less useful. We'll still have the 2 that we normally route in because of the one earlier, but 3 would be nice. Also, this is one of the exceptions to where we put the character that we kind of are going to be buffing in the center. And that's because if you don't have Surge in the center here, it will take whatever position he's in and whoever's in the center and just swap them. And so it forces the swap and can mess up the way you have your party shifted or you're expecting them to be shifted.
だんだん記憶の真相に近づいていく感じかな。
Alright, as we make our way to the end of the spooky, scary, creepy boss dungeon, as a reminder, the Harl and Sprig naming incentives are coming up. If you want to snipe those,
やはり主人
now is
公
the time to do it.
Yeah, so those will be within the next 10, 15 minutes or so. We have to do 2 boss fights here. We have to do Viper, we have to do Lynx, and then we'll get some cutscenes. And then right after then, that's whenever, if you want Lynx or Harl to be a specific name, that's the time limit we have.
そんな。あと、
All right, so even though Lena is not our key source of damage here, it can affect where we expect to finish Viper at, because she does do a, that's a low roll as well. She does do a Bush Basher in this fight, but honestly, it's not too bad. We'll probably just see the secondary element from Viper, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it depends on how much the extra gauntlet is going to make up for with damage here
true.
with Glenn. He'll be doing a lot more damage here.
Oh, nice crit. Yeah, Glenn's kind of been the carry right now. Doing this a little bit out of order, just to, we're gonna do the Push Basher here. So that's 4. Probably gonna do, no, I could do it 3. Yeah,
ね
I'm just gonna do
無理しないでくださいね。ジャパンリストリーム視聴する際は。
the Sonic Sword. And this should kill.
視聴はね、義務でも何でもないですからね。眠いときは素直に寝ていただいて、後からアーカイブ見直していただいて。
Alright, let's see if we get Handy dropped.
And if you get another magic.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
睡眠は大事ですよ。
She did. Okay, we got the gauntlet.
俺が言うのもなんだけど。
That's nice. All right, we did kind of allude to it in Radical Dreamers, where Lynx has a story with Radius, where Radius talks about Lynx backstabbing
いきなり
Viper.
後ろから刺され
It
た。
takes more of a very literal sense in in Chrono Cross here.
いやー、ほらね。
All right, this will be our last.
何のことかちょっとよくわかんないんですけど、ほら、ね、睡眠ってちゃんとしないと、
You might be interested in learning the
Yeah.
run. This is kind of the learning category. You go up
視界中に寝落ちして、起きてくださいよって。
smaller part of the run and like teach
言われたりしちゃうので。
you might need to know
うん、大事です。
to go forward with the game. All right, low AP roll again. Looks like we're going to be glide hooking Glenn. Should be okay.
Yep.
So-
And when we fought, just like when we fought Lynx earlier, we do have to watch out. He can do a lot of damage to Surge.
裏切ったのに、
We definitely need Surge to stay alive here through this fight. But thankfully, he targeted Glenn, so
アンデッド化しちゃったらね、夜は墓場でのどこになっちゃうんで。
Accidentally put your buffs on Surge because he's here in the center. So really trying to make sure that I not only hit the button, but that the game
夜
actually
はちゃん
takes
と
the
寝
button.
れるときは寝ましょう。で、これはつまりどういうこ
we're
と？
buffing up Glenn here.
裏切ったけど戦うってことは第三勢力ってこと？
The black and eight Lynx.
We actually are okay with Surge taking some damage here. It'll actually be optimal for the next turn, or for the next fight.
わからねえ。
Surge has a lot of HP.
He does.
裏切る目的がわからね
Lots of crits from Glenn.
Interesting thing about this element from Lynx, he's actually using Surge's element there.
え。色をあえて
Does
染めてな
disable
い。
Surge, not that we were probably going to use Aqua Ball there, but just an
感じかな？
interesting thing to point out.
Yeah, we actually have a weak-minded partially on for that as well, because if he takes that and uses it,
なるほ
it
ど。
helps
利
out
害
with
が一致して
damage.
ただけ。
Nice.
こいつ同士みたいな感じでやってきたけど、お前はもう用なしだよって感じ
We're
で、
gonna make sure not to heal here. We also
後
could.
ろからサクッといって。じゃあ、俺が後は奪うぜ。
We did not. That's fine.
わかりやすい。
Yeah, 26 strength to finish the fort, plus the gauntlet extra.
Yeah, that's nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, we just had to get through the painful
Lena.
the
yeah.
Lena
Yeah.
section.
But,
Yep.
I mean, fortunately, that doesn't matter anymore
Yeah,
at all. So
we're about to get a bunch of story. We're gonna get some cutscenes here, and unfortunately, I can't say that goodwill continues for Kid here. Seems to be a very prominent part of the speedrun and the story in general.
で、さっきのまた黒表が出てきて、
Yeah,
配
so
送
we keep
シ
getting
ーン。
this illusion, like this like cutscene that kind of like shows
エアドロップを引くと、罪だったはず
I guess menacingly here. And I don't know if we
エ
really
アドロッ
touched
プ
on
と罪。
the whole. So Surge did drown, but he was also attacked by, I think, what they call a panther demon. I think they literally call it a panther demon whenever he was younger, and that kind of is an event that kicks off a lot of the story of Chrono Cross. Yeah, and so we see the links. After we just fought him here, he's kind of up to some shenanigans.
No, don't look at it.
If you've seen the movie Freaky Friday.
No, I'm sure he's fine.
It's just a headache.
Yeah. These are really cool PlayStation era cutscenes.
Yeah, very.
But don't mind this look. This look is fine. He's fine.
お出肉が 10% 低い。主人公悪い顔してる。
Yeah, so funnily enough, the game is about to let us move. He says I'm fine. And when you go to move here, you realize you're now controlling links, which not so good. And the reason that we actually said not healing and are taking some damage as Surge, we don't want to die, but taking as much damage as possible without dying, and then not healing after the fight is good, is because we're going to have to fight the party here, and we cannot win, and it's fine. Depending on, I think I'm high enough that I'm still going to throw a 3-3, because I don't want to defend, because it'll make me take less damage, but if I was a little bit lower, that I didn't think it mattered, oh yeah, I still got 1 HP. He gets a lot of HP. Alright, so we're doing this just so I can take full damage from the attacks that are happening. We'll defend here. Pretty quick.
エスティメットタイム3分の1経過。
Yep. On New Game Plus, you can't actually win that fight.
Yeah, and there's a specific cutscene that, or like a specific in-battle scene that happens.
Yep. That you basically lose anyway, but
Yeah.
it's pretty cool.
All right, if you are a fan of Kid, I'd say look away.
If you're a fan of the speedrun, keep watching.
Yeah. All right, 07's in chat. And that's the last we see her for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Unless.
Unless.
We'll dream about her later, probably.
Yeah.
やっちまったな。
All right, we are coming up on well, Rpglb first, and then Harl shortly right after. Naming.
一体何が起きているんだってところで
Then we're gonna run into Sprig's house.
仲間が次々倒される。
Try to leave. Sprig is going to ask us for a name, or I guess we're gonna ask Sprig for a name.
Sounds good. I've got them on deck.
ものすごく悪い顔してる。
Oh, see you later.
グレン仲間にするために遠慮なく見捨てられたりするいろいろ不憫な女の子。
I forgot there's this much text here. Yeah, so basically, after we switch bodies here, Lynx takes the frozen flame, not frozen flame, the
tier.
The tier, yeah. And apparently has a lot of powers from it. And he tosses us into what we'll find out is the interdimensional vortex. Which, by the way, also has some. This is like one of my favorite songs in the game. It's very chill.
今の時代でいう君の名は現象。
You were right. We did dream
Oh,
about
yeah.
it.
What are the chances?
It's a very iconic cutscene.
It is.
Emphasis on the iconic.
I don't co-sign that one.
That's the main menu.
That
私た
is.
ち入れ替わってる。入れ替わってる。
Yeah, we wake up here in a pretty weird-looking area.
It's like abstract art.
Yeah. No idea how we got here. no idea
油絵
what
みたい
we're
な世界
doing.
に。
Well, luckily, I know what we're supposed to be doing, and we're gonna go over here. We're gonna. I guess this is a tangerine. What are these? These are some kind of fruit.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of shake this
味
branch
方が
here.
強すぎて絶望。
Have Sprig kind of dash with amazing speed.
Way faster than the movement speed.
Yeah. And then so get a little bit of conversation for Sprig. We're gonna sleep, and then Sprig's naming incentive will be up. Also, just kind of letting the music play a little bit because that's very nice.
ほうほうほう。弱点が変わっちゃうのか。
Thankfully, Link's just sleep standing up there.
Yeah. All right, yeah, so Sprig, as we get ready to leave, decides that she wants to come with. And funnily enough, Sprig actually becomes a very big part of the speedrun for a while.
今いるのは世界の狭間的な。
Alrighty, Sprig is going to be Snacks.
次元の狭間的な。
SNAXX.
ああいう空間で。
Alrighty. Yep, and so now we're gonna go up here.
今のは
Since
なん
now
て読む
it's
んだ
Snacks
ろ
party. And we're gonna meet another.
う。スナ
I don't know where I'm
ッ
going.
クスでいいのかな。英語わからない。
So that chest down there is another revive item. We don't really need it in the speedrun, but you only get 2 in the game.
Yep. And it's very slow to get here, unfortunately. You had to push that boulder and I think actually push it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very slow. Also, we have a little bit more of a guessing game for anybody who wants to get their guesses in. So after this first door we go to, which is automatically going to be the first one here.
上から見た図解これは。
Harl/as Surge is kind of basically walk around up through the doors, and we have to follow which one she goes through.
複雑な絵すぎてわからね
Anywhere between the first, second, or third door. Obviously, the first door each time is fastest, but 2-2 is average. I'm going to say it's going to be 1-3.
Go 2-2.
2-2?
Yeah.
Is all you going to hit me with the 3-3?
Yep, we'll go 3-3. Always 3.
In the worst way. But basically, Harl here is telling us, kind of actually helping us, but giving us a hint of how to get out here. So that we can return to, I guess, like the real world.
Well, one of them.
宮だ。
Yes, one of them.
わからねえよって。
Basically tells us one wrong move and we could never escape, but that's not true either. You can make a mistake here and you'll still escape eventually.
Yeah, you'll just keep repeating it over and over again if you go in the wrong door.
Yep. All right, so this one is guaranteed. This is
いろいろ言うけど、
one,
実は
uh,
つくよみさん。
so if it's one, it'll be quick because we're already here. Not one. Well, I'm already wrong. 2. Not 2. Uh-oh. All right. Could still be average if we get first here. It sounds like down here. Yeah. All right. Okay, at least not the worst.
I've never actually seen 3-3.
Yeah, I don't think I have either.
主
So
人公の
Harl's
入
name
る
is
扉
coming
ラ
up
ン
right
ダ
here.
ムなんだ。
Alrighty, Harl is going to be HT. That's capital H, capital T.
Okay.
名前は
Perfect.
HT。
All right, so we have our party for like the next couple hours, like an hour or so at least.
Hour or two for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hour or two, yeah.
A couple hours.
All right.
You'll
So
be
this
our
guy, we
comment
don't get close to,
HT
so he will block the way. He's kind of in a very awkward position. I'm gonna go here. You can kind of lure him back by the pipe, and then yeah, he'll go in.
And we're kind of done here.
Yep. Don't want to spend too much time in the interdimensional vortex. All right, so we do have another menu coming up. I am going to make a safety save once we get out of here as well, just because calling it a skip is kind of a misnomer. It's not too much of a skip, really. We do skip like a little bit of dialogue, but I'm going to go for something called text skip. And technically, if you overmatch select, you can soft block the game. So even though because we haven't saved in a little bit, I'm going to make a save here anyways, just so I can go for it. I shouldn't soft block. It's a very specific way to do it, but just in case, we'll have the save.
Yep, and we tell Harl that we've been here before, even though we have not.
That's true, yeah.
絵画の世界みたいなところを脱出し
Also, if we have any changes to
Ste-
the text frame incentive, I can combine it with this menu. If not, we can keep using the T for 3.
We're coming up on the new one too, right?
Yeah, pretty soon.
Right now, it is still T for 3. However, if anyone wants to have anything to say about that, please donate for the alternate text box frame bid war. Infrared vision will be the next one up, and we already have T for 3 and shellfish unlocked.
I feel like I'd keep mentioning it I'd keep repeating myself if I kept
これが
mentioning it.
外
But
の
this
世界
is another really good song in Chrono Cross. There's so many.
You can just like all of them.
Yeah.
There's a good reason we speedrun
Yeah.
this game. This game is, it's got great soundtrack.
All right, so we have 3 gauntlets. My menu's gonna change a little bit here. Yeah, okay.
Of course, the world map music as well. Also,
Yeah. And Harl's at 20. Oh, actually, I need to save here.
でいろいろ整えて
So thankfully, Harl also stole the astral amulet, so we can switch worlds again.
Yeah, here we're gonna we're told we can try to switch worlds here with the Astral Amulet, and it doesn't work for some reason. So Sprig mentions maybe we should go see Serge's mom, who is alive in this world that we're in currently. Although, we shouldn't necessarily expect her to believe that we've changed into a demon cat.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna put Harl in front here. I'm gonna
別
try
の
to
世界に行こうと
avoid
する
ever
からで
having
きない
to
という
fully
感
cross
じ
this guy. Nice. Yeah. So anytime Lynx crosses the guy at the front, you get like 4 or 5 seconds worth of text. We got it on the way in. It's easy on the way out, so we should be good. The soft lock can occur where if you push select to switch Lynx to swap positions with Harl as you're passing by, you'll put Lynx all the way in the back again. And you can put him in the back again close enough to where the guy will try to talk to you still while he's
ほう
off
ほう
screen.
ほうこっちがいわゆるアナザーディメンションアナザーっていうこの世界
So the main
ディメンションって言っちゃうと別だ
too overzealously. Also, coming up here, we're gonna have a change in strat again. So Sprig actually has a ability called Doppelgang. With this Doppelgang ability, she turns into enemies that have like static set stats and values that they do. At the point that we're at right now, even the Lagoonate one that we start with is stronger than like the damage that we're going to do on a consistent basis.
そうですね今回のイベントに関しては最長です
Because they are static, we will
す
eventually
べての7時間は今後本イベント最長です
abilities. She will be our main carry for a little while.
The only
な
thing
の
that
で
double
途
game
中まで参加できますよって方でもいいのでね
So a lot of these
解説
actually are going to be
で
like
きる
good
方
starts
い
versus bad
いらっしゃ
starts
ったらね
based on whether or not we actually get to level 5
来ていただけると
with,
嬉しいです。
Sprig
本
before
当に嬉しいんです。
the first turn is taken. Which this one we did. We get to level 5. That's pretty. That's considered a good start.
Also, in the menu, we did out the overworld. We did put all 3 gauntlets on Harl, and you might be wondering
おはよう
why
誰や
that
敵やないかいってところでじいちゃん来たけど
The reason for that is we'll see in a bit. Harl's attack animations are just much faster. She doesn't have to run all the way up.
じいちゃん気概があるな。
And she's also got a silver shot weapon, which at this point is a bit better than the iron.
Yep.
Yeah, and it'll be good for one of the RNG sections
肋
coming up.
骨にムチ打つっていうのはこういうこと言うんだろうね。
I'm not going to throw 3-3-3s because we did a lot of damage already, and I'm trying to. Okay, well, I did 2-2-2s to try to make it less, but all right.
Well, you did less.
Yeah,
I
you
did do a
definitely
lot
did
less. All right, we might have killed here. I think we maybe still do. Yeah, we did. Okay, so it didn't matter. Harl tried to throw, but it was fine. $13, $21. All right. So there's a bunch of key stats there that we were kind of looking at. Both the magic values from Sprig and Harl do matter. They will matter for a section coming up in a little bit. And then obviously, even though Lynx is not going to be part of like the main carry, not even the side, the chip damage really, we do want to see him continually get growth to his strength because he will eventually become our main carry again. All right, so we're not gonna rename Radius here, but we are gonna use this to, and we're not gonna put it in the party, we're just gonna use it to switch positions. This kind of helps us on the getting out of here as well, with tech skip, sorry. So we're gonna put Harl in front here. Lynx is all the way in the back. You're gonna see the guy that would normally stop us from going in and would normally try to talk to us, snap to Lynx as we fade out.
強いじいさんはロマンがある。
So that's where the text would pop up.
ロマンですわ。 でも戦闘ですかかどうかは別として。
Go back there with Surge. He'll say that text again.
Yeah.
Even though you're Surge.
All right, so there is another enemy I'm missing.
Here you need the detour.
Oh, detour, true.
Yep.
Thank you. This is not something we normally have to do, but for the marathon, yeah, we need to get the infrared text box or text frame.
Gotta get it. And I have $6 from Cinnamon Stick, who says, "Take me to the infrared dimension," which puts
Right.
infrared,
All right.
as soon as we pick it up, in the front runner spot for what we currently have unlocked.
Very nice. Nice to see it. A different one that we normally don't ever see.
It is very big and bulky.
Yeah.
I still think it looks like an Etch-a-Sketch.
All right, so we have a little bit of a shop coming up here. I'm gonna look at this after I figure out where the puppy is. All right, nice. That puppy and other enemies can be in the loading zone. That's kind of the worst place for them to be, because they can go deeper into the loading zone than we can, so they can kind of make you
そ
play
んな眉毛現実にはあらへんやろっていう眉毛がね。
load out before they run back in.
たまにいます
So
ね、
it's
そういう
already
じいさ
looking
ん。
a little bit different than it was when we were here the first time. We're
どんな
actually
眉毛しとんねんって。
kind of where we technically started the game in.
そん
and
な伸
you
び
can
る
see
前に
it's
抜けるやろいって。
taken over.
Yeah, it's taken over by poor soldiers, and I don't know that how much of that is explained at this point already, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah, not much. I mean, and also if you'll recall in the Radical Dreamers run, it was soldiers from Pora that kind of interrupted the final fight and gave us a chance
ここ
to
で魔法を買ってって。
Oh, I could have actually bought those there. Yeah. So we need all of those.
Yep, do a little shopping there just to carry us through these mid-game section here with all the elements we need. A lot of Ice Blast, some Bush Bash, or the
Air
Air
Blast.
Blaster.
Yep. Yeah, so you might have also noticed we bought a lot of Ice Blast.
Yeah.
If you've never seen the speed run, that might seem a little bit confusing, but that will be a big factor when we get to Dario.
I actually think we'll see more Ice Blast than you will.
I'll actually see almost none of them.
All right, while we're here, we have $25 from Big Sfeel, who says, "Ain't no way SuperHandi gonna get double Einslanzer on this one. Get the W on Garai, because Marl and Maddie Rossfield say it so." We've got $25 from an anonymous donator. Thank you so much. Your support means the world to all of us.
If you have any more, yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
After the fort there, we have a little bit of downtime throughout the Zelbus and everything that we're heading to.
For sure, for sure. We've got $5 from Red Silvers, who says, donating to say how much it means to see outside the event. Sorry that I missed the start of the run, but glad to see my friend's name honored in such a way.
虫が出るのか。
Thank you so much, Red Silvers. And $10 from AG Deeds, once again, who says, oh hey, I donated enough to meet the secret hidden I'm a Kitty Cat song incentive. And save kid, I suppose.
We're going to have to try to stay on beat together.
I was wondering, we didn't talk about it beforehand.
Yeah. I had thought that we could just maybe sneak by and no one in the community would say anything, but... So for anybody wondering, there is a section on the Zelbus that honestly, before I started like 7 or 8 years ago, but even way before that, I think Batman was who started it. Yeah. Started the I'm a Kitty Cat song in the Zelbus area. And it's been kind of a tradition that when we turn into kitty cats, spoilers, we sing the I'm a Kitty Cat song. We can do maybe like a phrase or two.
We'll do like the first verse.
Yeah. We'll give it our best shot.
I don't know. I say we only do it if people actually clap for Sneff's performance.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if we get a clap for Sneff's magical performance, then I'll commit to the Kitty Cat song. Yeah, here we're getting a little bit of some lore from Norris here. We're actually not going to put Norris in the party. We're kind of sticking with what we have here. Then we're going to go to Marbule because, so I think casually this is one of the places that it's very easy to get lost and kind of having to roam around a little bit, which not necessarily a bad thing. It's definitely a 90s RPG type thing.
じいさん元竜騎士してんの
The thing to progress the plot here is very
すげえ人だった
out of the way and kind of, if you don't know, it seems like it doesn't make any sense. But we're gonna go down here. We're gonna go talk to Toma. Toma doesn't even stop us from walking away from him.
英語だから余計にねストーリーが分かんなくて
Like, okay, this is not anybody important, not nobody I need to talk to. But you need to talk to him twice and then ask about the Dead Sea. And
適宜補足をしていただけると助かります何分ね絵だけだとね
He's the only one who has that
これどうしてこうなってんのここってこうなのっていうところが
join text.
分かんないからね
Lists and report.
Alright, yeah, so here we're heading down to Marbule.
Is that the world map music different now?
ボートを使うための枠
Hopefully Toma is not all the way. Okay, yeah, he's walking towards me. Sometimes he can be really out of the way. So not only can he let you walk away from him, we don't even need to finish it. You just need to ask. And additional to the Kitty Cat song, this is kind of the area I kind of call the Cat Jam section. It is a very fun song.
You gotta love the Chrono Cross soundtrack, don't you?
I do.
You
It's
really
really
do.
good. Yeah.
The community does as well, which is why in our prizes, we actually have 3 Chrono Cross specifically soundtrack related prizes. We've got the Chrono Cross Concert Blu-ray provided by Izala for a minimum $10 donation. The Chrono Cross Music Box provided by Shuffy for a minimum $5 donation.
さっきと同じ海賊船やんと思ったけど違うんだそっか世界が違うんだここ
For a minimum $5 donation. If you like this soundtrack as much as
同じさっきの世界やんって思ってたけど
then it is worth it to get your donations in for a chance to win these.
I was talking about it earlier this morning, but you definitely want to see that concert.
戻ってきてなかったんだそもそも
Yeah, I have it as well. It's a great,
It's
great
great.
Blu-ray.
Also, kind of catch up what's happening here on the ship here. We have to do things in a very specific order to kind of progress the plot in like the fastest way. We had to go talk to the stage there to find out some information. We come up here. We need to talk to Fargo. Fargo's going to kind of challenge us to a mini game to let us into the Grand Slam. But we're going to be putting up our boat as kind of like the collateral to the bet. But Fargo, as we'll find out in a minute, is cheating. So we can't actually, he can't actually lose. And the way that the game works is like everybody keeps going until someone lands on south on the compass. And if you do, then you lose. So because Fargo cannot lose, per the story, we're going to try to lose as fast as possible.
視界に入るための鍵を握ってるアジンの賢者がカジノのこの船にいるから会いに来た。アジンっていうのは今のマーメイドかな
So we're going to pause buffer. We're going to try to land the cursor between north and east, not including direct north, but it can be direct east. If he lands on east himself, then I don't even have to pause buffer. I can just hold X, get a frame one press, and it'll land on south for us. That's basically the dialogue that is happening right here, actually.
Yep.
This is all just to talk to the sage, who we saw earlier, actually, but immediately he was kind of just like, I got to work.
Yep. All right, so now we're going to go meet him down there. He's going to kick some people out that are already playing in there.
And yes, in this world, instead of the ghost ship, the same ship is just a like floating casino.
Yeah. And oh my goodness, it's Neff, who I'm sure we'll be seeing more of.
He does play a critical role.
He does, actually. I do also have a big element menu that I need to do, but I'm going to save it until
ルーレット勝負しようぜっていう話だった。勝負するイカ様で必ず負ける。
That I think it's worth kind of saving the menu for so that we can kind of two birds, one stone.
Yeah, it's the only place that particular song will play in the speedrun.
Yep. All right, let's see what he lands on. 1/3 chance he lands on east for us. It makes it really easy. Well, okay.
Nice and easy.
Nice.
Yep, we'll also be picking up another one of the frames.
Yep. Right as we actually turn into the kitty cat song. Or not into the kitty cat song, sorry, into the
Whoa,
kitty cat.
This is now Chrono Cross the musical.
You guys prepared your numbers, right?
なお、通常プレイだとこちらもイカ様できるもの
All right, first we're gonna have to go here and stop in the inn because we notice here that this kitty cat will try to go up the ladder and get stopped, and we're like, well, that's suspicious. Why are they so antsy about not letting anybody or anything up there? And this happens to be right directly underneath the minigame we were just playing, so it raises our suspicions just a tiny bit.
And just a little sus.
Yeah. And now time for the
イカ様にはイカ様でって感じかな
real magic.
それはないか。
It's true, SNF doesn't have to use elements here.
He's even got special music for it.
He does. Also, I don't know what these side characters' names are in the Japanese version of the game, but they do get renamed to Jack and Jill in the localization.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Free.
ああ、バレなければイカ様ではないんですよっていう、あれですね、つまり。
That's not even his best trick yet.
さっきのルート負けすげ
Also,
借
we
金
didn't
ま
go
み
to the
れ。
inn here before we came here because if you accidentally don't go to the inn and you come in here, you'll see this, but then when you re-enter here, you'll actually see a like scene with salt and pepper instead, which we don't want to see.
ワン、ツー、スリー。
It is a bit lengthy, but it goes a little bit further because Jack calls him a phony after all of that. And this is where we get our bright idea. I forgot that he calls the trick cat on a hot tin
Yeah.
roof. He does a countdown for
一列でいい
too.
いいのか、これは。
Let's go, Snuff.
拍手が起ってる。
Encore?
Yeah, no. All right. So I guess we're starting the kitty cat song when we walk out the door.
Yep.
All right. We do have to go a little bit out of our way. I got to go pick up the monster
もう
mouth
一回
frame,
さっきの
which
記
I
述しのおっちゃん
believe
に。
is leading or was leading. Seems to be a fan favorite.
Yes, it's a good one.
We're all kitty cats. All right.
It's like, where are you going?
どこ行くんだよ。
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow. Meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow. Meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow. Meow. I'm a kitty cat. Meow. Meow. Are we just doing one? Okay, you guys know Andy to me? All right, all right, all right. All right, so yeah, here we're
本当
gonna
に
get
すごい術だ
frame.
な。
Are we changing to the monster mouth frame or is which one's winning?
Infrared? Or,
Is infrared still
I
winning?
don't know.
I don't know.
We'll find
Gone
out.
across doors. All right, so the reason we need to be kitty cats actually is because as we saw that one cat that couldn't come up here, luckily the guard is not necessarily watching, so we're able to come up here as cats. And we noticed that, yeah, there is some cheating going on from Fargo.
What なんていう大掛かりな仕掛けなんだ。
Having to get money for cat food because he felt so bad that we ran away as cats.
Seth's the good guy.
Yeah, if you don't run directly out, he'll actually chase you and he'll like hurt his back if he actually gets close to you.
どうやってハンドル取ったんだとか、
We
これは
stole the handle, so now that we know more cheating
そういう
happening,
ことを言っちゃいけないあれだよね。
we'll decide to challenge Fargo for a second time for a fair shot. Oh, where am I going?
Yeah, I was wondering.
What did I do here?
You need to go back in
Yeah,
through
the
the
side door.
through the cat.
Oh
door.
yeah, I was like, wait, what am I doing?
多分鉄のもの持ってたら気づくだろうね、誰かしら。
There's a door just for you.
yeah,
なんか変だなっていうのが。
yeah, no, I'm.
Yeah.
Normally
あん
when I
だけ
go up
強い
to the
磁
top
石
of
があ
the
るんだ
monster
し、
frame, and I was like,
多分
something
気
feels
づ
off
く。
Sorry, I was entranced by the cat song. We were talking about the monster's mouth, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well that is now in the lead.
Okay,
Alright.
so I'll put that on right after this. Actually, I'll maybe combine it
わざわ
with
ざ高いところのもんなきゃできないんだ。
Close enough.
Get a little more infrared. We don't get that often.
Yeah.
あ、さっきのトラップの
As。much as I kind of hyped up Snuff, he's not good enough to be in the run. So we don't go out our way to recruit him.
He's not a great character.
Yeah. So here, we're gonna go
帽子が
re-challenge.
出ないんでしょうがないな。
Get him to try to let us back into the Grand Slam. We really need it. Get a little bit of a lore drop or a backstory on Nikki and the connection he has to Fargo. And basically that backstory is Nikki somehow just now finds out that Fargo is his father. Because I guess this is the first time that he's seen this dressing table.
Wait a minute.
FF にいそうな見た目だな。
It is very quiet here.
Yeah.
I don't know why I played no music.
Yeah, so Nikki then, I guess that happens later after the stage fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will later ask us to meet him.
All right, so now we get to go do our fair shot at the mini game with Fargo.
Yeah, but Fargo actually has no reason to even let us do this. Like, we already gambled away.
Oh,
on
Yeah.
これは
Fargo.
母さん
I
と
don't
か
know what
兄
we're gonna
弟。
put up at this
Yeah.
time.
Like, he already has our boat, technically.
I guess in his eyes, he knows he can't lose, so
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
yeah. Although Fargo does have worse luck than I do. It's the first time that he does not cheat and he immediately loses.
carpet that says Vegas.
Yeah.
そんな。What?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start looking at this menu. If y'all have anything you want to cover,
ギ
as
タ
well,
ーあれな。
Ash.
ギター壊れるぜ。
One like kind of random, cool, fun thing to point out about this is if you've been looking at the dialogue at all, you notice that like each character or most of the characters kind of have their own like accent, and it's just like a fun little trivia topic. It turns out that like the developers actually programmed kind of a system in there because there are certain situations where the characters have like specific dialogue, like if a certain character is in the party at a specific point, then they have like kind of custom text. But if none of those characters are in, there's kind of like this generic text that it will just match their like associated accent with. But for now, this is the music that we were going to try to.
なんと急ぎはいい。
Wrong one.
Zoom.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Chrono Cross eats inputs in the menus like crazy. Turn blue, eagle eye.
Yeah, it's kind of like an art to do these menus
まだ
sometimes.
賢者ではなかったのか。あのマーメイドは。
Why am I-
Did you forget to unequip?
Oh wait, no, sorry, turn red.
Oh.
Mixed up his menu with the other one. Turn white.
And you see now we got so many elements
I see
between like stuff we bought and drops and everything. It's just a big mess of a menu. So
Yeah.
there is a way to organize it by element type and recovery or attack. But I mean, we do try to do that as much as possible. But there's still a lot of
Yeah.
scrolling around.
Especially if you accidentally put something on in the wrong way. Like when you put it, when it goes back in to the menu, it is not sorted. So
That's why we don't have blindfolded menus.
yeah, yeah.
So we're supposed to follow the sage here in and out each door that he goes, but turns out you don't have to. You just have to transition the screen back and forth.
I forget how many times. I just usually go until it, but it's like 3 or 4 times, and then the sage will be just waiting here. All right, we do say it's nothing here because that is technically faster. All right, and now we're gonna kind of follow a similar pattern to the last fight where we're gonna try to get Sprig up to the Lagoonate, their doppelgang into the Lagoonate. I'm gonna throw a 2-3 here, and then we'll decide what this does based off of that. 2, we missed, so I'm gonna wait 2-3. Okay, well I tried to cover it, and the game didn't give it to me anyways.
And then you crit.
Nice
Yeah.
crit.
All right, so I'm gonna do 1-1.
みんな今回の3つあなたたち超えてるな。
1. So okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should be 6.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting once you get Sprig because you have to get her up to level 5 to do the doppelgang. So there's
いわ
different
ゆる腕
things
試
you
し。
can do. Some are more risky than others, doing a full 2-3. If you miss, obviously that you're gonna have to spend stamina other places to get that back and then try again. But if you do like a simple, 1-1 or 1-2-2, you got a better chance of getting that, but that also gives the enemy a chance to attack us in that process.
Yeah, so here I just did a 3-3 because at the end of that turn, so we're kind of way off script, but basically I'm gonna try to get back on script by, I did the half of the buff that I wanted to do there, so that's 4. I'm also gonna do a 5 here. We're gonna do the strengthen, this will be 6, and then now I can actually kind of get a full turn with full buffs. So we're not fully on cycle after the bad start, but we did kind of make up some of the damage.
Yeah, and generally the Sage is a pretty easy fight because the way his AI works is that he'll basically do whatever you do to him. So if you're doing physical attacks to him, he'll do physical attacks to you. If you cast elements on him, he'll cast elements on you. So since we're doing physicals, it's usually pretty safe.
If you accidentally do target the Sage with an element, it does become kind of a dangerous fight.
Yeah.
All right, and we got through it. Yeah, so coming up from this point is kind of one of the bigger RNG sections in the entire game. We have usually we have Komodo Heckler we were talking about earlier, where we have to do a bunch of random encounters. we actually have to do a couple more random encounters here, our forced ones that are not bosses. And in that can be a lot of
賢者白ので圧倒されました。
a couple that we don't want to take. The most common one is 2 Will-O-Wisp, and that's pretty fast. But their APs also are random as well, and they can do things like Magma Burst, which not only is a slow red element, but if they do it on Harl, it can berserk Harl. Oh, I mean, it can berserk anybody, but we just don't want to see it happen to Harl, as she's our main source of damage here. It's also why, as we mentioned earlier, we put the gauntlets on Harl for this section. Is one, she does more than length at this point, anyways, but she also auto crits these Will-O-Wisp enemies because they are flying, and she has type advantage on them.
Yep. So here for the story, we get to find out more about Nikki here, and Nikki asks us to go see him later. But it turns out if you never actually go talk to him, you'll never trigger the whole big radical dreamer side quest.
スラッシュ君は故郷を取り戻すために歌を知りたくて、それを知ってる賢者を追ってきたみたいな話。お話。
Also, coming up, that was kind of our last fight or it was our last fight as the Lagune. We're actually about to get a upgrade to the Doppelgang ability for Sprig, and it's actually kind of what keeps Sprig as our main carry for a little bit longer. It does add a little bit of the extra randomness because we have to fight an extra Will-O-Wisp encounter. But yeah, this whole section is kind of something that you have to focus on because the encounters can be, pretty bad. You're trying to mitigate as much as you can here. And then at the end of it is Garai. And Garai is a very hard-hitting boss.
Yeah, Garai is definitely one of the hardest bosses to learn and not die on.
Yep.
歌って世界を。
Probably the most dangerous one in the speedrun as far as strats go. A lot of times if we're low on strength or something, it'll just be a little slow, some extra turns.
で、ここがさっき言ってた視界の入り口。
Garai hits hard. I think a lot of the time, like when you're learning the run, usually you have Garai as a hard enemy and also Miguel as a hard enemy. And even though Miguel like as you kind of get better and better at the run, Miguel becomes a lot more consistent. Whereas Garai can just make the right choices on the wrong people.
これが謎の剣ファイヤーブランド。
In a PB attempt, you can kind of force it, but if you miss, then you just die. So obviously,
we have to be a
little bit more careful in a marathon.
You also can't save right before Garai, so you have to go through the whole RNG section again.
Yep, that's why you got to be really careful.
It's just rough.
ロワレぐらいは大体ファイヤーブランド。マジかよ。それはちょっと呪われすぎじゃないかな。
But ideally, you're trying to get the doppelgang off, and then before Garai's second turn, you have diminish.
霊剣グランドリオンだった。
So that he does less damage.
Yeah, we kind of talked about Magnify a little bit, but Diminish is pretty much the exact opposite of it. Instead of doubling the magic or element damage, it halves it.
Yeah, and Diminish and Magnify, well, we're going to have an explanation as to like why...
前作でもカエル君が使ってたグランドリオン。
But Diminish and Magnify kind of work in a weird way in terms of
見た目が違う気するけど、まあ、世界違うし。
We found out that there's an evil sword, the Master Room, that's blocking our way to the Dead Sea. So we have to find a way to fix that.
Also, we're actually about to be introduced to Garai. If you want to see like a very unfair fight, we're going to see it in this flashback here.
魔剣グラウンドリオンを打ち破る聖剣をガライが持ってた。ガライが眠る島に取りに行こう。
That is no longer the case if you start learning things.
こっちの世界でグランドリオンが魔剣になってる。
So that normally
なるほど、わかり
would
や
be
す
the
い。
only one that we have to do technically. But for the speedrun's sake, it actually is faster to learn this doppelgang down here, the White Knight, and you'll see why soon.
Yeah, the White Knight is a unique enemy that's only here, and you have to unfreeze him by bringing this lamp down here.
Yep. So we have to fight it and finish the fight right next to the White Knight.
Yep.
Hopefully this looks like one we have to run from. I think I saw 5. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the worst.
And zero turn. Yeah.
あまり離れすぎるとついてきてくれないからゆっくり歩いて先頭は逃走して。
Yeah, fortunately, we don't have to drag the lamp all the way back down here. It's still here, so we can just do the fight again.
If it's 4, I'll take it even though I don't want to. We'll do 2, 2. Okay. The only reason that could be a little bit dangerous is because Sprig could, out of my control, go learn something.
Does she learn it if it's the...
Oh, actually, maybe not.
I don't think so. I think that
if somebody else does
do
it,
yeah. I think it gives to the like. I think it considers whoever was the last one before Sprig to be the person to.
何かを狙ってるの。
But it's okay. Sprig didn't even get affected by it. Definitely a much slower fight, but you kind of have to decide what you want to do. Like, you could run again and hope to get 2 Will-O-Wisp, and it'd be a good fight, and it's probably faster than fighting 4. But you could also keep getting 4. You could also keep getting 5. I got 3 6% earlier, so
yeah,
it's not gonna press my luck.
To get the good encounter is about a 52.
アタックとユニーク敵を出現させる儀式を今やって
It's
る。
gotta be big for Dario as well.
you are at 33 magic combined, I believe.
So this is a pretty, I think, fun fight to do because we actually need to finish this fight with last hitting with Sprig, but we cannot do it while Sprig is doppelganged. Unfortunate, but we can make that up. Okay, so we're gonna do the turn black here, chilling up.
So this is the first time that the White Knight is actually already a black element enemy. We are also turning the White Knight black. So that's actually gonna still he can be black and black again, and it's gonna increase our magic damage against him.
Yep. So for example, you can't turn Lina double blue to do more damage to red, but you can double the color of the enemy to do more.
So now it's a process of debuffing White Knight, buffing ourselves, putting white on the field, and then hopefully Sprig had enough magic damage to do the...
Oh, well now I have to run.
がスプリ
Now
ガ
we start on it. I thought we started in the center there. Yeah, because I don't think... You know,
彼王者彼が倒すとか
maybe I could figure it out, but I think it's actually going to take more time to figure it out.
You actually could have risked it, because if it didn't kill, you could just run. But
I don't think it would have, but yeah. Would have seen the animation time as well, but yeah, maybe. It's not that long of a
で
fight.
調整中
just saying, because you were on the edge of the skipping the turn black, so like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how it would have worked out. It's fine. Everything else has gone fairly well.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. It's better to be safe here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wrong person. That is the problem with like, so in most cases to go fast in the game, you kind of have to trust that like, you know where everything is at in the menu and you kind of just do it without really thinking. But you can occasionally get punished for it. All right, so we need to get a level 6 here again. That is okay. Yeah. So we'll do the weak-minded here. And instead of the defend here with Harl like we normally do, I'll just get the one with Sprig. Make it up that way since we missed. We'll do the magnify. And then we'll start on the meteorite.
Meteorite, yeah.
Yeah.
So we need Harl to do a little extra damage so we can hopefully kill with this last photon beam.
On this fight, did he do Sadness Wave or anything?
He did Sadness Wave.
Okay, I was going to say, if he didn't, he rolled incredible AP.
What the god?
There you go, caught him.
We got it.
Yep. Yeah, so it might not seem worth it that we spent like, well, a little extra time this time because of bad luck and that menu error, but it takes like what, 3 minutes to get, about 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes to get him.
I haven't timed it fully, but it's a decent investment.
Yeah, because you got to walk slow with the Wisp and then do the Wisp fight.
Yeah, and do the White Knight fight. You'd think it might not be worth it, but it really is. People have tried to route it out, and it's using Laguna on these other fights is just so much slower.
Yeah, there's a couple that like you can kind of get by and you're like, oh, this might be worth. And then things like Grobik later or some of the
Grobik's the big one. Yeah.
They can like in a single fight can be minutes difference.
Yeah. So we get more flashback here with Gurai and Radius. We find out more that the sword is evil. Oh.
じいさん。
Backstabbing in this game,
Yeah,
actually.
there is.
魔法避けて魔法ダメージ強化フィルターって。
He is involved with both of them.
But yeah, in case it wasn't clear, if you never played the game before, Radius is not necessarily fully at fault there. The sword, whoever's
そり
holding
ゃあ、
it,
後ろから
seems to
切
get
られた
corrupted. But that's also why Gurai went to be from being like an ally, a nice guy, to being very angry and kind of haunting this area. All right, I'm going to toss it to y'all. Y'all can kind of explain what's going on during this. I'm going to kind of try to watch to make sure we don't die.
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
そりゃおこだよ。
So one of the big problems with Gurai here is it's another of the fairly fast enemies having 6 AP. So we're going to be trying to... and he also does a lot of elements that do like high amounts of damage. So one of the first things we're going to try to do is get White Knight out as soon as possible, because that's our normal Sprig strategy. But we're also looking to get off a usage of Diminish before
でも飲むよって気が
taking out those
来るよね。
really high damaging elements.
背中からね、切られといて、切っといて。
With the Sprig
呪いのせいなんやって。
full black party
で、さっき手に入れた
casting white elements on us.
ものに変身して、
So we didn't have the AP to go for the Diminish, so I'm assuming that we're going to skip it here and just throw out a turn black in lieu of that, just because having the second black element on the field
火力が
is
高
going
い
to。at least reduce some of the damage that these elements are going to do. And so Harl should survive that. And much like some of the other fights, we're really going to hope that Gurai spreads his damage out here. It's very easy for him to focus somebody.
文字通りダメージ桁違いだよ。
And it's not even unusual to have 2 deaths in this fight if that starts happening.
I don't think defending's going to really save her, but I did it anyways. That's a nice crit.
The crit might.
強っ。
So Hara's the party member that has our revive as well,
Yeah.
I believe. So if Hara goes down, then there's no reviving her. But if somebody else goes down, then that's where it becomes a problem. Nope. Wow, that crit.
Hey,
that was nice.
That crit really helped. Probably prevented an extra turn.
That is the second time I've had to do Diminish list in a marathon, and I do not go into it wanting to.
Yeah, I just explained it, and I was like, well, you ruined it.
Yeah.
成仏できたんかな果たして。
Surge is, or Lynx is still at 26.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's missed a couple now.
Yeah.
it's not the worst thing in the world, but for where he was at, we would have liked to see him continue to grow. Luckily, we have 3 gauntlets.
Yeah. The extra gauntlet is a huge help, mitigating some of the low strength gain, but there is a point where it kind of doesn't matter anymore because we're going to get another item and we will only be able to equip 2 gauntlets anyway.
Yep. But luckily, we get to leave the aisle now. That's a big gap cleared, big hurdle cleared.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad overall.
Not worth complaining about anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, unfortunately,
Okay, never mind.
I don't know that depth perception is weird here. I'm gonna
防腐性的に成仏させられた気がする。
Like, let's go down here. Can you cut down?
で、もう一回同じようにランタンを運んで、
I've not been like cornered. Okay, I'm ready to go around. All right. Well, that's a first.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially those guys don't have shadows.
Yep.
So it's difficult to
戦
tell
闘開
exactly
始し
the
て、
path to get around them and what specific spots on the path you have room to do it.
Yeah, and there's specific spots like we'll see later, like with fish ants and stuff like that, where we kind of know that like you can kind of fit by an enemy, but especially with like pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff like that, sometimes it can look like you're good and you're not. So it's kind of like you have to, if it's a new spot that you're trying to dodge something at, you're kind of taking a little bit of a risk, unless it's like very open. There's also a reason why, that's also why I keep Sprig in front here. We're gonna put Lynx in front afterwards, but like I do this with all the places that we need to dodge enemies at. Not that Sprig has a smaller hitbox, but because all the characters have the same hitbox, it kind of gives me a better, like I guess, estimation about what I can actually fit through.
And now that we've cleared the Isle of the Damned, we're able to go back to where we were blocked off before and enter the Dead Sea.
Yeah, I think this area, I've mentioned it several times before, but this area and Chronopolis are like my favorite places in the entire game.
I definitely agree with that.
They're very cool.
Also, coming up, we kind of have slightly touched on AP here. I'm not going to go into the math behind it, but we're going to kind of be using some strats that go a little bit more into advanced AP stuff, where normally, for like years, we've assumed and we know that Highwayman can have a base AP of 7. Technically, there is a roll that happens at the very beginning of the fight that checks to see if like an enemy or a boss or whatever gets any charity AP on their base AP. So what that means is that Highwayman could technically be set at a base AP of 8 instead of 7 for the entire fight. Because of how the fight works out, there's a couple of fights where I risk going for to see if it's actually at 8, or at least checking to see if I get 8 on the turn that I need it on, so that I can actually get full damage and skip a turn that we would normally see. And this is one of them.
Yep. We normally route the fights based off of the minimum we know they could possibly roll. But basically there's
家
actually
外
like
に
a
見える魔
fairly
変
good
空は
chance that you get
持ち主のところに戻
more
っただけ
than
で
anyone.
す。
And sometimes it's worth risking, sometimes it's really not.
時間が止まった世界。それが視界と言われてるゾー
So
ンだ
we'll
っ
even
た。
see if that even pops up. I need to get a good start. So we're gonna do a 2-3 with Sprig like we have been doing. If we do get the good start, then I'm gonna go for the 7 before going for the 3-3 on White Knight. All right. Ouch.
近未来っていうかなんていうか、
We're gonna do 3 ones with Harl, and then we're gonna do a turn white. That will be put us at 5. Then we're gonna do 1 strengthen, which will be the 7 that technically we could get punished for and see. If we don't, then we're probably skipping Rampage.
We'll find out here.
Yeah, if he doesn't go after the strengthen, then we're probably golden. If he does, then it's
レースゲームが始まるのかな、そしたら。
nice.
火力がちげえ。
Highwayman has a lot of HP pool here, so the large amount of damage we're putting out here takes a few turns.
Yeah, that 2100.
One thing I like to point out on this is the Japanese name for this enemy is Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
とにかく先行逃げ切りがち。
All right, so this is normal. It could affect anybody. It hit everybody. So that's fine. That's why we build Harl to level 5. I actually could have swung there with Harl. Actually would have been better, but it's fine. Well, instead of doing that, we're just going to do a 2-3 with Lynx. Doesn't need to hit. This is just to refresh the White Knight.
And I see our percentages are way down because of that status effect.
Good fight.
All right, while Kevin's going down, mind if I sneak in a donation?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. We have $250 from an anonymous donor.
Oh.
Always happy to support a cause I really care for, especially because my own head doesn't always work quite right, and executive function is a challenge. That said, I'm enjoying all the runs, especially working third shift. And a tip, check your employers if they will do donation matching up to a point. Mine does, and in my mind, more money for Nami, more better. Thank you so much. Your donation and your support mean the world to all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so once again, broken record, but this music is great.
Yeah, this section is not too long. It's just the rest of it's gonna be walk along to the end.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
I kind of assumed I could get by there, but that was a little bit closer than I thought. He kept walking.
But like world map collisions are kind of generous.
Yeah. The next enemy we'll see is one that we are going to do everything in our power to not get anywhere near. It is a dangerous fight, especially in terms of time. It's scripted. There's like some things that happen whenever you start the fight where they go through a bunch of dialogue and do a bunch of elements. So if she's blocking our path, we're just going to do everything in our power. We're just going to wait.
Yeah, you do not want to run into one of these enemies.
And of course, it's right in the way.
She could be nice and just take like run into the wall and go behind, like straight, and just get out of the path. We just don't want her to go down that narrow path because then we have nothing to do but wait.
So here we're also starting to see some of the ghosts of the Chrono Trigger characters.
Yep. And that gets touched on a little bit in the story coming up here as well. All right, let's see if she moves. All right, don't go that way. That's not the way. Nope, don't go that way. Thank you. Yeah, she can just block this entire path, and you're at the mercy of the game.
Oh, you forgot Pierre's sword.
I'll go back.
No.
Alrighty, we have $50 from an anonymous donor and $50 from Polanterus. Thank both of you so much.
もうね、僕も疲れから幻覚見るようになってしまった。散々見てた気もするけど、
More of the,
山根
I guess,
国元い主人公は
ghosts, kids, or kid versions of the Chrono characters, the Chrono crew. Or sorry, Chrono Trigger crew.
見えてしまった我々はサン
Coming
チェッ
up
ク
is
です。
probably
サン
one
チェ
of
ックが
the
昨日の
casually
ね、
probably
クトゥルフ
would
です。
consider one of the hardest
って言われそうだ。
fights in the game. Especially if you, yeah, if you don't understand like to use diminish for one, or like you don't understand like a lot of the mechanics, this fight kind of kicks it up a notch.
You don't take the hint that that chest right there was a diminish in that chest.
I've seen
Yeah.
many a person not use diminish in this
Oh yeah,
fight.
I'm pretty sure I didn't either. My first play.
何かが見える。
Also, it can do exhaust, and that really is bad.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're gonna make a save here as well. This is just kind of a, even though I don't think he's
もう
that
一つ
big,
の
it's
世界に
always
立ち
kind of just been marathon. It's just been the nature of a marathon to just make a save here before Miguel.
視界ってそういう場所なのね。
So Miguel's opening turn is going to be an anti-black on a character. Basically, the way our starts are going to work is that if he does it on Harl, it's kind of like the worst person he could target it with because she can no longer do diminish because diminish is a black element. If he does it on anybody else, it's kind of, as long as we don't miss, it's like it doesn't really matter what our start is. But
で、セ
what
ー
we
ブ
really
し
just kind of,
て、
it's like doubling that input. What we really don't want to see is the 1-1 from Sprig get interrupted because we got low AP rolled into it being targeted on Harl. Because then, I mean, we have strats for it. It is just the most,
Yeah, it's just the unlucky start.
yeah,
basically.
the very unlucky start, yeah.
アイテムを回収して、
We picked up that screwy dress there.
Yeah.
We're gonna be disassembling that later.
I've also seen as a rite of passage, many a runner forget to pick that up.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. Not gonna lie to you, it's been so long, I don't even know what's in that other chest. Not important.
I'm thinking it's some healing, some kind of healing, but yeah, I don't know either.
We do have a little bit of dialogue here, where we're gonna get kind of an explanation, or does it give the explanation before or after that kind of matches the plot of Chrono Trigger? I think it's after, actually.
It's after, yeah.
But yeah, basically here, it's not necessarily Surge's fault, but we are getting the premonitions of like the crew of Chrono Trigger as their kid versions, and they're kind of blaming Link or Surge for everything that's going on as to why the Time Devourer is back. And basically the idea is because of the timeline split that happened because Surge lived where he was supposed to die. In one of those timelines, if I'm not mistaken, it's just that the Time Devourer does exist, and the Time Devourer has the power to, I guess, affect time regardless of which one it's in. And so Surge living has kind of caused a lot of catastrophe. It's kind of undone a lot of things. We'll learn a little bit more about what happened here, but we see kind of like an early event of like the foundation of the story here, where Wazuki and Miguel are carrying an injured Surge through what we'll find out later is Chronopolis, and we hear a voice here talking to Wazuki to say, "Hey, bring me that wounded child," or whatever, blah 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 blah. And Wazuki, who kind of doesn't have any other options, he feels, to save his son, says, "I'm going to do it. Miguel, you don't have to follow me."
非常に難解なストーリーです。私は今2時間ほど経ってますけど、さっぱり分かってません。
And honestly, this scene plays a way more importance than what it might seem like initially. Kind of the catalyst of like everything that's kind of going on in the modern time for Chrono Cross.
I want to know how Miguel learned to be so powerful.
That's what I'm wondering.
今分かってることは、この主人公が入れ替わってるってことだけです。
But yeah, here Miguel is going to give us a choice as to whether or not we refuse to accept the premises that he's been laying out. We refuse here, just so we go straight into the fight. I believe it's been a long time, but I believe even if you try to accept it, you still go into the fight anyways after. I think you just get more text.
Yeah, or he gives you the choice again or something like that, yeah.
Alright, so should be starting pretty soon. Once again, we just
ま
kind
だ
of
ね
want to see
エスプレント的に半分もあるんで、
start or Carl not being targeted by
非常にストーリーが難解です。
preferably both. Also, this is a very specific fight as well as to the damage values that we are doing. It helps that, like I said earlier, Sprig is
主人公は赤ちゃんの頃、システムは一時的にダウンした施設の生体認証システムを意図せずに掌握しちゃった。
Luckily, Harl was not the one targeted, so we can kind of go into a very standard fight.
通常プレイでも何しろ見た目普通のおっちゃんなのにね。
Nah, it's okay. Actually, I'll just go ahead and do it here. I was about to say, if he doesn't go there, then I know his base AP is 7.
Yep, so Miguel's now
標準
buffing
で
up
も
here
怪しい。
to use a very powerful
サジ投げられちゃったよ。
Holy Dragon Sword.
どうしよ
If we don't cast Diminish,
う。
it
ミ
will
リシラなのに余計分かんなきゃ。
kill somebody.
Yeah.
There's no way around that.
This is actually a fight we also don't want to see a crit in. I mean, we can work around it, but because I said everything is, like I said, everything is kind of laid out. We would like it to be as standard as possible.
So keep in mind that's half damage.
Yeah. All right, so we're actually going to use links here.
おお、指名だ。
Two. I'm actually going to do a 3-2 here, but I'm going to try to. Oh, actually, let's explain after. Okay. Yeah.
戦う理
So I
由
do
不
a
明。
3-2 there because if
で
you
もめ
get
っちゃ
an early
強い。
crit, you don't want to do a 2 and a 3 crit after because that's too much damage. So we're going to do 1 second.
Yep.
火力高え。
Again, so we don't he does not get a turn when he's in critical health right here.
Yeah, that should be enough.
Yep.
I kind of went for a risk there.
Which, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
So I was trying to kind of explain there, but basically, something I've been doing through the entirety of the run is, so before you actually see the miss or hit pop up on the screen, you can actually watch the percentages change in the bottom, in the box down there. So you can kind of know if you can stand push something or not stand push. I don't even know if he explained stand pushing yet. But basically, there's a window where you can kind of buffered attack, because you can buffer 2 attacks together. So there, if I do a 2-3, those are buffered, they can't be interrupted. Even if Miguel was at 1 AP, he's not going to interrupt those. But if you do a 2-3 and then 3 crits, you do too much damage.
1999年って何があったんだよ。
React to whether or not it crits or not, until if you react fast enough, do the 2 if it doesn't crit. So that's why those are swapped.
Alrighty, folks. My time here is unfortunately at an end, but the wonderful Zathian will be taking over for me. So give them a warm welcome
プロの鳥が話が惚れててくる。
a wonderful rest of your RPG limit break.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
for hosting. And I also think it's so cool, this fight, like the music continues through the fight,
Yeah.
to the after the fight.
It really adds to the atmosphere they were going for here.
Yeah.
I mean, the monster mouth, probably not what they had in mind for this, but
Yeah, so this is where we're kind of getting the story that I was talking about, the lore of Chrono Trigger, and where a lot of fan theories pop up because of it. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if we mentioned it as well, Miguel is Lena's father and is also dying because of us.
のたちのセリフが発売当
But
時
yeah,
賛
so
否両論
here we find out that
Yo,
Fate
wrong
just
point.
wants us nowhere near like getting the frozen flame. So Fate has
ということ
decided
言われる
to
な。
nuke this entire place, basically.
How are we going to get out in time?
Yeah, how are we getting out in time? Also, I'm assuming this text is from Fate. It doesn't specify. But Fate's kind of an interesting character. We'll touch on Fate as we get a little bit closer, but we'll find out that Fate is not necessarily like a one-dimensional enemy.
4-dimensional.
Yeah, that's true.
次元の揺らぎを発生させるために倒さなきゃダメ。
Alright, so we're looking for this My Dear Lena text box, so I don't have to, or My Dear Tanya, so that we don't have to mash anymore after.
and probably don't want to.
Yeah, I've been mashing it for a minute.
Yeah, we did find out, various runners have found that like if you mash the controller, like the confirm button during cutscenes, there's a possibility you can soft lock. Not in this cutscene, but in other ones.
Yeah, there are very specific ones that you really try to avoid mashing in. Also, it seems like our ride out of here is a giant dragon, which they will play a key factor coming up pretty soon.
Get a cool cutscene.
Well, we watched this cool FMV. Is it a good time to cut in real quick?
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I'm introducing myself. My name is Zathian. I'm going to be hosting the back half of this run. I wanted to mention that we just got a $25 donation from our good friend Sundin. Says that Chrono Cross is such a gorgeous game. Hope everyone out there is enjoying it as much as I am. Best of luck, SuperHandi. And I also wanted to thank Star Annis for her lovely hosting for just before mine.
Thanks, Diener.
殺された未来が後ろに来る。複雑すぎるよ。
Yeah, it's a very cool cutscene. Yeah, and now we find out that we have some allies in the form of dragons.
Well, we think.
スカイドラゴン。
Spoilers. So normally right here is where we would, like, if you've watched any of my streams about doing like the world record grind or PB attempts or like that, normally this is probably where you're kind of expecting us to do fish dance and go and get the chest from El Nido. But marathon-wise, we're gonna move it back to where most people do it at because if you do fail it,
周回プレイすれば一応ゲームのテキストだけ大体はわか
your one
る。
is usually dead anyways because of how slow
た
it
だ
is.
し、メモして整理すれば。
And we want to be stronger if we can be to if in case anything goes wrong down there.
何回
After Starkey. Sorry, before Starkey, right before Starkey.
Yep. Much later in the run.
Yep.
And that's the triangle down there in the south.
Yeah, that's usually why, one of the only reasons why you would do it here is you just save a little bit of travel time from going to it while you're right next to it. But we're way weaker right now.
Yep. So we're gonna stop off here in Godov to do a little smith shopping here. It's been a while since we've done this, so we want to forge a new weapon for Lynx. So we're disassembling that screwy dress and other pieces we've had in our inventory for a while, and we're selling that golden tiara that we got from the White Knight fight, which sells for a lot of money. So we won't have any more gold problems for the rest of the run. We're going to forge the Stone Swallow. So the Stone Swallow's basically 2 steps up from where we had on Lynx or Surge earlier with the Iron Swallow or Steel Swallow.
It's also very important because even though we have all the gauntlets and stuff on Lynx here, a lot of the times you can kind of get by this section with not doing the Stone Swallow, but there is a key fight towards the end that if you don't have it, you immediately notice. Because we put it on for the type advantage where we're ideally going to crit machine. And there's an enemy that we will do way less damage if we don't have the Stone Swallow on.
Yeah, so that's the main reason.
よし、1回の開される情報が何回ついてる。それが何回もある。
And the impact of defeating Miguel here is that now we can use the amulet to travel back and forth between the 2 different worlds.
Yeah, we actually have a menu here that I need to do. I'm going to put all the gauntlets on here.
今ので、
Yep, so now Harl's going to be more of a support role, and Lynx is going to be our main, or supplemental damage dealer to White Knight.
Yeah.
コメントだけ何が何だかさっぱりわかんねえ。
Handful of battles where White Knight will continue to be worth using.
Yeah, we are starting to outpace, or we should be, but I've actually noticed that Lynx has not got a strength in a hot minute.
If you were gaining strength,
時間が止まってた視界が吹っ飛んだからも
Unfortunately, we missed like the last 4, I think.
うパラレルワールドの扉
We're
開い
on a really good
て
pace leaving Fort Dragonia, and then not so much anymore, which is kind of Chrono Cross in a nutshell. You kind of have to
さらに主人公たち以外の歴史干渉がたくさん
We've
あっ
got that
て
extra gauntlet, so it's going to make up for 2 of that.
Yep.
So it's essentially we got like a 28-ish Lynx instead of 26.
座りどういうことだったかよ。
Like I said, we're going to get the power seal. It's going to
いろんな
replace
情
that.
報が有機的に絡み合ってもわけがわからないよ。
Yeah. So, I mean, the good thing about having the 3 gauntlets is we don't get the power seal until like
ミゲルおじさん、そんな
the back half.
さっき倒したおじさんが世界の番人、ホームスカイの番人で。
We have a lot of chances of getting a lot of mini stars and strength as well. So even though we're kind of low right now, we could be carried by the gauntlet, and by the time we get the power,
倒さなきゃいけなかった。
if we are, not unlucky, we could kind of catch back up. All right, so here we're gonna go ahead.
すごい難解なことをね、コメント欄で流れてきてるけど、どこまで理解したらわかるんだろう。
It'll be our last time going through Fossil Valley here. They force you to go through the first time when you enter the worlds again. So after you do that the first time, you can actually just run right through on the world map. These guys are a little trolly.
Yeah.
They are pretty quick too.
The other one had no interest. I was trying to bait him so I could go around too.
So now we're back in Termina in
いろんな設
another
定
world
多すぎない
where we find things have changed here in Termina, including music.
Yeah, including the music. Also here we get a little bit of a like additional context to what happened after we left Fort Dragonia through the lens of Karsh and Zoa. They're going to give us a choice here as to which one we want. For the speedrun, we always take Karsh. He isn't actually too useful. Like, we use him in a couple of places because we have to. He's kind of strong. The only problem is, and we haven't really touched on it, is not every character in the game has a 1.0 stamina recovery rate, which if they have a 1.0 stamina
ここ
recovery
が
rate, every
元の世界でいいのかな、そ
uh,
したら。
action that we take, they will recover, whatever their
元の
stamina
世界って
recovery
いうか、まあ
is. So, like,
まあ過去の
1.0
階
is
層
kind
か
of。the baseline of what we expect for like a character to be quote unquote good in the speedrun. And unfortunately, Karsh is 0.9. So that might not seem like that big of a difference, but you can't use partial like growth or like partial stamina.
Right.
So like if he's underneath anything but 1.0, you're missing out on a whole extra turn. Or a whole extra attack, I should say.
Yeah, and it adds up a lot.
すぎて深すぎて理解追いつかねえ。
Definitely hurts all those characters that do not have that stamina growth.
Yeah, but that's actually, on the other side of that, is actually part of the reason why Glenn is so good, is Glenn is not only strong, but he has a 1.1. So he gets a lot of stamina back.
Yeah, Glenn, Marcy, Lena.
Yep. We have 18 magic on Lynx. That's kind of good for now as well. It doesn't really matter in most places, but there is going to be a key fight where it does
事
matter.
情が分かったからここから仲間だぜって。
So coming up here, we have a little bit of text, but after that, we have kind of what I would consider the second most, I guess, complicated dodging section outside of Terra Tower, unless we're counting Fish Dance, but that's not like a whole area. But the sewers are very tight in a lot of places, and there's enemies that kind of turn randomly whenever they want to. So we got to kind of pick where we want to get by them as well.
We're also meeting a different Norris here, who's actually mistaking us for Lynx due to our appearance.
Yeah, I forget exactly what he says, but if you bring like the other Norris here,
Yeah.
You get some nice
どっかで
dialogue.
ボート貸してくれた仲間ですけど、こっちではまた別の。
Yeah, casually, there's a bunch of things that you can do by bringing like the other world character to talk to themselves. I believe there's also one for Fargo.
Yep.
Nice thing is we get the easy entrance into Viper Manor this time. Don't even need to do guard skip.
Nice guard skip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
あよくわかんないけど楽しいからいいよねっていうのは、ある意味ゲームとしては正解ですよね。
This is also one of the quiet places. Get a little bit of text here between Norris not really agreeing with what's going on here. And then we get a little bit of an insight, or not like a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Taste of another primary character there.
み
In
ん
the
な
back.
ストーリーに対して言及がすごい。
Well, during these text boxes, how about we hype up a couple of incentives?
Sounds good to me.
I think we've got something like a half hour left to name our last two characters, right? For Fargo and Marcy?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
All right. Well, Fargo's first name is Mr. Baby at $20. So $25 is going to get you the name for Fargo instead. Marcy's got $50 towards Slappy, but you again can contribute.
Slappy's kind of an iconic Marcy name as well.
Yep.
So if you really
あ
want
と
to
にかくとにかく紙。
really want to disappoint SuperHandi. And we've got a couple hours left to meet that Save Kid incentive. We're only at $499 at $2,500. So if we're going to make that happen, people are going to have to start supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And remember,
エンディングは
every
流せ
single
ないから、
donation, every dollar you send in is going to a good cause.
君の目で確かめてくれ。
Probably close to the 6-hour mark that's going to need to be met.
Yeah. About right before we go or make the decision to go into the final area.
So a couple hours, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So as we get, we have another.
おいの悪い
but
コン
after
サイみたい
this,
な。
I'm probably going to try to focus on the dodging here, because once again, there is about 3 or 4 screens.
俺より強いやつの上でしか受けねえ。
Complicated dodging. I put links back in front of next.
わかりやすいキャラクターだな。
Is this the important character you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, this one.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Cha-cha-cha-cha.
エロちゃん。
All right, and here we go. Once again, usually for these dodging sections, you don't have to put Sprig in front. I do, just because, like I said, I like to see exactly kind of what the hitbox of the characters actually matches to.
ベルの音だけで。
Yeah, so to get through this narrow section, you got to pull some levers, turn some wheels, and they're all like I said, at the end of like these narrow hallways, with these enemies that kind of they don't track you, but they do randomly move around and randomly turn, as you see there. And as the screen scrolls as well, it's pretty difficult sometimes. They can just all of a sudden appear right in front of you.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh crap, I got to turn around.
And sometimes they walk like they have the flu status effect.
Yeah,
You gotta
just
really
like,
watch out.
Yeah. Just got to push these barrels here out of the way. Pick up this chest. It's free. Why not? Don't necessarily need the items in there, but it's nice to have. So pull this lever or this wheel up here, I believe. So we stop the flow of the water so we can cross to the other side that we need to get to.
Yeah, coming up here at the top of the screen when we go to exit is actually kind of the most dangerous
気
part.
持ち悪い虫が出てくるのをこの後に
You okay?
出てくるんです。
Hello.
Yeah, I gotta guess. Okay, two of them are there. One is here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to go here. Okay,
Oh,
we'll
here
see.
it comes.
Yeah. All right. So as soon as this one passes, though, that should be the last one we just go. Yeah. You got to keep a count on how many there are, because if you do what I just did there, but say there is another one on the other side there, and you can't see them until the screen pans, you can get trapped between two enemies.
Yep, so we gotta go back down the way we came the first time and then cross the water now that it's blocked off.
All right. So here's where some of the really tight hallways get. Oh, lovely.
Oh boy, you got two of them.
I actually gotta just do this and then go. Okay. Yeah. If they turn at any point there, you get caught. Like you can barely fit through, but kind of felt like I had to take that chance.
Yep. And there's also a chest there at the top that has a really good magic item, a magic seal, but we are not gonna need that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you actually have to fight an enemy to get to it, and these enemies are actually really quick in terms of their AP.
Yeah.
追問しな
Nice, he's kind of
流されなくなったので、今度はちゃんと一方通行だったところが通れるようになりました。
One more really kind of can be sometimes questionable dodge. There are two more enemies, but usually the other one's out of the way. Okay, he's nice.
All right. So now that we're through that section, we got a bit of a kind of a boss gauntlet here to finish off the rest of the manor. The first is going to be good old Rochester.
Yeah, everybody's favorite boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not usually a super threatening boss, but if you miss too much or you just take too long,
Yeah, it's one of those.
the damage just adds up.
Yeah, it's one of those fights where, and honestly, Chrono Cross has a few of them where it's like when it goes smooth, it looks like it's a really easy fight, but then you're a couple turns out from seeing some very dangerous stuff.
おお、これは虫だ。割と気持ち悪い類の虫だな。
What do I want to do here? I'll probably get the one for the strengthen.
Yep. Same deal here. We're gonna transform Sprig, and then buff up White Knight.
2. So I'll do 3 turn red, 4 strengthen. Okay, so I'm actually gonna do the turn red first.
Yep. That's the other nice thing about Strengthen is it's the color element we want, so we do more damage. This blue innate.
Is that on? I think that's gonna kill the highway. Oh no.
It's everyone.
Okay, he barely lives. Yeah, yeah. I was making sure that he lived.
Yeah, this is one of the things that can matter for Sprig is, like I said earlier, that the doppelganger inherits Sprig's HP. So if Sprig doesn't get much HP, which she didn't get too much this time. you can get into trouble sometimes.
Yep. All right, we'd like to see Link start to get some strength here. Guys.
That's good.
Yep. We're going to need those, especially coming up.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for a strat here, a little bit more complicated to explain, but it does also kind of go for an AP risk, that kind of like what we did on Highwayman. There's just a couple of hurdles that we go through to make sure we get a good start, or I guess a good fight, including, do we get a good start? And then if yes, did Harl miss? We're going to throw a 2-3, and I will change based off whether or not she hits those. And then if yes, on the next turn, I'm going to go for the plus AP risk and try to not see any Fire Pillar at all. If any of those don't happen, the normal fight does see Fire Pillar, so...
背中のあの虫は、うん。多分、カエル、某カエルの子みたいに子供なんだろうね、きっと。
Rescue Fargo here.
背中で育ててるよう
He
な。
takes the key from us and opens the door.
Ziki specifically.
Ziki.
猫じゃねえか。
All right, we're going to put Sprig back in front here. The only reason I put Lynx there in front is because it does make that cutscene slightly faster.
So we're in the dungeon.
拷問シーンかな
Riddell, who's we're trying to rescue. But we also got this other new character.
Yeah, the same character that apparently, I guess, is kind of like a sleeper agent when he hears the bell.
Yeah.
Starts control, gets under their control. All right, we're gonna do a 2-3 opener again here.
Yeah, this fight's not too dangerous. You end up just getting more turns if things don't go well.
Yeah, he does just have a lot of health.
Yeah.
Actually, if he doesn't go here, I'm changing to a different strat.
遠の一見以降、姿をくらましたレンジの先をはけ。
Yeah.
If you're trying to like really optimize things.
Okay, he did go. Okay. That's okay. So here we need her to hit. She did.
そんなことが。
So this is where we're going to take the AP risk. Actually, I have to take 2 AP. Forgot that he missed earlier.
Oh yeah.
So it's still fine. It'll end up being the same here. He could go right here. All right, so we would have got it.
料理人の王女に
It
怪
is
しい種を
possible
飲む
that he rolls up
セ
to
ク
like
ロックスのこ
12.
ちら。
He could roll 10 or higher, but it wouldn't be surprised if he went here.
あ、飲ませたのか。
Okay.
てっきりベルカーなんかで音聞かせておかしくなったのかなと思ったけど。薬種を飲ませたんだ。
Ow. Oh, it did 8 my. Oh, he didn't have it. Okay, let's do this. I think we do need the damage. I want to see the 3-3.
Or you could crit.
I could have went for a crit. Yeah. All right, good fight. All right, so unfortunately, Sprig only has one more. Well, she'll be in two or a couple more fights, but she only has one more fight that she is the main carry in.
Good news, we did get the strength up there though, so
Yep.
we're kind of fighting our way back into where we want to be.
Yep.
Now, if Hell's Cook joined your party,
Yeah.
probably you definitely use him.
Yep. Yeah, so coming up in this next fight, actually, we get to use, usually long animations are not worth it, but this is one of the few fights we actually get to see a really cool element from Harl.
Yeah, there's not too many fights you can see it in because she doesn't learn it until a certain star level.
あ、
Yep.
ベル合ってたんだ。俺は何やってたんだ。
When she hits that star.
俺は正気に戻った。
Yeah.
普通にあの足で歩けるんだな。
Also, yeah, so this is like our last series of a gauntlet of fights before we kind of go do things to initiate the Dario side quest, actually.
Got time for a couple quick donations during these fights?
Absolutely.
Great. We got $15 from Looney with no comment, as well as $50 with no comment from Sanjan. But I was spying on him a little bit and noticed that a lot of this money is going toward the Save Kid incentive. However, $25 in here is mysteriously shown up to name Fargo Skibbity.
I wonder who did that.
Could have done that.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
So if you want to see that name, you know, clear the ranks and get guaranteed, or if you want to make something a little more of your own, feel free to donate.
Oh no, I see someone laughing back there. It might have been the culprit.
It seems to have come from the tech pit area somewhere.
Wow.
Stamina ring, dude.
Yeah, I got the stamina ring, both the iron helmets.
And now you can use Karsh.
Yeah, technically.
Alright, so the Grobik fight, Grobik has a lot of HP, has by far the most HP we've had for any boss fight so far, and that's kind of the real problem with this fight. It just takes so long to get through that HP pool, and he gets a lot of turns, so.
It actually also like is right on the barrier of where we kill normally with having all of the buffs that we need on, and so whenever you miss or something bad really happens, the fight kind of snowballs a lot because you now you're doing like it's not just like one extra turn. You go a couple extra because you're doing like half damage.
Yeah, plus he uses heal all.
Yeah, and unfortunately when he does the heal is also right when the buffs wear off, so it just, that's the real compounding factor.
Yeah. But yeah, this will be the last fight we use both.
だから改造人間である。
Or Sprig and Harl.
強いやつの命令なら基本従っちゃうポンコツでも俺ダメじゃねえか。
I know we have one more Harl.
Yes.
Yes. Forgot about that.
But it'll really be Link's damage carrying it, so.
Yeah. So same deal here, buffing up White Knight. Since Grobik is a innate black, we need to get turn white out. So we're doing more damage. Probably gonna also be turning Link's white here to get more white on the field as well as supplemental damage.
Alright, we'll get the meteorite on
随分使いにくいロボットもいるな。
So getting a crit in this fight is quite nice, as you can kind of guarantee that you're not going to get into the bad area that we're talking about towards the end.
Yeah, fortunately, delaying the meteorite doesn't really impact many things because it doesn't change the overall state of the field very much. We still have the same number.
Yeah, it's a fast element, and it keeps the white up there.
Yeah, so this is kind of the dangerous move if Grobik has been solo targeting somebody up to this point.
I think everybody should live.
Yeah, everybody should live. Lynx is suffering a little bit, but as long as he doesn't get attacked here, should be fine. We might kill here. Never mind. And see that, yeah, it wore off right there. Unfortunate.
Well, hopefully you get it this turn. Oh,
okay.
That's actually kind of bad.
That's fine. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna do 1-1, revive, 3. I'm gonna do a 3 with Lynx and then 3-3 with
Yeah, the one thing that prevents that from being like a complete disaster is you kind of get the stamina recovery from the revive and the field effect thing. It's beneficial, so we'll get through.
Yeah. Luckily we didn't see the heal all. It was kind of close because, like I said, we were starting to do 3s without any buffs anymore.
Yeah. So we didn't actually need to heal revive Lynx there, but we wanted to for that strength that we just got.
Good thing we did.
Yes, it's a very good thing we did.
Yeah. So coming up right here is actually the enemy we were talking about, the Stone Swallow. You will immediately know if you didn't catch it beforehand, you would know here that you didn't have the Stone Swallow on or you forgot it. Because this is where we expect to auto-crit with our 3s because of the type advantage of the weapon we're using.
Yeah, you will lose a lot of time on this fight if you don't have it equipped here.
Yeah, because you don't just do this fight once.
Right.
You have to do it twice in a row.
Yeah.
right, who wants some drama-stirring donations?
I'm ready for it.
Beautiful. We got KG the Jerk has sent in $5. Says, love you, Handy. Izala and Ash, great to see everyone coming together for a good cause. Let's get that kid save incentive. Also, some people say that there are 45 characters in the game, but I'm pretty sure there's only 44. Hashtag ban Korcha. I guess you can donate to prove me wrong. Thanks so much for your message, KG the
Thank
Jerk.
you, KG.
Jesse Lockhart's also sent in $50. Says, haven't really experienced Chrono Cross since playing it back when it came out and forgot how beautiful the game looks for the time, even if I didn't understand what was going on. Loving the run, though. GL, super handy, and let's get that incentive to save Kid. Bramhall V has also sent in a beautiful $12 with the message simply, Skibbity Larpus. Skibbity has climbed ahead to $35 with a Neargo appearing at $25. So that Fargo's name is still anybody's race, and we've got, what, 10 minutes left on that?
We got a little bit of time.
Yeah, you did the side quest first.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's coming up, though.
It is coming up.
The race is on. Marcy's not feeling the love, though. Still only Slappy for $50. Eli also sent in $25 simply saying, thank you for all you do. No, Eli, thank you for what you've done to support mental health. Another $20 just came in from Wesley saying, for Skibbity!
No.
The memes have started.
賢者のところに逃げる。
All right, yeah. So we have to do this fight one more time. This Giat is very hard-headed.
We actually don't even really kill it here.
Yeah.
Spoilers, but
it's the same fight, just twice in a row. Which is why if you don't have the Stone Swallow and
2度目
you
の
have a
戦
bad fight,
闘。
it's just another bad fight.
yeah, you don't really get to menu.
Yep. Okay. All right, so this is a pretty normal fight. Went right after the 3-3. We're gonna try to get Carl up to level 6. She did not. So I'm probably gonna see the other turn anyways, so I'm just gonna throw 3-3. Yeah, not gonna kill. Hopefully we don't see hot edge. Okay, well. It's just like a couple seconds slower.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow one.
Everybody 07 Link. I mean, Sprig.
Yep.
This is actually the last fight that Sprig is in the party. Well, yes.
Yeah, that should be correct.
I know that we have to put Sprig technically in the party to get one of the frames, but last fight.
Oh, right.
All right, and so from here, we are going to
Yeah,
actually
Hashigo
start
out
the,
kicked.
initiating everything that needs to be done for the Dario side quest. Also, for anybody wondering why we are doing the Dario side quest,
登れへんやろうと思ったら
in RTA, it is just faster. Like because we kind of manip Dario and are able to beat him at this early of a junction in the game, getting what we get from him, it ends up actually outweighing and being more good than bad in terms of time.
Yeah, because it takes about 20 minutes or so to get the mastery and do the whole side quest.
Yep.
So we make that back up and more.
かわいそうなブーマーちゃんっていう今言葉が何つか読みった。
Auto crits the majority of the enemies that we're going to be fighting throughout the rest of the game, and it's hard to beat the value of the automatic crits.
Yep. Do have another menu coming up, and then so we don't just get to go straight to Dario. There is another fight that we have to do in front of that, where we're gonna actually have to fight, I guess, the final version of Salt and Pepper.
Yeah,
なぜ
Salt
だ
and Pepper Deluxe.
Yeah. Yeah, here we actually see another party member who's going to join. We found out that Grobik, who we just fought, really only cares about whoever is strong, or whoever's stronger. So because we beat Grobik's like, okay, I'm going to follow you.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but his name is actually just the
仲間になった。
cyborg spelled backwards.
Oh my goodness.
名前を変えないのか。
So we're putting Karsh in their part here because he's actually required to initiate this side quest that we have to do for Dario.
He's also at 31, which is pretty good for, I mean, it's average, but we also have 3 gauntlets on him, or we will have 3 gauntlets on him, so he'll be pretty strong.
He's no 36 like the other day. Practice run.
Yeah.
No. That means we could see Thunder Snake.
You did call it. If I see Thunder Snake in the marathon run, I'm banning you from my chat. So
Not again.
all right. Yeah, Thunder Snake is actually, I mean, I guess it could be kind of dangerous. This fight is usually not too bad. Really, it's just kind of how long it takes. Or it has varying amount of time it can take. All right, so we need to do a menu here. Yeah, we're going to do it this way. R1. I guess.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
That was just as trolly as it was when you were leaving here.
Yeah. All right, so we need to use a Grad Keepsake here again. Oh, one too many. And I believe this is the last time we'll actually be on the Isle at all.
Yep, that's correct.
All right, so we're gonna get a good amount of text here. If the host has anything for us.
You better believe I've got things for you. I actually got $25 that just came in from Wife. She says, I'm thoroughly enjoying this run. Even though I've never played Chrono Cross, I've played Chrono Trigger, and I'm loving the lore references, musical echoes, and other parallels to that game. Also, let's see that Morrowind Any Percent run. And that's referencing, of course, the Morrowind Any Percent run during the Skyrim run that's coming up next.
That does sound like a cool incentive.
Yeah.
So if you're not interested in making sure that Skibidi stays as the top Fargo name for the next 20 minutes, that's another one that we can, incentive that we can donate toward. Save Kid is also slowly climbing up on there. It's up to $604, the $2,500 required.
ベストエンドに必要な時入手の連続イベント。
We definitely still have plenty of time to make that one happen.
Yeah.
And if naming characters isn't your thing,
アックスパトラの仕様かな
prizes. We're actually just coming up on the end of a prize block right at the end of Skyrim, the next run. Things like the Chrono Cross music box provided by Shuffy, the Chrono Cross piano sheet music provided by Alicel, Surge and Kid Perlers handcrafted by our own Red Silvers. So many things. Each of those is just for a minimum of $5 donation between now and the end of the Skyrim run. So get your gear.
買いそうだからね。
Be automatically entered into that raffle.
Yep, so here you'll see we're getting kind of like a little bit of backstory as all the Acacia Dragoons that we know and Riddell as kids. We see Glenn here, we see Dario, and we see Karsh. We can see that there's a little bit of a love triangle between Dario, Riddell, and Karsh, kind of, because it's really just that Karsh is in love with Riddell, but the other two are in love with each other. But Karsh kind of accepts it. But the reason that this is kind of explained is because what we're about to see is there's a little bit of a betrayal that happens with the corrupted sword that we saw from earlier. And it starts making Karsh question whether or not he was actually corrupted by the sword or if he actually held on to these negative feelings and that's what caused him to do what he
こっ
did.
ちの世界ではカーシュとダリオ
One
ク
of
の
my
夢
favorite like funny moments from the run where it's just because of how they named the Isle. When they talk about getting married, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get married on the Isle of the Damned." Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
いい中の子にちょっと言われてるな。
What we were just talking about, Dario kind of walks really slow and coolly up here. But this is actually why you need Karsh in the party to initiate this, is because Karsh plays a very key role in the backstory of Dario.
Yep. I didn't miss anything.
Nope.
の世界でも何人か
So I did mention that this fight is
やって
fairly
しまったんか。
safe, and like it's fairly like it's only about the time loss really. But I have had a run where Lynx just kind of got bodied turn 1 and I had to run. Or sorry, Karsh got bodied turn 1 before I got to do anything and had to run. So every time I say something like that, Chrono Cross is like, well, let me let me correct you on that.
I mean, hopefully your controller won't die on this fight this time either.
True, yeah.
二人をさっきのガライさんの息子のなるほど。みんなグランドリオンに。再びチュートリアル兄弟。
The opposite innate color as Salt and Pepper, so he's going to be doing all the damage for us here.
Also, a little bit unfortunate. Like, a one roll is unfortunate regardless, but it's a little bit more unfortunate that it was Pepper there. Pepper has a higher AP, and Pepper's going to be alive longer, so...
いや、怒りますわ。
So we're using Arrow Blaster here to get more green on the field, so we're going to be doing more damage.
I think we'll be back on track here if, as long as after this Axial Axe, Pepper doesn't go, I can throw threes with Harl and kind of be back on a regular fight track. Okay. If we hit him, it'll be even nicer. All right.
He's afraid.
All right, so we're gonna do 2, 2, 3, and have Karsh finish off here. Nice. Also, this is actually not a star fight. That's why we don't really expect to see a stat up come up there.
Yeah, so we also got, I believe, Karsh's level 7 tech.
What's it called? Axiomatic? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Axiomatic.
Yeah.
You get a lot of those through these side quests that involve the characters that don't naturally learn them. But unfortunately, this is the end of Karsh for us because we only are going to be using him as he's required for this one.
All right, we're coming up to a couple of incentives. We're coming up to the Fargo one. We're coming up to the Marcy one. We also are about to
とりあえず戦いは分かってくれるんだ。
in the frame as
みんな
well.
は、
And then actually also
ああね、
got a bunch of things coming up.
男は拳と拳で分かり合えって。よし、まあ、うん。
Nirgo has actually just pulled in to tie with Skibidi so far, $35.
There's a battle going on.
Wow.
I might have to donate right now just to beat Skibidi.
The text box frame bid war is still getting a little stagnant. So if we're getting tired of that monster's mouth one, we're gonna have a new
じ
option.
ゃあ、そのグラノリのどこ行ったんやって。
Our favorite Martian is still in the lead, but we still got a couple an hour or so until we can unlock that one. So you got all the chances in the world.
呪われすぎでしょ、グランドリオン。
In fact, another $10 just came in from Jay. No comment was provided, but that was to name Fargo Nirgo. It's gonna be a close race right up to the end here. Get ready with those last-minute snipes.
I'm a fan of Nirgo. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's funny.
We're also about to get another recruitment to our party. And unfortunately, she's not used too much, but we are going to use her for the Dario fight. And she will serve a key purpose in the same sense as Pierre did earlier.
You gonna rename?
I know it's
Oh, we
not a
can?
naming incentive, but yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
rename her.
I'll do-
We're gonna rename her. It might be a hint of what's to come.
I think
前作のあれがあれで
we decided we're gonna do,
あれがこうなって。
I'll do it here. Where is it? We'll just do this. Actually, I'll do it like this.
昔はね、魔王を倒すのに一役買ってましたから。
Out there, gonna know what's coming.
お嬢様も仲間多いな。
So But this part isn't part of the Dario side quest, but it is part of the main story. We do have to go through this to get the rest of the characters and advance to the dragon section of the story.
Yeah, and we're actually about to increase our party size by a good bit.
ダークするし。
Hey, look, who's that?
Also, we did kind of touch on this a little bit earlier. It might seem very out of character for what's happening for Kid right now, but we touched on it earlier with Radical Dreamers about the concept of like Kid kind of being okay when she shouldn't be, and then waking up kind of forgetting her memories and being a little bit confused. So like that's kind of what's going on here is she's being a little bit manipulated by what we know as Dark Surge, but just Surge to her.
Hey, look, there's Polly.
すげえな。
Polly's a friend now.
Yeah.
All right, so Ash did mention earlier that there are a couple of cutscenes that we definitely try to avoid mashing in because we have seen a soft lock or two. So definitely gonna be paying attention here to not be mashing through it.
Oh, we're thinking about that kid girl again.
Who in the speedrun we've not known very long at all.
No. In fact, we've been pretty mean to her.
Yep.
But you guys can change that with the donations.
True.
True. To redeem ourselves at the end.
Get to see this cutscene again.
いろんな人がいる。
Not the whole thing, though.
Yep. All right, we're good. So the way that soft lock can happen is you'll be sitting there waiting here after the cutscene happens, and Link's just kind of standing there, and Haro's text box never pops up. So
これだけ有識者がいたのに、ね、
And we don't have a good way to recover from this one because there's
解説の方がいらっしゃらないので、結構視界は大変です。
really careful about not mashing in the cutscene.
ぜひともね、
All right, here we go for the naming. Fargo and Marcy.
Let's see who has it last second.
We've actually gotten some last-minute snipes right here.
食べれるよって方いたら、ディスコードの方で応募していただいて、途中まででもね、構いませんので、
But Fargo is indeed going to be
なければないで、
with
ね、こうやって司会の方がね、コメントから拾い上げてきますから。
and Marcy will
拾い上げてってもね、結構司会の方はね、
$50.
変な誤解したりしますからね。
Looks like the
こ
donation
のキャラこういうキャラなんですよとか言ってくれても全然。
for $25. No comment?
I'm assuming like is this capitalization correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
このキャラこういう性格してたり、こういう技使って、ね、そんなのも全然構いませんから。
Oh, okay.
Our top one.
Oh,
Behind Martian that we don't have yet, but infrared vision will be our next one once it's unlocked.
社畜よりこれ返すこと。そうですね、まだ今日平日ですから、金曜日ですから。これから今からちょうど仕事なんだよって人もいるか。
Slappy returns.
She returns.
これは仕方ない。
Most of us will see why. Some of us will only hear why.
Yeah. All right. So here.
多分お昼頃までやってるのか。
To get the frame that we're trying to get
ちょうど12時頃まで、エスティメート的に。
to put Sprig and Grobig.
まだまだあと3時間ありますからね、この。
Just briefly.
Yeah, so the only way you can get this frame
カー
is
シ
if
チ
you
の
can't
とあと
have,
マルチェラも仲間。
humans
Yep.
in the party in Marbiol.
仮眠タイムリミットついちゃって。もう9時ですよ。私は起きてからかれこれ4時間経ってます。
Yeah. So here we just have a little bit of text from Harl. Honestly, the last bit of text will really get with her.
Mostly telling us about in the other world we had unlocked the Dead Sea, and here we kind of have to figure out how to get into the Sea of Eden, which is this world's version of, well, not exactly the same thing, but it's in the same place.
Yep.
In order to do that, though, we will first have to go through all of the Dragon Rush, which will begin after Dario. I believe this is where we actually lose.
仲間加入ラッシュ。
Even if we weren't gonna.
本当に仲間何人いたっけっていう。
We start seeing some of the
現時点の仲間の数をね、私は把握できてませんからね。
fully why, but we can tell that she definitely actually does have a lot of care for the main character Surge, and we don't actually know why she's super
あ、
sad.
消えた。
If you get Starkey early there, you get a nice scene with Starkey and Harl.
About why you have or why your eyes are wet or whatever. Yep.
仲間引退もあるんだ。
Alright, so this guy is going to give us the Blinskin frame since we don't have any humans in our party. Oh yeah, also, let's go ahead and change to...
Actually, speaking of which, the Valencian cloth frame has just jumped ahead with $25. An anonymous donor sent in $50.
合成44人。
$25 toward that and $25
といったところでね、私も引退じゃなくて元よりね、交代の時間になりましたので、司会の方は下がらせていただきます。この後はね、シレイユさんが司会引き継ぎますんで、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。じゃあ私はこの辺でどうも失礼いたします。引き続きジャパニーズリスリンとクロノクロスお楽しみください。
Not one person.
No, is the black relic. So the black dragon here is sleeping, and we will walk up to it and talk to it. And he's still sleeping, but we get the black relic.
Yeah, it just gives it to us.
So the reason we don't have to fight the black dragon is because we never initiated the Magical Dreamers side quest earlier in the run. So if you never do that, all you do to get the black relic is go and talk to the black dragon. Funnily enough, you actually finish the game with one less star level because of that, because you never get the star level from the black dragon.
I think I saw Marcy at 22.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
Now, you said that no runner has ever forgotten the Black Relic. What runner would that be named after then?
Oh, that was definitely me.
Yeah, that one was just all.
That definitely happened in a big community race.
I've avoided this one.
For now.
Yeah.
So it's not the handy relic. Good.
No.
All right, so the rest here is just going to be a big menu here to prep for Dario, right?
Yep. We're just taking a last second look at the menu before I go to do it. We'll do it as long as we go do it before we actually go onto the screen with Dario.
Make a save before it, Dizzle.
Yep.
Right after.
はい。ジャパニーズリストリームをご覧の皆様、こちら RPG リミットブレイク2025日本語ミラー配信でございます。ここからはシレイユが司会を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。
We can use Fire Pillar there. The only real difference with Inferno is we have a better chance of inflicting a burn status.
ご挨拶が遅れてしまいました。すみません。
Yep. So the Inferno
今はどこだ？
50% rate on inflicting burns where Fire Pillar is
今
only 20.
回の中でとおそらくほぼ最長なんじゃないかってぐらいの
So
尺
he needs to make
の
sure he gets these menus
7時間5分
correct.
の ESD で
And
クロノクロ
all
ス
the elements in the correct spot.
2% グッドエン
We'll
ディン
load
グ
up
カテゴ
Marcy
リーを
with Frog Prince and a bunch of Ice
が
Blasts.
走られて
We're
お
gonna
り
be
ます
seeing
ね。
those, but he's not.
Yeah.
今どの辺
He's
か
gonna
な
be hearing them.
Actually, because I'm not gonna be seeing, I want to make sure. Okay.
Double sure.
I was gonna trust it, but
Yep. Yeah, you can do some of the menus pretty quick when you exit out of them, so it doesn't actually show that the element was equipped, even though it was.
There it is.
Yep, so we're gonna load up Marcy with as much magic power as we can. Marcy at 22 magic is on the high side, so it's quite nice.
セーブをした。
Alright, we also do have a little bit of dialogue here. I'm probably gonna hand the controller off real quick so I can actually set up getting blindfolded here as well. Whichever one of y'all want it.
I'll take it.
Okay.
This is now officially a co-op run.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind us that we donated $1,000 to be able to unlock this blindfolded Dario incentive. So excellent work.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
ストーリーが進んだのかな
There is a lot of effort put into preparing this, so.
Yeah, we might take a little extra time here to make sure we got everything set up, but hopefully we're gonna have it so Handy here can only hear the game and not us, so we can talk and commentate the fight.
I can't hear.
Can you
Say
hear me?
something, Nizala?
Can you hear me?
Okay. We're good.
You can hear me. Okay. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably just be mumbling about what's going on, so you guys can try to explain exactly, I guess, why we're doing the things that we're doing, even though they might look a little bit strange.
We'll try. If you have ever seen the Dario boss fight in a Chrono Cross speedrun before, you're already familiar with the general concept of the fight where normally Dario is a very dangerous enemy, but he has some kind of specific programming that he will respond in set ways to set element colors when they're used against him. That kind of general approach does not change in this fight. We're still going to be doing mostly the same thing, where we're going to be setting up some buffs and things, getting out the frog prints, and then going into a cycle of ice blasts over and over again. So that's still going to happen. Some of the fight has been slightly rearranged to accommodate more consistent inputs, since we won't be able to, well, we will be able to see the screen, but Handy will be blindfolded. So we just move around some things to make that just a little bit easier. There's definitely still going to be some things he's going to have to keep track of, specifically around like stamina element level for links, but and
これ
also
はなんかまがま
we'll
が
need
し
to
いと
keep
ころ
in
に来
mind
てま
where
すが
the cursor is at all points in time, because there's no way to tell without looking who you what
なんか
character you have selected or what element.
結構強いボス。
Yeah, so Handy's going to have to basically use audio cues and count hits and misses, so he knows where he is as far as element levels, as well as he's going to be doing some extra
あれ
menuing, like
目
I said,
隠しをしている
make sure that he's in the right spot. Because
なんか目隠しして、あ、もしかしてこれかな
he doesn't know where he enters the
と
element menu, so he's going to have to go some back and forth to make sure
ダリオを目隠しで撃破する
Some of it will probably look a little weird, but it's probably the
あ
result of some of the
ビット達
normalization
成してますね、インセンティブ。インセンティブ達成してるので、1000ドルのインセンティブ達成してますので、
So here's
ダ
the
リオ
fight's
戦を
gonna
目
start
隠し
pretty
でやると。
the way that it always does, and we're just going to be building up some
さっ
element
きまで
levels
書
on
い
everyone,
そし
and
て、
then
そし
it
て
will
落
be
としたけど、
realized
ダリオは実は生きてましたって。
Yep, so
eventually.
casting these Inferno here, so 50% chance to land burns, which will
結
cause
構
Dario to take
ベリー
advantage
ディフィカル
from
トって書いてあるん
the
ですよ。
frog prints that we're going to use in the Ice Blast.
セ
You
ンティブ
counter
の
us with
概要
Numble,
に
which is a blue element always when you cast a red element on him.
お
So that's actually going to help us. He did land the burns.
Nice. That'll be a big help. And you'll probably see why Slappy is named as such.
Yeah.
The sound is very distinct.
So this is why Riddell's name is what it is.
Yes.
Say goodbye to Riddell.
07.
Headshot.
All right, so now he only has 2 party members, and he's going to make sure he gets his levels up, and he's going to be buffing Marcy here with Genus. He's going to set her up for casting the Frog Prince and some Ice Blast later on. He's casting Magnify to magnify all the
パ
element
ターン
damage.
化できる。どうなんでしょ
He's turning Dario Red.
一人戦闘不能になってますけども。
So right there, he just got a stamina refresh because
これは意図的なんですかね。あ、でもレベル1だからあれなのかな、意図的なのかな。っていうかこのレベル表記はなんだろう。
build up the full blue field so he can cast Frog Prince.
ああ、間引いてる。意図的ってことは間引いてるんですかね。
Level 7 so she can cast the Frog Prince.
もしかしたら経験値があれだから。経験値がなんか人数、生きてる人数に対して、白エレメントでの反撃でやれてるだけなので作戦通りだ。レベル表記は技とか魔法ありがとうございます。
So we're looking for him to get a full stamina
こ
refresh,
のキャラク
which will give him both 7 stamina.
ター。経験値の概念ないんですね。ああ。
So he's going to build up a couple levels here on Lynx because he doesn't know who's going to be targeted by this next attack. He's going to defend it out. He's going to randomly pick one of these targets. So he did not know who just got killed there. The only way he tells is by the sound effect of the weapon hitting. So he knew that Lynx was the survivor. So he went over to revive.
蘇生させてる。
Slappy here. So she's going to build up some levels to prepare for the last phase of the fight.
戦闘不能は
She's going to cast weak minded with Lynx.
想定していなかった
going to kill
感じ。
Lynx
あ、
off.
じゃあ
If you haven't seen this before at all, this is going to look pretty scary going forward, but it is all under control. 07 to Lynx.
ドーン。てかもう2人戦闘不能になってますけど、まあ1人は意図的にしても。
So now we're going to be repeating this Ice Blast, and then Dar is going to counter with Weaken, and Slappy here is going to get a full stamina refresh each time. So he's going to basically repeat this, build their levels all the way up, spend 6 stamina, and then use the last one to cast the Ice Blast. So if he accidentally mashes one too many,
it's over.
It's over. Yeah, Dar is going to take a turn, and Marcy's going to be dead. So he just has to be careful that he only mashes it exactly 6 times.
And it may not even take that many more with the magic that we have and landing the burns.
Landing the burns plus that, it might be this or one more.
Yeah, it was this one.
Nice job.
おー、おめでとうございます。撃破です。
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to everybody that donated for that. Seriously, we're really excited to show that one off. So
Yeah, a lot of work went into that.
That's a
Yeah,
lot of work.
they were showing me all the work they put in that, and it was a lot. It was really cool.
Yeah, because to make that consistent, I think we saw that was only one path, branching path that could have went through. There's a bunch of other ways that the stamina could have refreshed differently. We also could have, if we would have got Marcy on, we actually got a little bit of the harder one because if Marcy's the one that's alive after the 50-50, we could just immediately start doing the Ice Blast cycle. So.
No, you landed burns, and then it was pretty much so much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, because of how quickly, because I was only the level 6 ones, right? So I was we had to have done burns.
All right, so now we get the Master Munes, which is the whole reason why we did this side quest.
And it is strong, very strong. But after this, we actually get to start the dragon section. So in this section, if you, because we haven't really explained in the story here, the dragons, at least so far, are not really enemies, but they're testing us, and they want us to defeat them in their trials. And so the way that you do this, you can actually do this in a different order than what we do as well. But we do this in the order of the Earth Dragon, the Water Dragon, the Green Dragon, the Fire Dragon, and then the White Dragon, Sky Dragon. And that's just because of how so it's kind of routed out with how many stars and stars kind of work out just to kind of give us the most opportunity at having the highest strength that we can at the end of it.
Yeah, plus the world we start out in, it's the Earth Dragon's right here.
Yeah.
So.
and kind of explain what the mini star is
はい。
here. So we had talked about towards the
こうい
beginning
っ
of the
たと
run
ころ
that
で、
Chrono Cross doesn't
な
really
んと
require
こ
any
こで
grinding, and instead certain fights are usually
解
boss fights
説
are
の
designated
方
as
が
star
飛び
fights,
入りできてく
and
だ
those
さ
are
り
the
ま
fights
し
that
た。
have a chance of gaining
ありがとうございます。
our stat
ということで、
upside.
紹介いたし
As
ま
it
す。
turns out, the way that
テ
it
リヤキさん
actually
です。
works
よろしくお願いいた
is
します。
that right now the game already
はい、
knows
テリヤキ
whether
です。
or
よ
not we
ろ
will
しくお
get
願いしま
those
す。
stat ups at the next star fight. We just don't have the
出
あり
ま
が
す
とうご
ね。
ざい
until
ま
that
す。
star fight happens. But the way that the mini star things work is
今は
at
二人
each
を
set
撃
star
破し
level,
たとこ
there's
ろ
a
で
certain
すかね。
number of fights that you
あ、
can
グラン
do
ドゲームを
to
入手したところです
effectively
かね。
get like a preview
が
of what the next
目
star level
隠し
will
で。
be. And so the way that that'll be
え
relevant
ー
here
そしたら
is
強
after
力な
you
武器が
defeat
手に入っ
encounters,
たので、
you
さっ
will
きキャッ
actually
ト
get
ラ
a
ンにあった
chance
よう
of
に、
getting a
振り回
stat
しなが
up
ら
normally
解
it's
決していく
not
感
a
じです
star
ね。
encounter. And if we see a certain
あ、確定クリティカル効
get
果
the
力
stat up
の
there
武
for
器だったは
strength,
ず。
that actually guarantees that when we fight the Earth Dragon, we're going to get another one
ちょっと
because
自己
it's
紹介をさせてくだ
built
さ
for
い。
that next star level.
So essentially, it's
大
like
丈夫
a
でしょ
two
うか。
for
はい、
one.
Yeah,
どうぞ。
yeah. So it's
え
very
ーっ
nice.
と、
Yes.
スピードランの経験ないです。やったのだいぶ前でうろ覚えです。助けてください。
Ideally, we get at least 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
やっと見ながらやっていこうと思います、私も。
Especially since we're a
は
little
い
bit behind.
よろしくお願いいたしま
お願い
す。
し
It's
ま
really
す。
nice to get them when you're a little bit behind because it does go a long way towards catching up to the kind of
わかる
average we'd
人
like
が
to be at.
いらっしゃるだけでも本当に助かるので、私は。
ほんとうろ覚えです。
この
不安です。
ゲームが1999年のゲーム。
そうですね。
surge, whatever you want to call
も
it,
う
starts
子供の頃
kind
に
of taking the lead again
やった
here
人も忘れている
on
ぐらいの
our
年代です。
damage.
も
So
う、
this is where we're going to get a little bit of a benefit of having the 3 gauntlets.
ド
For
リューの島ですかね。
not too long because we are kind of getting close to
そう
getting
か、
there,
竜のカゴ集め
at
か。
least for the next few sections.
今、マップ上の島を巡って、竜のカゴをそうですね、集めて、
Yeah, this is basically our second
なん
to
だっけ
last
な
team.、
何の鍵になってるんだっけな。どこぞかの鍵になっているはずです。
And what we'll kind of see here with
こ
these
のゲームの
dragon
ストーリーの
fights
完全理解は無理で
is,
す。
each of them basically has
忘れ
this
て
kind
ま
of
す。
like short, not really necessarily mini game section, but there's usually some like short objective that you need to do before you can gain access
で
to the
こ
room
ちらは
with the dragon in it.
あ、竜
And
さんに飲ま
so
れ
in this
て、
case, it involves
地下
doing
洞窟の中で
just a couple
奥の
normal
方にド
fights,
リルがいますね。
which are the ones we'll hopefully see the mini star.
そうか。
Yeah.
ホー
So
ム世界
it's
の
very easy to lose time
視界
here.
は潮
One
招
thing
き
we
で
kind
入れ
of
たけど、
expect, the rock
アナ
roaches
ザー
are
世
pretty
界の
quick.
視界は神の庭と言いま
They're,
して、そこに入るためには
what's it called?
竜のカゴが必要
The
か。
spinny move is really slow. I keep forgetting what it's called right now.
Spin off.
Spin off. Yeah, well, that would mean spins for spinny move.
始まりは持っており
Yeah,
ませ
they're
ん。
really slow.
悲しいな
Plus, they put the wrong element on the field when you're doing physical damage to them. So you're going to be doing less damage after they use their element as well. So it's kind of doubly bad.
Yeah, Chrono Cross has a lot of that where it's like
要所要所
things
思い
can
出した
go
ところ
really
で
well,
喋っていくの
or
で、視界の
occasionally
方には。
something bad will happen and it can
Hi.
be snowball. Because but if you get spun off and it like not only is it slow and like Ash was saying, it puts the wrong color in the field so you do less damage, meaning that you're less likely to kill the other one before it gets to go as well.
So you got to do a little bit of story thing, go in and out, and report to the guy.
Yeah, and now we can kind of just go down here and progress the story here.
I like how you're climbing the ladder down
Yeah.
the sand pit.
Why not reuse the animation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this time we're gonna go down the left side just because it is slightly faster.
わなんかリュウさん。
そうですね。その辺にいる
Gonna get
四
some
つ足の
explosives
亀み
from
たいな敵を
our friend here.
倒して動かして穴を塞いで流差を強くする、噴出を強くするだったかな。そんなギミックがあったですね。
Yeah, so basically the reason we
ここから
need
ダイ
this
ナマイ
is
トみたいな
to
のもらうんだったかな。
clog the holes that we need
エ
to,
クスプローシブそう
the
ですね。
sand pit holes that we need to
Hi.
here. We're gonna use the
で、
explosives to kind of like
左側に映っていた岩の亀みたいなやつを吹っ飛ばしてギミックを解いていきますね。
Yeah, this
Or,
first one.
you know, gently nudge
Right.
them.
yeah, gently nudge them, whichever one.
Yeah, they're fine.
そうですね。今コメントにあるような流れです。はい、セルジュの体が鍵になっているので、それが必要で、これを取り戻そうっていうの
Alright,
が、
so this one right here, you actually have to
こ
wait
れ
for
も
it
さ
to
ら
get
に
in
神の
perfectly
庭
in
に行くんだっ
position.
たかな。
If you go early and you fight it, it won't let you push it, and you actually have to wait for it to come, like put its legs back out, and you have to refight the fight again. Alright, so we're hoping to not see 3 here. Okay, no, I thought I saw a third one.
Yep, so we're going to see this same
セ
pattern
ル
here
ジュ
quite
が
a bit.
神
is,
の
Eli
神の庭の管理者として
strengthen,
登
but
録
in
さ
this
れちゃ
case,
ってる
we're
から
just
セル
gonna
ジュの
use the
姿と
strength
ないと
because
入
it
れない
makes
け
the
ど
field
山猫に
full
体取られ
green
たから
instead of
体を
putting
取り
red on
戻
the
すため
field.
に
So
竜の
at
カ
least
ゴを
it's
集
going to
め
be
てる
doing
ん
a
だっ
lot
け
more
という
damage
コメン
here.
トが。
Unfortunately, we did say that
ございます。
the
は
Master
っきり
Union auto
はずです
crits,
記憶の限り
unfortunately, these are not one of them. So you can still get
Oh.
natural crits with it when
少し前
you're
に
swinging the
竜
three.
からプレートを盗めるっていうキャットがあるんですけ
Do
ど、
the massive amount of
プレートっ
damage.
ていうのが防具でして、
Yeah, we'll start seeing the
該当する色
bit after,
属性の魔
we're
法
gonna fight the
を
actual
吸収か無効化にするんだったかな。で、ファルガがいるとスティールっていう
Yeah,
ス
see,
キ
we
ル
would
で
have
盗め
killed
る
there,
の
but
で、
that's the actual difference between
盗むの
having
かな、
yellow
TA
on
っ
the
て。
field.
いらないよな。
そう
It
なん
may,
です。
may not seem like that big of a deal just having the one yellow, but the thing is it cancels out
盗
one of the
むで
greens.
手に入る一点物がこのゲーム結構あるので、通常プレイだと悩ましい範疇だったはずです。
Oh, wait, yeah, mini star? All right.
Nice, very nice.
ああ、ありがとうございます。
We'll
経
definitely
験値は
be
な
at
くて、
31
ボス倒したら
afterwards,
1レベルアッ
which
プ
actually
的
does put us back on track for
な感じら
LF
しい。
average.
そうですね。戦闘終了後にキラキラ映ってる星の数が今のレベルですね。
All right, so that's not too bad of a fight. I'd say that's fairly. You're not too mad if you see that.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, one spin off you should expect.
Yeah.
Do we have some time for some messages during this last round of crab golf?
Go for it.
Excellent. Well, we've got a bunch of donations coming in, and a lot of these are going toward the Save Kid incentive. We're sitting at $679 out of the $2,500 required to save our poor
余
friend
談です
Kid
けど、今
from
やっ
Radical
ている
Dreamers.
ドリューの島がアナ
Near
ザ
the end
ー
of this run, as we've got just about
アナ
just
ザ
a
ーのド
little
リューの
over
島
an
でド
hour
リューがいる
left
んですけ
on
ど
that,、right?
フォーム世界、もう片方の世界にも
We got a
ドリューの
little
島がありまして、
bit
そっちはそっちでレアな防
All
具
right,
が
so
手に
we've
入
got a
った
little
は
bit
ず。
of time left, guys.
と
Let's
いう
make
わ
this
け
happen.
で、結
We
構や
got
り
some
込めますよ、
support
こ
that
の
from
ゲー
some
ム。
donations such as from Siren Ari, from two anonymous donors,
おお、
or excuse me, three anonymous donors, donating $25, $50, $50, another $25.
必須じゃないので、
uh,
引かない
all
と思います
helping
けど
out。toward these incredible
Speedrun では。
incentives. We also have $50 from Grumpy Tiger. It says, "Gotta save Kid," and I agree. We need to save Kid.
I agree.
そうだね。
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for
Keep it
thanks for the
going.
help.
Yeah, keep it rolling. Alright, so we got this last guy we're going to push, and then we'll be able to jump in the hole in the middle, and it's going to blast us up onto the platform.
Also, very, very minor thing there. I do approach.
3
this
つ穴を
approach
塞いだの
from a
で、
very
中央
specific
の
angle. It is very easy to be
そ
like
こ
in
から
a slightly off angle where it won't let you
大
push
きくジャンプできるようになりまし
Yeah,
た
I
の
always
で、
did as well.
これでそろそろドリューの島がクリアかな。
Yeah. All right, now onward to our first dragon.
Where you tell him you're seeking nothing.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
あ、そうですね。先ほどから使ってるイーグルアイは、命中率を 99% にするっていう強力な魔法で、このゲーム、物理攻撃の命中率はだいぶ不安定なんで、
So if you're caught mashing
これ魔法の中でも特によく使う魔法ですね。
you can do that a couple times.
Yeah, it's become a kind of a meme within the community because there's been several runners who kind of know the text is here, a lot of mashing, and they're not paying attention to the screen. And they look back and they're like, they're not even sure how many iterations of icy nothing they've gone through.
It's easier than you think to just get caught in the cycle of it. And
そう
not
いえば
notice.
Yeah.
クロノクロス、インセンティブでセーブキット。キットを救うというキットがあって。
そうですね。のは、グッズエンディングだと確定なのではと思うんですけど、あ、思い出した。きっと作るイベントがあるんだ。やらなくてもクリアできちゃうから、あ、正規キットですね。よかったですね。見せられるキットはいなかったんだ。
So the Earth Dragon is kind of I'd say the easiest of the bunch as far as the dragon fights go. So it also is nice to do this one early just so you can get through it, no problems. So
あんみたいな顔してるんですけど、
we're just gonna buff up.
そんなに印象に残ってないんですよね、このボス。
あ、なんかボス戦が。あ、一時的なルート分岐だそうだよな。あとはボス戦、今はボス戦。
そうですね、ボリュームとラッシュとボス戦ドリュー。
So now we're going to do the threes. Wow.
Really high start.
It's got to be a max roll, I think. I don't know that I can kill on this turn, even if I did a 3, backup 3, 3, 3. But maybe. I'm going to try it. But
マザー側の、違う、ホーム側のここにいるスフィンクスってやつは、追いかけをしてきて結構印象に残るんですけど、 ここら辺になると、今やっているように、500何ダメージとかがバサバサ出てしまうので、割と味気なくは終わってしまうんですよ。ランドリーも知っていればですけど。
The only downside is the animations are pretty slow.
Yeah.
Yep, there it was. Nice job, Nurgo. So the dragons have these really long and dragged out death animations where they magically flip over at the end of the battle sometimes.
One of them is very exaggerated, and we'll see it whenever it pops up.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a +2. That's 5 from each of us.
$5.
All right.
Nice.
First
nice.
one. Not only was it the mini star, but a +2. Was not expecting that.
That is huge.
Yeah, so that means in this single section, I swung 3 strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, you know, sometimes you start low and you kind of keep having to play. That's why it's good to learn how to mitigate the RNG in the game, because Chrono Cross can start being a little bit kind, but there's still much to see before I say that, actually. But
I mean, demonstrate how swingy it is. That basically completely cancels out all the ones that we missed.
Yep.
So that's it for the Earth Dragon. We are actually going to move on to the Water Dragon, which is just south of here.
Yep, and the Water Dragon only has one encounter that we have to clear before we get to it. However, it does have formations that we for sure run from. And that's where kind of the RNG check comes right there.
登ったはいいがどうやって降りるんだみたいな
Any kind of
話でした
formation of 3,
確か
especially if it's
確か
two
その覚えているは
illuminates,
ず
we run from the fight. You want the most common formation, which is going to be just one sidestepper.
そうはならんやろって思うんですけど、都合のいいところに送り返してくれるんですよ。
Pretty quick fight.
Yeah, it's a significant difference, especially at like medium to low strength values between the single and the 2 and the 3 enemy fights.
Yeah, because Lugunates also, I think, have a pretty low AP, so you don't want to take those fights because then you get just for kicks a lot.
Yeah, they're really slow.
ダイナミックに。この辺の調査員に話しかけると、あんたたちどうやって戻ってきたんだって言われたような気がします、確か。
まあ、きっといい竜ですよね。
ああ、そうですね。いい竜なんやろな。
We're going to actually get ourselves a donation train started so we can hit that save kid incentive. At the 5-hour, 5-minute mark, let's start up a $5 donation train.
竜のカゴを出すときに、ヘッドを挟んでくるあたり、ちょっとどうなのかなって思うんですけど。
Your favorite music track or your favorite character in Chrono Cross. Let's get that incentive met. Or, if you're feeling a little more adventurous, donate $6 for one of the 6 dragons and tell us which dragon is your favorite.
Ooh.
So again, that is at the 5-hour, 5-minute mark. Let's see that donation train rolling in, my friends.
So yeah, here we're about to get some sad music again. We find out that actually the Lagunates here have kind of wiped out all of the fairies here.
What fairies? We never saw
We didn't see any fairies, but the game expects to us have known that there are fairies here.
I don't see fairies, but I do see a Cyclops Dragon Quest slime.
Oh, well, this guy's blocking the ladder.
これ避けられるんですか？
あ、大丈夫です。全部避けて進めます。理論上は誘導さえしっかりしていれば、一切エンカウントせず落ち線だけで進めるはず。あと人をすぐに入れられますね。だいぶ前にコメントでもありましたけど。
That's kind of what this is feeding into, but since we never did it, thankfully you can dodge all the enemies except for the last one here.
これシンボルエンカウントなんですね。
そうですね。シンボルエンカウントで、確定逃げ成功で、
ああ、道を塞いでいる。
スピードランにはだいぶ優しいのかな。でも戦闘終了後の成長がある程度ランダムなので、そこだけはお祈りですかね。
That's the most common one, about a 52% chance to have this single.
Lovely.
モンスターを使って遊べる闘技場みたいなものもあって、そこでは、倒したスプリガンっていう、さっきまでいたおじいちゃん、おばあちゃんだっけ、倒した雑魚戦の相手しか使えないので、そうなると雑魚戦をやる意味が少し出てくるんですけど、それ以外ではあんまり通常プレイでもやりませんね。
it takes a lot of misses to get that far, but and that's
装備を
mainly
作る
because
ときにちょっとドロップが欲しいから。
we're not going to use
Right.
Eagle Eye in the attempt to go faster, so we
祭
do
壇
have
っ
a
ぽい
higher
ところ
chance
に
of missing.
水流様ですね。
水流様が。
Alright, let me make sure I don't seek nothing here. Alright, there we go. 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah.
はい、
戦闘
戦闘です。はい。
はい。これ
友人様は大
水流さんも
抵戦闘を吹っかけてきます。
水流さんも戦いをふっかけてくると。
Alright, so here we're going to do the same thing we kind of just did on the sidestep fight. We're going to do turn red and strengthen. And actually, in some of these rooms, you got to be careful with your inputs because it
で
does start
で、
eating
グラン
up,
ドリームを持っている山猫の先天属性を赤に塗り替えて、攻撃力バフを
はい
Some of these
あ
battle
っ
scenes
て、
are a little bit more
あとはひ
laggy
たす
than
ら
others, and especially these during
78
the
が怖い。
dragon fights
できた。
and leading up to the dragon
まあ当たれば
fights.
700とか出てますね。
Naval that we'll be coming up to next.
水流様は見た目通り先天が青なので、赤に塗り替えてしまえば、山猫の火力が大幅に上がりますね。
So we'll do 1. I'm going to go for 3-3 again.
結構
Yeah, the only reason we didn't kill there is because we missed one of the earlier 3s, but that's
結構
fine.
全
We'll
体
send
攻
one more
撃と
attack.
かも持ってたり
Oh,
する感じ
okay.
ですかね。
As long as we don't
あ
send
ー、早速。
使ってきました
I
ね。
think you can get flu from this, but we have the antidote.
いわゆる波乗り的な技を。
medicine.
あ
Yeah, there it is.
痛い。赤にしている山猫だけ痛い
Yeah,。it was close. We need to not miss one
Oh,
more,
what
or
is
hit
that?
one more than we did.
So that's kind of
Oh.
unfortunate, right? Because it
おお。
makes it double bad because now we have to menu
Yeah.
after the fight as well.
All right, 2 dragons down. And unfortunately, the next dragon,
これな
honestly, I
ぜ
don't
か
think the
こ
next
ち
dragon
ら
itself is that big of a deal.
準不動なんですね。この五竜のカゴに関
確か
しては
そう。です。この竜のカゴからもらっても大丈夫だったはず。フルホエール、うん、
あ
召喚魔法ももらいましたね。おまけ。
あ。おお。まあ、フィールドエフェクトもありますからね。左上に。
そうですね。
確かに
揃っていれば強力な魔法です。揃っていないと使えないんだった、あの召喚
I
魔
mean, there's no way I can forget because I'm going to be walking in. Yeah.
You'll notice.
That should be the
ク
real
ロノクロ
incentive.
スの
Walk around the
テ
game
キ
with
ス
the
ト
tool.
枠の種類、
Yeah.
なんかビットオーレ、ビットオールしてますね。
あるんだ。
My $10
あの
表示されてるってことは、1位が変わったら切り替えるってことなんですかこれもしかして。
ちょっとめんどくさいな。うん
Sort of
まあ、
donation we need to make to make
ちょいちょい回収、
10%.
仮の線で回収してたかな。
Unfortunately, you can't inflict it
あ
on
の、会話
yourself,
フレーム。
so you'll have to find
割
an
と
enemy.
いろんなところに隠されているんで、でも、ビットオーで達成するたびに変えるのはみんな。
ああ、ちょくちょく変更されてますねというコメントがございます。
ああ、豆
多
だ。
分トップが入れ替わるたびに入れ替えてるんですけど、今トップ同点なんですよね。
Dragon
あら
Isle,
今、
the,
画面の下のところに見えたトップがね、25ドルで同点が2つあるんですよね。
あ、本当だ。これは順位が変わらないと買えないのかな。
Good commentary and an amazing blindfolded Dario fight. Good luck closing out on
ど
the
っち
run.
かが増えたら買えるかもみたいな。
Agreed. That was absolutely amazing blindfolded fight. Still creeping up both on the save kit incentive as well as the bonus Morrowind any percent run. That one's at $835 out of 1,000.
そして
So many good incentives we can donate toward, as well as just donating toward a good cause. Kaylor also has sent in
いわゆる
$10.
脱出呪文系は
Can't
ないん
decide
ですね。
between
これ
Frog's theme
あ、
or
ないです。
Vegas'
リレミとか
そんな便利な
みたいな
ものはこの時代には
Hype,
ございません。
hype.
Hype, hype.
まあでもどのダンジョン
and
も
we
そん
got
なに
some
長く
nice,
ないので、
soundtracks that you can donate for. It's like was the
でも
5
移動
or
速度が遅いから
$10 minimum,
今
I
の
believe.
ゲームに慣れていると辛いかな。
Yeah, we have those prizes that are ending at the end of the
次の目
Skyrim
的
block.
地はどこでしょうか。
$10 minimum donation for the Chrono Cross concert Blu-ray donated by Azala, and $5 for
は
a
い、ドラマルシェ。
music box for $5.
イゾラの沼には何しに来たんでしょうね、これ。覚えておりません。
リドラの
That's
沼
just
は
a minimum of
緑。
$5 anytime between the
リ
Legends
ド
of
ラの
Mana
沼は多分攻略
remastered
サイトだと
run
なんか
and the end
緑っ
of the
ぽい
next
けど、
run, which is the Skyrim run.
緑竜のカゴ。これ読み方、
そうですね。今、画面中央を飛んでいるこの虫くんの背中に乗って緑竜の島に行くためにここに来たんですね。そう思い出した思い出した。
Plot progression if you want to call
緑
it.
竜なのか
We have to
緑竜な
do
の
a
か。
couple of almost meaninglessly
緑竜の方がお考えいいですかね。
hopefully here we don't see any Biba friends. If you don't kill the Biba before it takes its first turn, it will call in an extra Biba.
ピパ戦かな。
And we're going to have to do this twice.
Yeah, so you're actually meant to come here way earlier when the save kids side quest option is when you select that. So these enemies here are quite a bit easier. So we just have to advance it, and then once we do get to the island, then it will be a little harder.
Looks like Gaia needs to clean some of the lint out of her navel. It's getting out of control.
It really is.
もう序盤でも戦えるピパさん。終盤になっても普通に
Nice.
おう
タフだったような覚えがあるんですけど、グランドリームであっさり消されましたね。
No, upcoming though, you might have a pretty formidable boss.
Yeah. Probably the hardest boss in the entire game.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I wonder why we didn't route in blindfolded wingipede.
Alright, small little thing here you might not notice unless you've done it casually is
これをプレゼントするから広いところで使ってくれよ
kind of like
って言われます。
specifically
虫
away
笛
from
だ
a
ったから。
specific spot because we want to avoid some dialogue.
広いところで虫笛を吹くとさっきの大型の虫が来てくれるんですが、
Right on top of that
はい
chest. So
まあ乗せてくれるかという
a
と、
few lines of
っていう
text.
のがこの
Not
先
too
ですね。
bad.
素直に乗せてくれるかどうか。
Alright. So we think this is a spot. We're going to try to use the Biba flute here.
開けた場所をここで使ってみたらってことで使ってみるんですけど、
And now for the hardest encounter in the game.
He looks angry.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on this one.
はい、戦闘です。
バトルが始まってしまった。
妙だな。言われた通りに
なんでやろ
したのに。
なって言ったところで。突然戦争が始まる。
Ooh, barely got through that
Oh,
one.
man.
It was close.
It's shocked. It's like the only fight
Why
at the end there. It's like that.
だからいいんだ。
Yeah.
And then
あイベントバトルとかなんですかね。
They
イ
thought
ベント
Wing
バ
of
トル
Shield
で、なぜ襲ってきたのかっていうのがこの後ピファから言われるんですけど、なかなか
Alright, so coming up actually, we talked
イラ
on
ッとすることを言われます。
why like this was a pretty RNG heavy section, but not necessarily why. And really it just kind of comes down to the same reason that the Will-O-Wisp section or the Komodo section earlier was as well, where anytime we have to do any extra regular encounters, it just adds a whole bunch of RNG. And we have to actually get Tyranno to pop up, we have to actually do 6 encounters. It is 6, yeah. Yeah, 6 encounters, yeah. And then afterwards, the RNG doesn't really stop there. When we actually go to fight Tyranno, we'll touch on it a little bit as we get closer to it. There is a pilfer that we need to do, and we need to steal something specific from it.
ピパさん。
なぜ生きている。
Biba.
さっきの
So we
虫を
gotta
けしかけて
defeat this Biba again. It's
亡き者にしてしまおう
the
と
same fight
画策していたみたいで
again,
すね
but。we will get the fruit, so we can now travel to the islands.
Ooh, okay, luckily I didn't roll. So that's why we watch the accuracy.
ああ、
2-2 without actually
あっさり。
fully paying attention, because then we wouldn't have killed with a single 2, and there's a high chance that the Biba rolled, 0 through or 1 through 4 rather than 1 or 2. So pause there, and then we do the 2-2 to buffer it together.
実はこのフルーツがないと友達になれないんだよって言われて
はい
渡。してくれる。やっと乗れるようになったと。
はい。古き大地の果実を入手。
Alrighty, so now we
最
got
初から渡せよって
to
言うんです
actually
ね
head to Guy's navel.
家族の虫笛を使って。
Luckily this time we don't actually have to
ここ
fight.
からでも呼べるんだ。
Wingipede is going to give us a ride.
そうなんですね。はい。ということで、
で、世界の
世界の
へそへ。
へそへ。
So yeah, in these fights that we're gonna have to do here, there, like again, there's a lot of RNG. Ideally, we want the most common formation, which is the one one praying mantis. Those are usually pretty nice and easy to kill. There are formations, two formations that we will run from, and that is any of the formations that have 3 enemies in it, especially the ones that have the prehistoric. Additionally, after on our second fight that we do here is where we'll actually see if we get the mini star for Tyranno.
Sure you don't want Leah in your party?
Maybe. All right, we're going to see how close this one is. If he's in the back. Okay, he's right here, so I'm going to go ahead and fight him.
ここのギミックは、
はい。
世界のフェスのマップ中のモンスターエイミーを倒していくと、さっきのこう、雄たけびの主が現れて、そいつと戦ってみたいな流れだったはずですね。珍しく雑魚戦をたくさんする場所ですね。
So that's a little bit unfortunate because we just did turn yellow. So that means our damage is going to be 12.5% less than what we expect. So,
そうですね。
Luckily, the prey
こ
mantises
のトリガーだ
have
と、
such high AP
なんか
that
太古の時代にいたような
going to be
見た目の子が仲間にな
gonna
り
be
ましたね。
slow in terms of having run up.
はい。
Not too bad.
誰なのか。
If that's how all the fights are, we're pretty happy. Because I promise you, like, if you watch enough CC runs, this place can be a nightmare. We're also not going to heal the poison just yet, because very likely we see more.
Yeah, you're going to get it again.
Yeah, for sure. Just embrace the poison.
Yeah, we'll be embracing it for a while. Oh, nice.
Very nice.
この辺の敵は大体状態以上の毒を持っているので、
So after this fight is our second chance at a
こ
mini
の治
star.
療は
So like I said
タブレッ
before,
トでやるん
if
だったか
we
な。
get
消
this
耗
one,
品
then
のアイテムが
we'll
ある
get
は
the
ず。
next one is the full star as well. So it's a 2 for 1.
持ってきてるのかな。
Strength
あ、
up
そうだ。
chances.
そのゲーム
黄色
の、
属性。
そうですね。
That happens, which is
黄色属性に変えて戦うということは相手の属性が緑ですね。緑と黄色が反対側に位置するよう
magic
な
effect
デ
doesn't
ザインにな
matter
ってま
as
す。
much.
ほ
赤と青、緑と黄色、
So
白
we
と
didn't get
黒
it.
だったか
That's
な。
fine. We are actually coming up to the end of the section where the extra gauntlet even means anything. So we're no longer going to be at effective 34 here anymore. As soon as where we normally get the power seal.
ストーリー進めるため
Okay,
に
it's 2.
敵を飼ってるって感じなんだ。
Pretty good encounter so
そう
far.
ですね。
Yeah.
敵を倒さないと珍しくここはストーリーが進まないの
It's
で、
basically routed in. So we no longer kind of consider ourselves ahead from the
しば
extra
らく倒
gauntlet.
してると、さっきの小さい子が言っていたこの森の主みたいなのが出てくるはずです。
Go for it.
Great. We actually got $20 from Sakti. Says, for my husband during one of the games that means the most to him. I love you. Very special donation there. And then we also have $7 from an anonymous donor. No comment, but we appreciate everything that's come through. And then we have just a little under 2.5 minutes left before our hype train leaves the station. That's $5.
名前の
Minimum
ステータス欄のちょっと
$5
上に
donation
ち
train.
っちゃ
Send
い
that in.
四角が出るんですけど、これが状態異常って初めてやった時は気がつきませんでしたけど、私もうちょっと大きく表示してほしい。
One of the 44 or hashtag bancorch of 45 characters in the game.
Plenty of good tracks to choose from.
Oh yeah.
あ、右上に出てますね、今。ポイズンって出てます。
ポイ
So
ズ
we
ン。
don't actually need this chest,
Ah.
but we're grabbing it to spawn.
なんか出てきた。
Unfortunately, it's 2.
あれ見たよう
I'd
な、
like to see 1,
ラッ
but
シュマル、ラッシュマルじゃないか、なるんですけど、別の鳥ですね。
This is the classic RPG, the boss becomes a normal enemy later.
Yep.
ちなみにラッシュマルっていうのは今仲間にいる、名前何になってるんだろう、あ
You
れ。
don't actually see it that much in this.
広いおじさんがいると思うん
Not
ですけど、
much.
ラッシュマルっていうペットを
The
飼って
only
るん
other
です。
time I can think of is
これがこの鳥と同じ見た目
an
なんですけ
island
ど、
that ran into the deadhead if you get a really bad formation.
Yep. Yep.
I threw a single 3 there because I was
世界
like,
のフェス
I'm
から取って
expecting
きた
to
の
go
かな。
anyways, and if I throw a 3-3, I won't kill. So I was going to try to just play for really, really high AP. First, going to do 2-2 here, and then we'll do 2-2-3, and that should be enough. Nice. So 2 more. Double Inferno.
I think those are the common, aren't they?
Yeah, I think
those
so.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The joke is that'll be useful your next Dario.
Yeah, next Dario.
Next Dario.
All right, let's continue the singles.
Oh.
Nice.
Wow.
ああ、これ
That's
は
pretty lucky.
シンプル円か。
少しかかるかね。
All right, so do 1, 1, 2, 3, or well, now it's going to be a 2, 2, 3.
そうですね。同じ人物が両方の世界にいるので、どっちのペットだっけってなりますね。
Nice.
あ
All right, one more.
彼の経営してるファルガはホームだっけアナザーだっけなってきます。
All right, so we're going to wait for this one here. It's faster than trying to chase it. We can't keep up with it.
くるくるしてますね。
あー、これ狩りしてるんですね。
暇そうです
So
ね。
far, 0 runaways. Wow, really good
Wow.
formations.
No runaways is really good. Is that
全
better
員の名前の上に緑の四角が出てるので、これ全員ポイズンですね。
I just didn't have good luck here. I just had better than what I had been getting. Good fight. All right, now we're not out of the woods yet on RNG. It could all be like
回収
built up.
宝箱回収してるんですかね。
Yeah,
回
that is true.
あ、なんか
It
パ
can
ワー
be
シ
a
ール
bit
だ
of
った
a
かなんかあ
trouble
っ
if
た
you
っ
keep
けな。
stealing the wrong item.
Yep.
攻撃力が上がるのがあ
Let's
った
come
よ
over
うな
here.
気
We
は
need
し
to talk
ま
about
す
getting a
ね。
power seal.
うろ覚えですけど。
The way we're gonna get it is we're actually gonna do a pilfer on Terreno, and it is the common power, the common steal from
そういうことか、もし
Terreno.
かして。
What can happen though is
Ah.
because your pilfer accuracy
話
is
進めるために狩らなきゃな
set
らない
off。of your heavy attack, you can miss. I think
Ah,
I
there you
actually
go,
got
Shaggy.
one too. I think it's like 87% or something. So you have like a 13%
平
chance
野
of
が
just
出てき
missing.
た。
And then additionally, you have a 90-10 split on common rare. We don't want the rare.
緑竜がいるって聞いて主を倒してたんですけど、モンスター倒してたんですけど、緑竜じゃなさそうなのが出てきました。
明らかに緑ではない。
Yeah, so this is like our only real good chance to actually get a power seal.
And we got it. Nice.
First try.
走るこっか。
So the rest of this, we
確
get
か物理攻撃力
is
が
a
上が
setup
る
to
装
kind of
飾品
finish
で
the
す
rest
ね
of。this fight. It all kind of hinges on the pterodact here, who will use flap, but we want to actually set up a frog prince.
We just don't want to get flapped right here on this turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wouldn't say it. Okay.
Okay. So really good.
バブルを作り出して誰か出てきた。
召喚獣のカエル君ですね。ちょっと
画
画面が。
面が自分の環境でしょうか。
あ、見えた見えた。
ああ、よかったよかった。
Good fight.
Doesn't get
配
any
信
better than that.
あ
Yeah.
あ、もしかしたら
That
配
was
信が
extremely good Green Dragon
そう
Isle.
ですね。ちょっと今回のイベント不安定でしたね。
Yeah, so we knew we weren't getting that one because we didn't get the
ともあれ
mini
撃
star.
破です。
But that does not have any.
カエル君の活躍は見えなか
We're
った。
going to get the one on Green Dragon. Speaking of Green Dragon is the fastest enemy that we are going to fight.
これで
どこ行くのー
なんか急に奥の方に走り出して、
have an AP of 6. Green Dragon has an AP of 5, and that is actually
なんかいろいろってなるんですね。
It doesn't seem like it, but
緑
going
竜
from 6 to 5 means that you can't do a lot of the things that you would normally do.
Yeah, it becomes impossible to
Green
put up
Dragon.
33s in one cycle anyway.
So we're gonna actually do
ちょっ
something.
と近くに来てくれんかみたいなこと言われて近寄るんですけど、
As well as the new power seal we just picked up. And what the Pendragon Sigil does is it does two things. It
が減ってたからちょうどいいわ
turn
言われるんですよ
whenever。you have it and you have a normal
えっ
type
と、
attack element cast against you, you actually will
食べ
number
物
one become the
食べ
color
物じゃない
of
よ
that
って
element.
いう。
So in this case,
い
we're
や
actually going to manipulate
作法を渡してくれる竜にあるまじき発言を。
by making the field fully green with that eagle eye. So we're going to do a little bit of supplemental damage here until he casts the carnivore. And so what this is going to do, you're going to see
戦っ
Lynx
て
now
落ち着かせてあげ
be,
る。
turn green, but it's what it the other thing that it's going to do is it's actually transferring some of the element
勝てばね、カゴを渡してもらえますからね。
his attack.
勝てばいいんですよ。
So now Lynx is also buffed up his attack by doing that. So we're going to counter it, the green, by turning him back to yellow. So he'll be the opposite color of the green dragon, and we'll be able to do a ton of damage.
ああ、すごいダメージが出ている。
あ、バッドブレス。
Here we just
臭い
don't want to see like darkness or something. Okay, yeah, nice.
胴体上は白ってなんだっけな。まあいろいろ誘発してくるはずですね。
We did see the heal plus. We're just a little bit weak. That's fine.
あれ、ヒールプラス回復
We'll just do a 2-2 here again.
ああ、でも回復量こんだけなんで、今の回復の前には、
Just a 3 actually.
まあ、なんとかなる程度の。
That's good enough.
あ、
Nice. 3 dragons down. Yep.
All right, time to
緑竜撃破。
perfect. Well, the hype train is
ご覧の
rolling on.
端末は
$5 donation
多分正常です。
We got a bunch of people purchasing tickets. $5 from Pouch saying favorite song in this masterpiece of an OST? Almost impossible to pick. I've listened to the 20th anniversary live concert more than 50 times by now.
で、また
So
召
if I
喚獣をもらっ
must,
て、
I'll go for Chronomatic as the closing in that show never fails
しょ
to
うがないから過去やるわって感じですね。
kid. We got $5 from a generous anonymous donator. It says Mojo is a cutie pie, less than 3.
Agreed.
Keanu has sent in $5 saying the hype train keeps a rolling. My favorite character is Pip, and we didn't save him today, so
イヤーが
正式に
正
仲間
式加入したあれ名前はつけないんだ。
we have $25. That's
これ
5.
買えるキャラクターと買えないキャラクターがいますけど、何で決めてるのかな。
Saying,
多
My
分
favorite track is
そしたら
Short
その
Dreams, Another World.
イヤー
Loving
は
the run, keep up the good work.
イヤーは
My
多分
anxiety
出番がないのかもしれない。
Really been enjoying the
ビ
runs
ット王の対象にもなってないのを見るに多分もしかしたら
Thanks so
出番がないのかも。
じゃあ仕方ないですね。悲しいな。
ということで帰りましょうと言ったところで。
$5 roll it, send it in and
帰りましょうというか次の目的地へと。
次は緑、水、水流やっ
Yeah,
た、
thank
土
you
流やっ
for the donation.
た。
Yeah.
Thanks.
で、
And if
こ
you
の
do
か
donate
黒か
$10 as part of that, you can get a copy or get a chance at getting a copy of that concert Blu-ray that was mentioned in one
波
of the
竜
movies.
は洞窟、
So
黒は
天
マブーレだ
竜か
ったかな。
黒竜
we're
か
actually
天
going
竜か。
to change worlds before we go to the fire dragons.
水竜、土竜。
I would kind of consider the fire dragon the
緑
most
竜はやっ
dangerous
てる
of
かな。
all the dragons. We
残
should
り
be
三流
fine.
ですね。
We are actually falling a little bit behind again
Ah.
on strength. We kind of got the big boost from Earth Dragon, and then we
衝撃
missed
いる
every
けど、
single stat out that we could get on the
誰
green
からや
dragon.
るの
So
か。
it's back
Very
and forth.
swingy.
Yeah.
Very swingy.
波竜がブラックプレートとか持ってて盗むのを頑張ったような、ブラックホールのトラップとか使っていたような。でもタイムアタックだとやらないんだろうな。
Counters that we can force on purpose. We will make a safety save before we go into Mount Pyre, just in case anything goes
パッサ
really
ビー
wrong.
チ。
これはフォームとアナザーを移動するんですね。
Yeah.
ちなみにフォームとアナザーでフィールド BGM も違って好みが分かれたりするんですけど、そんなに長くは聞けない
So
で
our
すね。
last two dragons actually will be in this world.
Yep, 4 down, 2 to go.
ボートに乗ります。と、向かう先はどこへ？ああ、
Fire
別の
dragons.
タイここ1個のタイトル別の。
Well, I guess the remaining two dragons don't really have much of a
赤属性の
task
竜
that you
を
have to do before
倒しに行くんだな。
fighting them. For fire dragons, really just a matter of getting to
地下
them.
山。
You have to go through the lava
I
again.
guess Sky, you have to
支援
do
山。
other ones
Yeah.
to get
その
that.
名前だ
Yeah,
った気
that's
がし
his
ます。
trick, but then you kind of just walk up.
ね、あ、セーフティーセーブですかね。
So we got to make a short distance through Mount Pyre here. We have to go a different path to where the fire dragon is.
水流の加護を使うことで、溶岩を固めることができるんですけど、固めません
So
ね。
I didn't heal.
結構なダメージを負うはずなんですけ
So
ど、
what do we need to do here? Ideally, we should run anything. Have we run anything yet? Any extra encounters?
Not that I recall.
So far on a good track.
なん
record.
か、
That one looks
すごい
scary.
疑惑の判定レベルの敵よけを。
ああ、さすがそうじゃないです。あ、あれか。固めちゃうと取れない箱があるから、それを取りに行くのかな。 そうでもないのかな。
This is a room where an extra counter can definitely happen. These dogs kind of turn wherever and whenever, and they're faster than
カ
us.
ゴで固められるの説明あったかな。なんかどっかの NPC が水流様のカゴでうんぬん言ってたような気はしなくもなくもないんですけど、うろ覚えです。あ、体力がひどいことになってますね。溶岩になって歩くから。
So we're done with that Pendragon sigil now. Equip the full strength set on Lynx and heal up.
で、アイテムで回復ってことはボス戦ですね。
はい。目の前にいるのが下流です。ファイアドラゴン。
下流。遠流。
遠流か。
Alright, so the real reason that this fight is kind of dangerous is I think this is our second fight only that we have seen a second phase in a fight, right? We have Bunyip, and then I think there's this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
遠流も単体効果力の技を使ってきたはずなんで、通常プレイだと事故が怖かったんですけど、どうかな。いいぐらい定番の魔法をかけて。
So we're actually doing a bunch of setup here in this first phase to make the second phase go
力を上げて。
Alright. So we're about to get fire breath.
170。さっき900とか出てたのを見るとちょっと物足りないですね。これが確か痛かったはず。あ、そんなに痛くない。
Alright, so we got Lynx buffed up. Now we're going to get the field.
水属性をつけて。
属性がないからそんなにさっき火力が出なかったのか。
炎だから水が強いって感じですね。
そうですね。互い与えるダメージ、受けるダメージが大きくなるので。
おお。フィールドエフェクトが真っ青になっていますね。
これなら召喚獣が使えるけど、
なんか大技っぽいもの出しそうな勢いですけども。
はい、急に変身します。
第2形態。
Okay, so this is the danger. Yeah, this is the danger. Is that you can get zero turn because normally bosses can't zero turn you, but because phase 2 bosses are kind of a different entity, he's been rolling in the background. He just happened to hit us.
Goodbye, Slappy.
ああ、一人落ちた。けどもう、
スラッピ
押し切れるかな。ああ、いいダメージだ。今更ですけど、このゲーム、スタミナがないと行動できないので、他人の行動や防御を選択することによってスタミナを回復するっていうことが何回か発生します。でしたけど、山猫のスタミナを回復し、盗む。レッドプレート。おやあ、これか。
大丈夫か
山猫に飛んできてたら危なかったのかな。
Okay, well, bend and dash slash. Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do. Our glide hook. Yeah.
Feels a little scary here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there we go.
お
Wouldn't be nearly as worried if
ちょっと
we didn't get
ですけど、
crit.
Yeah, yeah, that was.
残り HP が把握できてま
So
したね。
the
さすが
reason
だ
I。use the pillage there is because it's just like when we fought Dario, the fire dragon auto counters with that fire breath. So it's actually a way weaker version. So we know Fargo or Nirgo will survive it, and we can use that to reset his AP, so we won't use his big
あ
one.
カウンターありましたっけ。特定の行動に対してカウンターとかいうのが、そういえばあったような、なかったような。
Still missed another one.
Your magic though, 23.
Yeah.
ここでもらえる召喚獣がサラマンダー君で、後ろにいたサラマンダー君がさらっといなくなってます。
Yeah.
Can we respec?
Yeah, reallocate the points.
Oh, we got two of them.
And now I gotta guess like the corner. Okay.
Oh boy.
All right.
Okay.
All right. That's why the dogs can be kind of rude.
Yeah. All right. Well, nicely done. Got one more to go.
We also are getting kind of close to getting our favorite Martian.
帰り道も溶岩を固めることはない。次は黒かな、多分。
Still tied with the Valencian fog, but it did hit $25 first, so
Does that mean Blinzian or does that mean?
Well,
that
and
means
it-
Martian, probably.
Yeah, it has
新
been
エ
on
ン
screen.
ディング
Yeah,
条件
it's been on
や
こ
screen.
れづらいですよ
I
ね
think the real answer
あれ
is
は
that
初
someone
見
needs
で気
to
づく人はいないん
send
じゃない
in
かな
$5 and make it happen one way or the other.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Short
スカイ
walk
ドラ
to
ゴ
the,
ンだ
uh,
から
天竜
天
ですねこれ
竜かもしれないです
Sky Dragon.
Would you like a couple of hype train donations on the way?
うわ
Absolutely.
最後か
Sure. We've got Country Fried Chocobo sending in $10. It's 2 tickets to the hype train.
天
Saying,
竜が
Save kid.
天
Good
竜
luck,
は
Handy.
Hey, thank
確
you.
定で最後になるん
Yeti
で
has
すか
sent in $25
いや
with
ー
no
そん
comment.
なこ
それ
Thank
と
you
も
so
とは
much.
シンプルに
Siswiv has said with their
シン
$5
プルにと
tickets
天
to
竜
the
も含め
train.
て純不
My
動で
favorite
した
characters are the bats in the
天竜いるん
Batcave
で
in Fort
この戦いそう
Dragonia.
ですね
Good luck on the run, Super Handy.
いや純子どうなんだろう
Jesse Lockhart has also
Hi,
purchased a
food.
ticket and it says, jumping on the donation train. Favorite CC song has to be Scars of Time. Gives me all the feels every time I hear it.
That's a
Less
very
than
good one.
3. Favorite character's got to be the carrot bopping, drum beating bunny girl Janice. Keep those donos coming and save kid, everyone.
この竜がカゴを集めてこいって言っていたような気はするんです
We're
け
still
ど
looking at
そ
somewhere
の
in
割
the
に
neighborhood of a
戦
half
闘は挟む
hour
んですよ
to
ね
raise the money to be able to save kid. So please keep sending in those 5, 10, whatever donations you can give us. Tell us again your favorite music track, your favorite character, or just send in whatever message that you'd like me to read on stream.
いいくらいスペングス
So similar setup here for
強
the
攻撃強攻撃
Sky Dragon.
いつものあれですね
Since Lynx is naturally a black and 8, he's going to be
まあ天竜やってるのであと黒竜が
the white
手に入れば全部ですね
Yeah. Also, probably gonna see an extra turn here, just because we're so weak.
はい
I'm pretty far below the else.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. So we're gonna do this on purpose to proc the holy healing.
あそうか4桁出ましたね
あああっさり
天竜は
あ
先天
黒はもうも
使
らってるあもしかしたらいやまだまだ終わってなかった
And let's see if we kill here.
黒はもしかしたら
9%. So no, we
もし
weren't.
かしたらシフト入る
Yeah, that's not
視
too
界
bad.
入る前か
You kind of expect to see them, or at least one.
どっかで
Probably expect to see kind of two
もら
actually.
ってたかもしれない
7, so I gotta throw threes. Hit
Ah.
one, hit one.
結構
Yeah.
ルートによってはすぐ入手できるから黒竜の
All right, we
祈り
are through all
あ
of the
そうなん
dragons.
だいつも上がっていたから知らなかった
ルートにあったらもうボス戦だしもういきなり入手できてしまう
I wasn't even. I was so.
なるほどじゃあスピードなんだとそっちの方が早いですね絶対
I did too.
多分
Let's see the
た
dragon
だグ
flip
ッドエン
over
ディング
there.
に関係するのかがわからないですけど
Oh, we made 33. Let's go. Okay.
もう関係
Argo
ないん
once
じゃない
again
か
is
な
kind of a powerhouse.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So now that the Sky Dragon is done, we like you
天
said,
竜のカゴを
wrapped
入
up
手
the dragon section. We do have a couple more things we have to do to get back Surge's body, but also in the meantime, we're actually going to take care of a couple other things, which is get Starkey.
Yep. So believe it or not, Starkey's actually kind of a required character for the story.
Yep.
He kind of seems like he maybe would be a side fun character, but he plays an integral part in actually progressing the plot.
ということは
All right, so here we're gonna go to
神の
Goldo.
庭ですかね次は
We're gonna show our tier of hate
まず
and then change worlds and go.
多分黒竜もらってんだったら
Then
ガ
we're
ル
gonna do
ロ
a
ー
couple things.
ブ
We're gonna
ま
bring
ず
our
は
the
アナ
dragon
ザー
emblem
の
that we get and show it to the shaman on the other side. However,
あガ
we're
ルゾ
gonna
ーブ
make
だ
a little bit of a stop there to
ガルロー
finally
ブです
do
ね
the fish dance.
突然の戦闘にご注意くださいと言った
ああここか
Yep. So we finally go. This is actually the first time you come here to this world's Goldov, and you'll see Orlha here battling the soldiers. It's also one of my favorite parts in the run here, where
オルフ
Orlha
ァさん
is going
が
to do
先
a
天
roundhouse
青だっ
kick
け
on
な
these guys, and he's
あ
going
先
to
天青が多いなこの画面
Egg.
from 3D to 2D.
Yeah.
たまにこの後ろにいる2人分の先天青なんですよね
He's now a texture on the pier.
あ
So
もう
Orla
何
sees
も覚え
us.
ていない
She sees us as
この
Lynx, you know, the leader of the soldiers
この
here.
子
So she's
この
not
子
too
が
happy
オル
with
ハさん
us.
そうですね
So she
一人で
challenges
兵
us
士を
to
なぎ倒
fight.
しているこの子が
強い
で、兵士に山猫様ってすがりつかれるんですけど中身が違うん
Since we
で
went to fight her way earlier,
まあ、そんなこと言っても引き入れてもらえず
Yeah.
戦闘開始です。
Usually she gets one turn, and that's about it.
いや、メッシュ率が高いな。なんでだろう。
格闘家さん。
相手が低いか。いいぐらいかけたのに 88% だった
だ
の。
そうです。ありがとうございます。そし
And
て
that's the oral fight.
ああ、
Well, we didn't miss, but just a fun note. He's
いやー、容赦ない
one
です
of
ね。
the
突破です。
highest
容赦がない。
enemies that we end up fighting in the run. So
ああ、そっか、リマスター版。リマスター
あ、
版だと
そうですね。
I
顔
have
グラ
missed
フィッ
there.
クは
She
全
does
員、
I think she does
リマスター
multi
版
punches, so
は
she does
新しい顔グラか旧グラフィックか選べるようになってるんで。
クロノクロスリマス。
All right, so here we're gonna get a little bit more dialogue.
ラジカルドリーマーズエディショ
We're
ンと
gonna
い
go
うの
talk to
が
the shaman, and then before we're gonna change worlds, and then we're gonna go do fish dance.
前の通り、クロノクロスの直前
Not much is
に
happening here.
切られていたラジカルドリーマーズも遊べたはずなので、まあ、Steam にも売ってるので、興味があればどうぞって感じです。
Got $20 from Echo saying Rpglb ends the day before my birthday.
元のラジカルドリーマーズが確か相当限定的な手段でしか遊べなかったはずなので、今ラジカルドリーマーズ遊ぼうとしたら、リマスター版買うしかないですね。
$5 from Yako saying, my favorite color, excuse me, my favorite character is Norris, but Stocky is a close second. So here's $5 for his text box. And with that, our favorite Martian has pulled into a clear lead with $35. So once we've unlocked that.
All right, right on time actually. We're about to be heading right there.
that moves the
人の
question.
運命は
Excellent.
なんとか何か持っていたから、僕とは山猫じゃなくてセルフだみたいな話をしてくれたんだったかな。
So I wanted to tell you that my favorite Chrono Cross track is Xanarkand from Final Fantasy X. A worthy way to spend $2 on the donation train. Once again, that's $5. Send it in, just a $5 donation. Let me know your favorite character, your favorite music track from Chrono Cross or adjacent properties.
I didn't see the cursor go down twice there, so I thought I selected the wrong thing. All right. Yeah, so basically she tells us make haste to the other world. We are going to change the other world, but before we go directly to the other shaman, I've mentioned we're about to do fish dance, but for anybody who doesn't know what fish dance is, it's the name of a, not really a skip, but like a specific way of dodging some enemies that are normally blocking a chest that we are trying to get. Normally, in like a casual run, you probably fight most of them, if not all of them, to kind of clear your path. Obviously, that's really slow for a speed run. We would like to not do that if
イ
possible.
ベントが
The problem is,
で
if
竜の
you
社
don't want to wait there
に向
forever,
かうんですかね。
usually you can kind of take a more of an aggressive approach.
竜の
and
社
send
は今
enemies, which is what I'm
持
going
っ
to try
てきた
to
と
do.
ころですね。
And
Ah,
for Chrono Cross, we said that you could run away.
ドラゴンエンブレム
友人の
がなんだかを
巫女の紋章を手に
そうですね。
入れたから
は
The
い。
only issue is whenever you run from an encounter, you get
だから
iframes or invincibility frames to not get immediately pulled back into that
ホー
specific
ム
encounter,
側に移
but
動
not
する
like
と。
universal ones. So if two enemies are stacked up on top of you,
お
when you
ばあ
run
さんの
from one
浜に
enemy,
来
you'll
て
get、stuck and get pulled into the other fight, and then when you try to
ホー
run
ム
from
に移
that one,
動して、
back and forth. So you usually have to fight your way out of at least one of them. So if these enemies swarm on top of us and we get like say 3 enemies on top of us, we have to fight at least 2 of them and run from the
飲み
third.
込まれていきますね、今。
So we're
あ
gonna
そこは
try
上
to
から降
avoid
ってくるん
it.
ですよ
Very。easy to fail. Honestly, it's a big
上
reset
の
point for
上の世界と
a
下
lot
の
of
世界みたいな
top
感じな
times
の
as
かな
well.
って思ったんですけど。これどっちも一緒なんですか？
It's tough to have it reset.
どっちから入っても上から降ってきます。
Well, this is actually why. So in the like world record attempts, I do this right after Miguel. So at least
こ
it's
の世
like
界の関係は次に行く神の庭で明らかになったっけな。
It's a proper savings right there.
どこかで機関研究所っていうところに入るんですけど、そこで大体のネタバラシ
if
が、
you guys have anything or you
あ、
guys want to
ディ
explain
スク入れ替え
this
かな。
feel free.
ここだっけ違ったっけ。
あ
Yeah, so this first screen, the fish
ど
can
こ
be
か
a
に
little
入ってい
trolly,
った。
but
あ、
they
裏
generally
下界か。
are fairly easy to get around.
裏下界は確か敵避けが難
The thing
し
you
か
have
っ
to
た
look
気が
out
する。
for mainly when you're going around this section are
裏
the
下界
shadows. So you
は
got to watch the shadows on the fish.
これは
That's
また
the easiest way to
サ
tell
ブイ
where
ベン
they
トな
are
隠しイベント
on
な
the
んですか
path.
ね。
あー
It's kind of hard to tell where
い
the
や、
path is
ラスダンに
and
行く
how
ために
much
クラ
room
ゲ
you have.
界の何かが必要だったは
So
ずなん
this
で必須だった
kind
よ
of
うな。
section right here is
ああ、
fairly
それを
narrow,
先に回収しちゃう
and
と。
only in some spots can you actually pass by.
後半周してて辛いんですよね。
あ、
この魚全部敵なので。
なんかめっちゃ、ちょっと、なんかすごい大群が追ってくる。どうなっているんだ。宝箱調べさせて。多分これですか？多分これ調べるんですかね。
調べたそうな動きをして、
お
取ったけど帰れるのか？帰れた。
お
さすがだ。
すごい。今のすごい。あ、でもここにも魚いるやん。ってとこいるじゃないですか。
さっきよりは比較的。星のこのパーツが必要なんです。
今すごい。
Alright, good. Nice, successful fish dance.
Yeah, very fast too.
Alright, and that was the last enemy, so we're clear out of here. Now it's a Starkey.
Yep, the item we picked up there is the star fragment, so get to recruit our favorite
ここ
Martian.
は天竜の島かな。
Oh, yeah.
今から。
Starkey is actually one of my favorite characters. I think the last time I played this casually, it was
そうですね。
Surge, Starkey, and
さっ
Draggy.
きいたアナザー、あ、今ホームにいるから、ホーム側の天竜の島には星の子っていうのがぴょんぴょん跳ねてて、その子を仲間にするので、戦闘で
Just
す。
a casual 10-hour run.
Just casually.
はい。
何か言うことを聞いてほしいときは、大体このゲームは戦闘です。
Yeah, if you couldn't use like continue plus or something like that, yeah.
Who's that?
What a small little guy.
Ah!
走り去っていったのとサイズ感がだいぶ違いますけど、
He's pretty easy at our levels. You're actually also meant to come here pretty way earlier to fight him, but he does have a really high HP pool. So
Yeah, he does take a little bit of time to.
even though he's pretty easy, he takes a lot of time to get through his HP.
And I don't believe he has a type, so we don't auto crit him.
Yes.
Right. Alright, so we're gonna do this turn. We're not gonna kill here. We're gonna hear. We're gonna see
なんか
radiation.
かわいい。
Radiation.
Does like no damage.
ダメージは可愛らしくなかったような。あ、いやでも可愛かったわ。43-0-0。走り切ってみす。
Can we kill here at our shrink? I don't think so. Yeah,
Yeah, ran out.
If you crit, maybe.
Wow.
Nice. Get him
Let's go,
slappy.
Slappy.
当て
Yeah.
ましたね。
おお。
最初から強攻撃すると3割外れるんで結構不安なんですけど。
Nice. So we got the mini star here. That might actually look like it's a boss fight, but that is actually the mini star for Dark Surge coming up.
Yep. So we got 2 out of the 3 of the mini stars, which
で、さっ
is
き
all
回
you can
収
really
し
ask
た
for.
And Starkey wasn't too bad.
エ
to
ラー
catch.
を持ってると仲間になる
Actually,
のか
many
な。
a runner, including myself, chasing Starkey for like a whole minute.
スターキーが仲間に。そして名前を入力しないと。
出番はないですね。
We do need
少なくとも戦闘では使われないみたいです。
dungeon in the game.
Yeah, we're gonna actually enter the screen again. This is just to get our favorite Martian text box.
そしてまた入り直した。
ああ、フラグ。
Alright, we'll go
い
ahead
や
and change it.
フレームだ。
あ、フレームが手に入れた。あ、もしかしたら、ビットの関係で
達成してたのかもしれないですね。
There you go. We got to
達
see
成
a
とい
lot
う
of the
か、
text boxes.
We
あ
did.
入れ替わった。
Our favorite Martian
Yeah.
が
Yeah,
1位になってますね、いつの間にか。
Yeah, Shellfish is still just sitting there with $0. If
やっ
you
ぱり
want
切り
to
替わる
change
ために
that,
取りに行かなきゃいけないん
you
だ。
can send in
大変だな。
Be allergic. Yeah.
Yeah.
ああ、さっきの可愛いボ
Alright,
ス
so now
も
that that's all done,
そ
we're
の
gonna
た
head
め
back
に
to Rpglb. This was a little bit of a detour.
通されたんですかね。
As a
健
shaman,
康はストーリー上必須だったはずなので、
あ
and this is all to kind of lead us
あ、あの子は
towards.
戦闘して必須なん
We're
です。
getting towards
はい。
the very
で、
end of
戻っ
this
て
one.
聞いて、竜の社へ。
I've got one more boss fight in Disc 1, actually.
Yep.
One more fight at all. If Dodge.
Yeah, yeah.
そう
It's a
門
good
番
time for a
に
couple of donations.
Absolutely.
All right, Tim and
証を
Paul
見
have
せる
sent
と
in $25.
こ
No
の
comment.
証が確か
Very
別
much.
世界からもらって
Also
きたもの
going
だけ
toward
ど、
the Save Kid incentive.
ホーム世界でも同じ証を使ってる
Probably a
の
little
で
over
通っていい
20
ぞと。
minutes before that's got to be met or closed. So let's
We
keep
probably
these
got a little bit
donations
more,
coming in.
but yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe a
it'll be
little more.
yeah, it'll go right before we go into the final dungeons. We
今世
probably
界ではお
got
ばあちゃんが亡くなってるので、スティーナの方が
about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah,
を
I'd
管
say
理して
about
ますね。
All right, we've got a little bit more of a time buffer, so let's
管
beat
理してる
that
はずなの
incentive.
にいい
We
のかな。
really want to save Kid. Also got $5 from Keanu saying simply $5 fish dance. Making it look
ティ
easy.
ーナが
Andy.
ティーナになっちゃった
Lots of time of failing it.
というのは置いと
a
い
lot of
て
practice.
Yeah.
書いて
Moonblaze
っていう
Wolf
か
has
連打
also
してた
sent
感
in
があるので、別に
$50.
戦闘で使うわけではなさ
それ
そうです。
で
Never forget the first time I
はい
heard
多分
Scars of Time on the Chrono Cross musical selection promo
連
CD.
打の関係で文字が消
Getting
えただ
stuff
け
like that in stores or magazines was such a fun way to get
次
の
hyped
目
for new
的
games
地
in
は
that era, and this was one of my favorites. Thank you
ピ
so
カちゃ
much,
んか
Moonblaze
なっ
Wolf.
ていう支援山だ
ああ、そうか。もう一回取り出の動きだっけな。
All right, so yeah, we're gonna go make our. I guess you could say second or third, depending on how you look at the very
こっ
beginning.
ちホー
trip
ム
to
だから
Patagonia.
アナザ
支援
ーの
山
Our final one.
取り出は当はしたことがあるんですけど、ホームはしたことがないので、
Fortunately, we do have to go
Right.
through Mount Pyre again.
3時間、2時間ぐらい前に見た光景をもう一度見る
Actually,
こと
I
にな
think
り
one
ま
of
す。
the, for me, one of the harder dodges in here. I think this
So-
bull is kind of
I definitely agree with that.
he kind of just dashes in a direction that he pleases at any point, and it's very tight.
Once you think you're safe, you're not.
All right, actually, well, that one he
Okay,
kind of gave
okay,
for free.
that was a
なん
free.
か
He made us,
強い敵も
look
いるん
wrong.
ですかねその分
その辺歩いてる牛くんは、スプリガンの変身対象として優秀だった気がしますけど、
All right,
Right.
just a little bit
ボ
more
ス戦
dodge.
や雑魚戦として苦戦する
Kinda
ことは
want
ない
this
かな。
enemy to kind of be up here at the top to show off that you can actually just run behind it.
Yeah, maybe.
Looks like he's gonna stay down there. Yeah, but if you hold against the wall up here, even if he's jumping up or blocking the path, you can run right behind him.
It was a very long time until I knew that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I figured that out, and I was surprised that you could do that.
Okay. A little bit
そ
safe.
うですね、
but
竜
that
のこの
dog dashes
卵が
around
取り入れの地下1階だったか
as well.
にありますね。あの子は別に仲間にしなくてもよかったような。
Thankfully, this time we don't have to
Hey.
go through the whole fort and open up all the
石
pillars.
碑
We just have to go
あって
right to the top.
なんか石碑の奥に行くと
エレベーターも使えるんだっけな。また起動しておかなきゃいけないんだっけな。どうだろ
Go and heal. Very easy to forget to do.
なんか回復してるってことは戦闘ですかね
う。なんかあったっけ
So Dark Surge can be a little bit risky or a little bit dangerous if you're low strength. So we're gonna try to play a little bit safe. We're definitely gonna see feral cats, but I believe after feral cats,
あ、
he
もう
has
エレベーター
physical
使います
attack
ね。
and then he does volcano. I
まあ、
believe.
いる部屋から4方向に部屋があるんですけど、前にアナザーできたときは全部起動したんですが、今回はいらない
So
と
if。I get the chance, I'm probably
フ
gonna
リッ
strengthen
プありがとうござ
regardless.
います
魚を避けたやつですね。
そしてこちらでは戦闘が
竜の涙が起動キーになってたと。
So
忘
similar
れており
setup.
ました。
Eagle Eye, probably going to strengthen. Going to turn white on Lynx.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the turn white first here. And hope for at least a 3 AP roll. Nice, that's good.
ダークセルジュ
Wow.
ああ
Okay, now we should be pretty safe.
まあ、イーグルアイをかけて、ストレングス上げて、
So we were able to get like
いや、いいのか。で、ひたすら強攻撃と、いつものやつで、
14
すぐ終わるかな。
AP spent. So yeah, that makes us we're one cycle ahead now on the damage. So it makes us fight very safe.
Yeah, we're gonna get feral cats, but that should be it.
Also, kind of a visual throwback to the Radical
Oh, yeah,
Framers
this-
run earlier.
Yep.
ああ主人公の体を山猫が奪って
そうですね、奪われて、今好き放題されてる感じです。
Yeah, nice.
does have like low magic defense. It seems like he's taking a lot of damage.
というかもういきなりダークシェルズ戦いけるんですかね。
Okay. It is pretty low magic res
Yeah,
actually.
it is also the lowest.
というのは、
いやなんかいろいろフロアがあるっぽい感じの攻略サイトにあって。
あ、そうですね。フロアはいろいろあるんですけど、それを攻略するのは、アナザー側で、ホーム側は、このマスターキーみたいなものを持ってきたので、全部すっ飛びましたよって感じらしいです。
ああ。だいぶ前に攻略してたんです。
そうですね。司会の方が入れ替わる前、
ああ、こっち側は2位だった気がする。ありがとうござい
やら
ま
なくてもいいな。
す。結構前の段階で攻略してたんですね。ありがとうございます。
そうですね。
あ、そしてセルジュに戻った。
なんか、ちょっと混乱しそうな言い方ですけど、まあ、セルジュがセルジュに戻ります。
Avoided the elevator of doom, where you go back down because you're mashing too much. Yep.
お使いの PC は正常です。
Trying to get out of the menu too quick.
多分。
モバイル端末も多分正常です。
Alright, this will be the last cutscene of Disc 1.
なんかすごそうなところに来ましたね。
中央の大座に竜の涙を置いて、ここが確か、クロノトリガーでいう太古の時代のあたりの話をしてくれるんだったかな。
はい。
世界としては魚から爬虫類から恐竜から恐竜人っていう流れがあったんですけど、ここに大体の元凶であるラボスが降ってきて、でその影響を受けた猿が人間に進化していったよっていうのがこの世界の設定だったはずですね。この世界としてはラボスの影響を受けて進化した人間の方が異物なんだよみたいな言い方をされたはず。
そしてなんか魔法陣のようなものが光り出して。
This is kind of a weird cutscene.
You can interpret it how you like.
Yeah.
どうなるんだ
？Looks kind of painful.
Yeah, it does actually.
赤ちゃんですね。
This is just the Nirvana album cover, right?
Yeah.
This is how they grow up fast.
Immediately.
This is just a Pokemon evolution.
急成長。
For Surge, yeah.
Yeah.
晴れて元の体に戻るんですけど、どういう理屈なのかはさっぱりわかりません。
Worth mentioning, there is actually a bit of a
そういう説明があったような気がする。
It's honestly pretty minor time save overall, but it's kind of cool that you can do it. It just involves opening the disk drive early at a specific point and getting the disk swapped out. And so as soon as the game says insert disk 2, you can just close the lid of the PS2 and it'll resume almost immediately.
で、
I don't know how many seconds it actually
力を
saves.
使ったのでまた竜の涙が砕けてしまう。
Be panicking to try to hurry up and not lose time from a disc swap.
ちなみに交代前3時間ぐらいかな。3時間前ぐらいに体を乗っ取られた時も竜の涙くんは粉々になってました。あれは多分砕け切るのが前提のものなんです。これ服が入ってきたのか。
A lot of hype for Scars of Time in here.
Thanks, Hack.
Yeah, it's so good. Scar of the Time is very good.
And we're still slowly running out of time to meet that save kid incentive. Got a little bit under 40 minutes left, probably. About $1,600.
もう一個使うために。
So,
そうですね。今手に入れた破片やら何やらを
$5 at least to let you tell me what your favorite song or favorite character in Chrono
素
Cross
材に
is.
クロノクロスにしたはずですけど、その説明を今していたのかな、スティーナさんが。
Sorry, I was talking to myself about the menu.
スティーナさんを仲間にする
So
必
we're
要
gonna
があ
set
った。
ourselves up here
そう
for
ですね。竜の涙をもう一個使いたかったから、スティーナさんと仲間になったんですね。
might have one more minor equip here once we get Glenn back, but that'll be it.
What, did we get Shellfish in there?
Oh, yeah, let me do that real quick.
And magically, Surge's clothes appeared as well
Yeah.
after that cutscene.
Who doesn't keep a spare bandana?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after everything I saw in that cutscene, his clothes reappearing is my last question.
And that's very fair.
Did I put the stone mill? I did not. Or the mithril plate. Yeah.
Text frame while you're in here.
Yeah. Oh.
Not there.
Yeah.
またフレームが変わった
Is
の
it
かな。
shellfish, right?
Shellfish.
ありましたね、シェルフィッシュ。
It's somewhere in here. We have a lot now.
Are you sure?
Do we not?
Did you ever unlock it?
持
Uh-oh.
ってない。持ってないですね。指定されたフレームを持ってない。
Do we have a route detour?
フレームを回収しに行かないといけないと。
これは大変なことになったかもしれない。
Homeworld, yeah.
Yeah, we okay. Yeah, we
Yeah.
probably go.
シェルフィッシュさん。
Okay, we'll go
シェルフィッ
back.
シュ、
Hey, we missed
シェ
out on
ル
the
フィッシュ
very
に
first one.
これなんかもう本配信の本もう笑っちゃって
笑うしかないんです。
Found us out.
Yeah.
そのシェルフィッシュさん
I didn't think
なん
we were
か
gonna do
つい
Shellfish.
6分ほど前に50ドルポンと
Well, in the meantime, Mega Man
急に来ましたね。
6 has sent in $25
シェルフィッシ
多分
ュは、
それまでは多分0ドルだったんですけど
そうですね。さっき水流の島でチラ見してたときは25ドル、25ドルの右の方に0ドルって書いてあったんで、これにはならないだろうなって思ってたんですけど。
Fantastic music.
フォームだかアナザーの自分の村の商品棚にあったような気がする。
You
あ
got
れは
all
別
these
のだっ
level
け？
1 elements again.
Yeah.
And you get your body back and you go home.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the story.
And you just have a hankering for some shellfish.
でも指定されてるってことは取りに行くんでしょうね。
So yeah, Arnie Village is right
入
here.
りましたね。
Not too far out of the way.
So where we learn you can't grab it again, but I
そ
don't know.
うですね。インセンティブで今、寄り道が。これに裏に帰ってきて、
Oh.
See? I told you.
呼び止められて、これは見なくていいはずのセリフですね。で、この商品棚にシェルフィッシュが
There we go.
見つかっちゃったかも的な。
Wow.
Okay. Now we'll put the shellfish on. Not sure exactly. There it is. All that tech skip.
It was all building up for that.
で、晴れてインセンティブを見た
We
気が
just
すね。
got
よかったよかった。
$200 from Duck.
Thank you.
They say, we must save Kid. Thanks for the great marathon and amazing run of Chrono Cross.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your generous donation, Duck. Let's see this happen. This means we're up over $1,000, over $1,100 on the way to saving Kid.
Yeah, we're closing in on it. This is the last dungeon
で、
before.
神の御輪に入るんですけど、向こう側、アナザー側かな、アナザー側からは入れないので、別世界側から死の誓いの後を通って入りましょうみたいな流れで、ここでディスクチェンジだったかな。そうだね、そうでしたね。で、ここを地味に入り口によってだったか、攻略順によってだったか、手に入るアイテムが違うっていうやり込み要素が、
Way back in the day, I went through a whole bunch of tests trying to figure out how
その
fast you
後
could do
ク
it.
ロ
Yeah,
ノ
it was
ポリス
reasonable.
で
It's like when I
そうですね。
found that out, it's like, all right, this is good.
神の庭でした。
We don't have to push it any
そうですね
further.。
神の庭で過去、未来、現在の島を順々に巡っていって戦闘です。
All right, so we got to go through these three little islands here, and
We have to actually do them in a very specific order, actually.
Yes.
it depends on
最後の島だけ戦闘だったかな。
depend on which boss you spawn here, and we only one of the bosses will drop the element that we need, which is Figora, which is an extremely kind of overpowered element that basically gives you free stamina.
Yeah, Vigora would probably be routed in so many more places if we didn't get it so late.
Yeah.
It's very, very good.
あと入るクロノポリスがまた難解
So
で、
let me check real quick. Yeah,
いろいろと驚愕の真実が明かされるんですけど、
Yeah, Vita is coming in.
まあ何を言ってるのか大体わかりませんね。
Can be a dangerous boss if you're unprepared.
It's
目を
also
食ら
a
った
very
人の方
weird
が多いん
boss.
じゃ
I
ない
don't
か
have
な。
like a whole lot of time to go into the specifics of it, but we're going to be kind of attacking in the cadence that we are on purpose, because this boss kind of takes accumulated damage in between the spaces that you leave for attacks. So if I've done a 2-2 and say I did like 400 damage, the next time I do a 1 with Marcy and it would do 13 damage, he actually takes 413 damage altogether. Everything except the last phase. The last phase acts like normal.
Yeah, so you're going to see Handy pause between a few attacks. So what it's doing is it's kind of like adding up the damage. So you do
戦闘が
400
始まっ
damage,
ている。
you do a little tap that adds like 13 to the 400, and then you do another tap, and then it does,
インフェルニティ
and
って
then
イ
it
ン
does
フィニティ
that
かインフィニティ
413
ってこ
again
とだっ
plus
け
the
な。
new amount.
確かどこかで青の先天属性の専用魔法でスタミナを無限にするっていう魔法があるんですけど、それ手に入れるのってここだっけな。
That we have to get through.
はい。
So he's waiting between each attack so it accumulates more damage while buffing up Surge here, so we can
情報の波になんかいろいろとなんか
get ready for the next
発覚
phase
す
as
る
well.
っぽい感じがなんかチャット欄の書き
そ
込みを
うですね。
見る感じ
クロノポリスはこの世界の核心に迫る情報がたくさん転がっています。
情報の波に備えましょう。
Eagle Eye. Yeah, then we'll do 2-2 and then yeah, 1 and 3.
So he's waiting there to accumulate the damage again. So we can do the same thing with Nirgo here.
セルギュ君は山猫からセルギュ君の体に戻りましたけど、やることは相変わらずグランドリームで殴るだけです。手に入ってからは物理攻撃が一番強いんで、それまでは結構エレメントを使うんですけど。
Well, while we murder this corrupted tiki mask, can I pop in?
Absolutely.
Great. $50 from Kaboink has come in saying, had to donate during the run of one of my favorite games of all time. My favorite song is Unstolen Jewel because it's hard as heck to play on the guitar, and it's where I cut my teeth learning finger picking that song when I was a teenager. We're still getting little bits at a time toward that Save Kid incentive, and I wanted to mention that we're actually closing in real
エレメン
fast
トはエフェクトがないから通常攻撃の方が早いっていう
so
都合も
saving
ありそうで
Kid
すね
will。put us a huge chunk of the way toward that. So whatever we can do, let's get that hype going. Let's get this incentive met.
Yep, we have up until the end of, I guess, like what we'd consider this.
そうですね。右が本体なのは青スコアぐらいなもんじゃないですかね。
And then that'll be it.
大体今日が本体だと思いますよ。
So we got the Vigora drop there. So we're going to do one little menu here to change some elements around and equip that Vigora. And obviously, Surge here has
スキルをなんか装
So
着して
whenever
い
you
くみたい
change
な。
bodies,
は
it'll
い、
unequip
セルギョの体に戻った時に装備していたスキルが全部外れてるのかな。
We'll be seeing
だから全部
that
付け直しかな。
Wrong person or wrong way.
はい。
And then
Magnify.
the Magnify and the Vigora.
次のチャプター5からキットの救出ができるようになるんでしたっけ？
確かこのぐらいの時期だったはずですね。すると、モンスターすぐ行くのかな。
チャプターのおしまいぐらいに。
But
Fate
Fate
might
might
just-
kind of force our hand.
その辺ですね。EST 的にも
So yeah, Ash kind of talked on a little bit about how strong Vigora is, and we're
10分
about
はかかる
to
からその辺で行っておかないと間に合わなくなる
and
し。
this coming up
あ
fight.
意外なところに出てくる強敵がロボット組んでしてロケットパンチがめちゃくちゃ痛いんですよね。バイブレもなく強敵が出てくるので割とここで沈んだ人もいるんじゃないかな。
Similar type thing here. Set up Surge to do damage, and then after the enemy here, the Pulse Police goes, we will then use Vigora.
俺が連れて行ったことがない。楽なんだ。あ、
379.
310があればまだ買えるか。
Yep. So, Spigora. So what's this going to allow Surge to do is basically use a whole bunch of free stamina. That's not going to deplete.
英語名わかんないですけど、これで多分スタミナが無限になったのかな。
I forget the exact amount.
So he's actually spending it to strengthen himself. And then we're going to use a dash.
そうですね、連続行動してるから、これ今スタミナ無限ですね。
はい。
Then we're going to throw a 3 here to kind of take up the AP
ただ
of
で
the
さえ
boss
強い、
by doing like
攻
a
撃が
trigger like of the next
スタ
phase.
ミナが無限なので無制限に放てて、一瞬で終わってしまう。
Yep. Now we mash the threes.
And we're a little bit weak, so.
Yep.
Bye, Marcy.
Yep. Goodbye, Marcy. This is a killing blow, but we don't really need her
ああ、
anymore.
ひどいダメージが出ましたね。
あ
That's fine. We really probably just need to tap
じゃ
here.
な
We
く
just need
て
to hit.
お酒飲んだか。
Yeah, there we go.
なんかとんでもないダメージを受けた覚えはあるんですけど、詳細覚えていなかった。あ、でも倒しましたね。あ、2人とも HP が赤いし、1人は倒れてますけど。
All right, and yeah, so I
Well,
mentioned
yeah.
earlier at the
Yeah,
Dead
but-
Sea that
but
the
go
Dead
ahead,
Sea
go
and
ahead.
Chronopolis are kind of my favorite areas in the game. I think the atmosphere here is just very nice. All right, so we did make 37. I could technically go for the backup if we get low rolled on fate.
23 magic.
Yeah, we have good magic. So ideally, we just don't have to do it.
施設が、
We're still
また
creeping
視
up
界
on
交
that
代され
same
る前かな。
incentive.
はい。
We've reached
ミゲルとワズキっていうおじさん2
$1,200
人が
charity.
子供の頃のセルジを連れてきた場所で、
My Hero Zero
こ
sends in
の
$10 and says
認
my
証
favorite
システム、
Chrono
世帯
Cross
認証
song,
が
one of the best video game songs of all time,
セル
is
ジュの
The
体
Girl
に
Who Stole the Stars.
固定されているからセルジュの体が必要だったみたいな
We
話
also
があったよ
received
う
a
な気がします。
$25 anonymous donation with no comment, but thank you so much for your generosity. Come on, my friends in chat, we're running low on time.
Yeah, we got a little bit of running around to do here before we go to fate. But yeah, right after here is where we have to make a decision whether or not we're gonna save Kid and kind of wanting to. We've been kind of mean to Kid
そう進んでい
throughout the
くと、
entirety of the game.
Yeah.
いろいろモニターがある部屋に入ることになって、その中に読み物がたくさんあるんですけど、
Some of the old Chrono Trigger
Right.
stuff. It's pretty cool.
まあ読まないですよね。うん。
I think I can go behind. Okay.
ホームとアナザーの世界の関係とか、このゲームセーブってどういうシステムしてるのとか、そういうちょっとメタ要素に踏み込んだことも資料としてテキストとしてちゃんとあるので、まあ気になる人は読んでみていただけると楽しいのかなと思います。
All right, so we need to unlock or get the
今
lock
いるはずの世界が、
so we can go back. We're gonna go
こ
back
の
up
世界
to
かなと、アナザーかな。映っ
for
てますね。
fourth floor. Go into the right door, the one that we were
似たよう
opposite.
な世界が複数あっ
We'll go
て、
to the left door a little
全
bit
部
later for
フェイトっていう機械が管理しているよみたいな
now
話
we
も聞き
can
ますね。
kind of progress the story here.
We just got a fat $150 donation from Agox.
Let's go.
Once again, no comment provided, but it's been that's going toward the Save Kid
管
run.
理しているフェイトさん
incentives,
が
excuse me. We're over halfway toward that incentive.
すべての世界を管理していたはずなんだけど、なんか管理できなくなっちゃった世界があって、でその理由がセルジュの生体認証に乗っ取られてしまったことなので、じゃあセルジュの体返してもらえばもう一回管理できるじゃんみたいな話をするんですけど、
はい。
だいぶ難解で初見ではまずわからない。
Yeah, and how basically all the game is all like man-made
結局
islands.
研究所の所長のルッカが、前作、そうですね、トリガーにいたルッカが所長になっていて、同行して軸をねじ曲げることによって世界の間をみたいな話をします。
And this is also where you learn that the save
あ、
points
そうか。
are what
Yeah.
are driving people to do things.
山猫として活動していたのは実はフェイトを管理している機械で、
はい。
人類の守護者としてやってたんですけど、
Yeah, the save points happen like in-game lore.
恐竜たち
I think
の、って言ったらいいんだろうな。恐竜たちにとってのフェイトみたいな、恐竜人の守護者みたいなのが天竜たちなんですけど、そいつらをフェイトが封印していたっていう話もありましたね。
One of them here is going to talk to this ghost on the
今
period
の人類にとってすれば恐竜人は大体敵なので。
up that's guarded by an enemy where there's a little bit more movement tech that's going to come into play. We're going to run into him twice, ideally. If you do the movement right, you don't get the 2 extra encounters on the way out.
だいぶ SF ですね。
And it's faster in 99% of cases to run away twice than have to try to fight it. There is, I guess, a little bit of a weight that you could potentially try to fight it if you were at like really high strength, like 40 or something, 44, 42 or something really crazy here.
トリガーの頃に、太古の時代で戦ってた恐竜人たちはあの段階で絶滅してたように描かれてるんですけど、トリガーだと。
はい。
ただそうはならなかった未来もあってっていう話が、クロノクロスの方では関わってますね。あ、セーブポイントは開かれてますね、その辺。
おー、あ、バトルが始まった。
これは何のためのバトルだ？この奥にカードキーがあるんだった。
ああ。
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna run it from this one more time.
あ、イベントバトルなんですね。
Yep, so you're seeing the enemy now turn another 45 degrees.
Yeah.
So
なんか
that will
逃げを繰り返して無理やりカードキーを取りに行こうとしているのかな。
ああ。
$250 from
Let's
PP
go.
Jeffy
逃がして
T.
逃がしてっていう。
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeffy.
もう
They
順
say
調に
Scala's theme,
きっ
the
と
girl
救
who
出イ
stole
ベン
the
ト
stars,
の
amazing
寄付
tracks
額が
in
集まって
both
ます
games.
ね。
おー
Save that
あと、
kid. Got $1,609 towards 2,500. Let's make it
あ、カー
happen,
ドキーゲッ
chat.
トしましたね。人間がラボス顔になったというか、そもそもこの世界の人間はラボスの影響によって進化した生物っていうような設定だった。おや。
画面の乱れが。
Yeah. The Fate fight is really neat. This is where we talked a little bit earlier about
機械
kind of the
入
way
りま
that
したね。
diminish and magnify work with each other. You would think that if you did
まあ生まれとしてはもともと人間はラボス側なんですよね。
overwrite the diminish, or you would have
個人は
cancel out.
人間と主
Neither are the
性
case. Both
ラボ
work
スと
on a
敵対はしてますけど。
closer basis for the entirety of the fight. So because Fate does diminish as Fate's first turn, we really want to go out of our way to try to get Magnify off before that happens, so that we can get out of the fight quickly. And
Yeah, it's just whichever one is cast first, that's what's going to happen for the whole fight.
yeah. And unfortunately, as I was mentioning, Fate does go do diminish turn one. So what we need to
そ
happen
の
here
凍
is
て
that
ついた
Lumina
炎っ
Fate cannot
ていうラボ
roll
スの一部がこの扉のプロジェクトキットって書いてあります。この扉の奥にあるんですけど、
but can roll as
ここの生体認証が
low
セルジュでしか開かないと。
We want Fate to roll at least a 3 or higher, assuming that we don't miss. The higher the better, though.
We're doing a backup save or safety save.
Before Fate?
Yeah.
Okay. For the most part, like Fate doesn't have any like AoE stuff that you have to really worry about. So there's a pretty clear run point if we need to.
Yeah, this is a good track too.
Heard this one in Radical Dreamers.
で、山猫が。
まあ、山猫というか、フェイトというか。
はい。
So this fight can be kind of dangerous. Ideally, it goes to plan and Saints kind of does everything that we need for it to do. But
今
if you
頭
have
の上
low
にある凍て
magic,
ついた炎が
then you see a lot of
劣
more
化が
Fates
実験
players,
を
which has things like
したり
heat
なんだりしてたん
rays,
ですけど、
one shot surge, free fall. I think
劣
also
化以外の研究員
Uh,
が
there's a lot
独
of
断
ways
専
for
行で
surge to
大きな実
shine
験をやった
through.
結果、失敗して過去に思いっき
The
り
big
飛ば
one
さ
is
れ
what
た
we're
み
gonna
たい
get
な。
clear is if we're gonna see Fargo, who we put 2 of the Dreamer Scarves on, meaning he starts at level 2, and then we're gonna do 1-1, try to get to level 4. That's the lowest we can put Magnify on to try to get that off before diminish.
Great.
We got another $50 from Marl saying, "Save the kid, chat. Do the thing."
Let's do it.
ポポーズ。 the word here.
Okay, so we're about to go into the Fate fight. Fate has incredible music, I think, as a boss battle, or as a boss theme. I'm gonna focus. If you guys
消えた。
ここで、
なんか出てきた。
プレイヤーとしてはいまいち実感が湧かないけど、実はいろいろ裏から引っ掛け回してたんだよっていうフェイトと戦うことになるんですけど、まあ、プレイヤーとしては多分、当時遊んでいた人たちにはなんでこいつらがってるんだろうって若干思っていた人がいる。
On her first turn.
So Fargo needs to connect on these first 2 hits and then cast it.
And
どうし
we need
て
a high enough AP roll.
でも人類の守護者っていう名目なんですけど、
But I'm gonna run for this one.
Yep. It makes sense. Like the magic is super high that it's probably faster to actually not do the backup because Saints may actually outright kill at this
みたいな行動されたから知り直したから。
at this level.
And we're like right on the threshold to where we can even do the backup. So like if we miss it all, it becomes a lot more dangerous and tight. So.
Yep, it's unfortunate. The loading into the screen is a little long.
Yeah.
But,
逃げられるんだ、そして。
This was the life of every Chrono Cross runner is you get here and
あ、そういえば、フェイトの中にプロメテウス引き込まれてましたね。
yeah, I mean, you actually had good
一
chance
回所長がフェイトが暴走しないように仕込んでたんだった。
to start this fight well.
他は、
This is pushing. Okay.
そんな意味で優秀な科学者になっててくれて、
So after
大
getting
規模な施設を作ったり、便利な技術を作ったりして、かつフェールセーフも入れてたんですけど、まあなっちゃったものはしょうがないよねってことで、フェイトを破壊と。
on Surge as well as a turn black on Fate for the
クロ
elemental
ノクロス
bonus
ボス
stand.
も含めてほとんど逃げられた
We're
記
gonna
憶
be trying to get the
らし
field
いです。
effect to be completely white, and we're going to use
今まで僕がだいぶ暴走してた。それはそうかも。
the only
あ
time in the
なんだって
Yep, so there's a lot of setup on this phase to get to that point. We're going to cast Genius on Surge.
ミゲルを倒した後に、私はこんなにも君たちを愛している、だから時々めちゃくちゃにしたくなるみたいなことを言ってたのもこのフェイトだった気がする。
And with enough stamina,
だいぶ壊れている。
and we should be good.
One of the disadvantages to throwing the turn black in there is it makes this gravitone a little bit more dangerous since there's going to be extra field effect damage, but we have enough HP.
We've got some incredible hype rolling in. Got a moment?
Yeah, I think I could take something
Great.
right here.
We
ラ
have
スボスも逃げられるんです
from an
か
anonymous donor.
Awesome.
We have $100 from an anonymous
Wow.
donor. And we have
セル
$100
ジオ
from
の
I
体
Like
力がだいぶ不安だけど
Say
大丈夫かな。
hype. That puts us over $2,000 toward the Save Kid incentive.
let's
We
go.
have less than $500 remaining. Chat,
何
let's
度も
make
フ
it
ェイ
happen.
ト
We
が
are almost
これまで
there.
何度もフェイトが反乱しようとしたけどシステムプ
Alright,
ロン
so
ベテ
Saints
ー
is
ス
a
のせいで
really
実行
good
できなかっ
summon
た
in that
それを
not
上
only
位
does
管
it
理
do
者
a
である
ton
主
of
人公の
damage,
体
as
を
you'll
取ったこと
see,
で
it
消
will
去してようやく
also
判断できるようになった
fully
そうです
heal and restore all the stamina to the other
いや
party
ー、フェイト
members.
君も苦労してるんですよね。苦労してようやく観覧したら、
This might out like as is always saying.
目
This
の前
might
に
outright just
セルジオが来て、
kill.
今ご覧のありさまですよ。
Chance at this level. Yeah.
4000とか出ましたね、今。さすがだ。
Yeah.
I figured 23 magic is
他に耐えきれない。
a lot for Surge anyway.
Yeah, we're really close to the Save Kid incentive. That's coming up if anybody wants to make sure that we save Kid.
結構
You know what to do, chat.
セーブキットのインセンティブにまあ
38.
結構
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
結構額が入ってきてて2000ドル超えてあと500ドル切って
We
まい
do
り
have
ま
a
したってい
series
う
of cutscenes
こ
coming
れ
up.
は守れそうですね。
About 10 minutes of
順調にいけ
cutscenes.
ば。
Or, well, maybe not that much, but
Not quite 10.
yeah, not quite 10.
There is a solid
今、
like
僕が起き上がりましたけど、
3.5 minutes.
Yeah. There's like 3 or 4 cutscenes.
こんなものがあるからっていうような感じで、いてついた炎の要求を、そんなことしたら大変なことになるからやめなよって止められるんですけど、
$100 from Gestalt.
Let's go.
They say Chrono Cross's soundtrack is simply magical, maybe even radical. Let's do this, chat. We're running low on time. I'm seeing the number creep up, but it's got to get there. And since we've got some cutscenes here, I just want to remind everybody that these donations aren't just for fun. These are donations toward the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which serves as the preeminent resource for people searching for life-changing guidance, information, and support as they navigate through
人
mental
類
health
とはまた
conditions.
別の進化
Their
をし
website
た
alone,
恐
which
竜
is
人たち
nominated
の
on
守護
Origin,
者、
serves over 12
恐竜
million
たちの封印
unique
が解かれてし
visitors
まったの
annually.
で、
And
つく
each
読み以外
dollar
の
of these donations goes toward
竜た
that,
ちは
as well as
実は
toward
恐
safety.
竜側のスパコンだったと、スーパーコンピューターみたいな。
そうですね。
もう人類を
Kaylor sends in another $25 saying, I heard there was a baby goat in need of some assistance.
人類
Those
を
things are so cute. Couldn't
なんちゃらで
resist.
きるって
Wonderful, Kaylor. Thank you.
喜ん
We're
で
over
活動して
$2,300 toward the incentive. Less than
Very close.
$200
It's
to
like
go.
right there.
まあ、強みだけは、
Boogie Poppy sends in another $10 saying, fine, let's save
主
her.
人公側に割と本心から協力してたんですけど、まあ、それはそれとして竜神が作ったものなので、はい。
Saying thanks for this heroic, epic, one-of-a-kind run. Let's
ま
save
あ
kid.
すべては策略だった
Oh,
と
and we have just met
で、
the
天竜
incentive.
の島が、
Which,
なんだってっていうような返球をしまして、
なんか星の塔出てきましたね。あ、星の塔じゃないや。なんかすごいやつが復活しま
ディノポリス
した。
だったかな。ディノポリスですね。クロノポリスに対するディノポリス。
$200 from Kaboyne saying bump for
恐
kid,
竜人た
and
ちの
another
技術の結晶。
$250 from BD Jeffy P. No comment.
Thank you all.
友人の
Things
復活に
that
伴
have
い
finally
星の
pushed us
塔が
over that
息を吹き
incentive. We are saving kid.
おっとちょっと
Now
待っ
that we're
て。
going to save kid, we
な
can
んだなんだなん
finally
だ
start advertising for that last $55 needed to see that Morrowind inside Skyrim.
ああ、
That'll be coming up
セーブ
next
キット
run.
のインセンティブ達成だそうです。
Thank you again
おー、
so
一
much
気
for
に
your
入りましたね。
incredibly generous donations to
規模
allow
500
us
ドルだったの。
to
誰か
do
が
this
本当
little
に入れたのかな。
incentive just to help the
結構
mental
ちょ
health
く
of
ちょく
people who
200ドルとか
need it. Thank you so
250ドル
much.
の
I can't
ああ、大
overstate
きいの
the
が入ってますね。
ポンポンちょいちょい入ってます。
Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah, we've been sitting here kind of being a bit mean to Kid for the last 6 hours. We can at least do 8 minutes of something nice.
ちょっとゲームの方いろいろ起きすぎてますけど。
はい、割と謎の、
You're kind of wondering what's going on with the dragons here.
お前飛べるのかっていう見た目のやつ結構いるんですけど。
Surprise, surprise, weren't really our
今出て
allies.
きた
They were just using us as like the enemy of my enemy is my
クロ
friend.
ノポリスが過去に来た結果、危機を感じた星が未来から竜神たちを呼び寄せて人間と竜たち
They
の戦
saw that Fate
争
also
で
didn't like
竜
us
神側
because
が
we
封
came in
印された
contact with the frozen flame, locked Fate out of being able to use
あ
that
の、オス側
power.
には勝てなかったんです
They
ね。
were like, well, if Fate's after you and you are also against Fate, then we can use you to get rid of Fate. And now they're kind of the big bad now.
Yep, and Harl is the seventh
破
dragon.
壊の方法がなんとも不思議で、噛みつくっていう。天竜の体に次々と
He's wiggling.
He is wiggling.
Is that one of the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon?
一体どうなってしまうんだ。
そうはならないんじゃないか。
It is not very cute anymore.
No, not so much.
ロビンドも
Yeah, I
足
don't
が
know,
出た
Echo.
かもしれないです
I'm
ね。
not getting cute vibes off of this. Well, while we're still in this cutscene, I just want to call out some more hype that we got because we also received $100 from
え、
an
スカイ
anonymous
リム
donor.
のモロウィンドの
as well as
2%
another
もいつの間にか達成されて
$50
ますね。
from CZ. All of these things that
達成
help
され
get
た。
us toward that save kid incentive. So
という
thank
こと
you
は、
again so
こ
much,
の
everyone.
クロノクロスの後
Thanks
の
again.
Thank you.
The Elder Scrolls 5スカイリムのインセンティブですね。
All right, we have, I believe, one more cutscene here, and then we have one more
ボーナ
little
ス、
mini.
モロウィンド
And,
2% ラン。
then we'll go
こ
save
ちら
kid.
もいつの間にか達成済みでございまして、一方ゲームの方は竜神が復活してどうなってしまうんだ
And
と。
it looks like we've also met that bonus Morrowind
ついでにキットが倒れました。
That one real quick after
Wow.
we saved kid. Well done.
セーブキットが達成されてるので、よし、みたいな話を今しましたかね、本家の方。
Hype train don't stop.
この話は何だっ
We're
けな。
still a mere $1,500 away from hitting $50,000. Chat, do you think that we can hit 50K during this run?
That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get some hype for that. We do have some upcoming incentives still. We also have something from Phantasy Star 4 for completing Anger Tower, which is another $1,000 to be able to complete. That's going to put us a huge amount of the way toward the 50K. Chat, do you want to see that in a
で、
couple
星の
runs?
子
Do you
を
want to see
加入
50K
させ
on
て、
the
あ、そうか。
screen? Let's get it done.
デノポリスは空を飛んでるから、どうやって入ろうかっていう話をしてたのかな、今。
Right, so now we got Glenn back in the
で、
play. We gotta get him some belts for the end of the
星の
game
子は
and some equipment.
反重力装置を
Time Lancer.
当然ながら持っているので、それを回収しに行きます、今から。
Again, something that nobody here has ever
そう
forgotten.
ですね。でもまずはキットの救出イベントですかね。
It's gonna remove
あ、そ
one
う
of
だ
these
そうだ。
dreamers' cars,
発生してるんだ。
cars off of Fargo
い
and put it on
や、で
Glenn.
も星の子、なんで星の子入れたんだ。スムーズにいくた
I
の
don't
か
know。if we even mentioned what it does,
あ、
but it gives you one element
だいぶ前に
to start the
回
fight
収
with.
した聖剣イルランダーを
Casting,
ブレン
you know,
君に
second
装備してますね。
equal
メイン
high
火力にするのかな。
Also, additionally, we actually do get a little bit more of a use
あ、
case
そう
out
です
of
ね。
the extra gauntlet we have
こ
here.
の島にキッ
We
トが
actually
出
get
て
to
る
put
ん
it
で、
on Glenn here because we
この
have
ままイベント
Ah.
があります。
True.
All right, so let's go
空
save
飛ぶな
Kid.
んてまあ無理やろうって思うんですけど、星の子が UFO に
While
投
we're
資でき
saving
る
Kid,
ん
we
で、まあ
still
当然
have
反
that
重力装
Xbox
置をね、
frame bid war open.
必
So
須
if
なん
you
ですよね、こ
want
の
to troll
ポワポワした
Henry
小さい機も。
make him keep switching between all of these text frames and maybe even discover one that we've missed. you can put your donations toward that as well.
あ、そうですね。ダークセルフに乗っ取られている間に、取って代わられている間に離脱していた仲間は、今のイベントの後の編成画面で好き勝手使えるように
Yeah,
な
it
って
says
るのか
something
な。
about just needing some kind of
はい。
powerful
確かもう
object. And
セルジュが戻ったタイミングでですかね。
そう
So
で
to
す。
help out Kid here, we
一
actually
体どこから引きつけたんだ。
to kind of like one of her memories. And it's gonna look really
ここで
familiar
クロ
for
ノ
Kid
クロス
when
か
we're
グランドリームを持っていると、キットの夢の中に侵入できて、そこでキットのトラウマみたいなものと対峙してやるとキットが目覚めるんだったかな。懐かしいですね、このマップ。RA と。
door. There goes door.
Door. The house is burning. Hurry. So everybody recognizes this as Luca's house, and we gotta try to put out the fire and save the
こ
children.
こにあるアイス
So
ガ
we,
ンだね。アイスガン
let's
を
grab
取
this ice
って
gun
火を
and
何
put
回
out
か
the
消せ
fire,
るよ
but
っていうやつ
starting
なの
in the
で、
process.
Yeah.
これを使って要所要所の火を消していくことによってこのイ
There
ベン
are
トが
actually
クリア
little
になるん
children
で
you
すけ
can
ど、
save around here, but it doesn't really change much.
なぜか
You
この
only care about
マップに
one.
も
We only care
なん
about
だっけ
one,
な、
yeah.
虹の貝殻だっけな、
So we leave this hallway. I believe we leave Glenn here.
最強アイテムを作るための素材みたいなものが欲しくて、アイスガンをうまいこと使わないと取れなかったような気がする。
Some Kid and Luca pictures here.
Yeah,
Ayla.
yeah.
I'm also getting approached by.
Yeah, you're being. Oh,
Chrono is
Chrono
cool.
is cool.
All right, I'm trying to.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I'll look
He's
at the other
politely
one.
waiting for you to
Yeah.
finish examining the artwork.
Princess Marl, and this
Ah,
one's gonna
so
push me to the door, but.
クロノクロスとグランドリーム両方持ってると活動時間増えたりするんだっ
Robo
け。
on the far left.
マップを行き来するたびに制限時間が減っていっ
Yep.
て、
Yep, there you
制
go.
限時間内にいろいろ達成しない
He's drilling
と
again.
追い出されるようになったかな。なので、
Alright, so we got the ice gun here. Can use this to go through.
でも、スピードランなんでね、スムーズにいきますね。
We get kind of a heartbreaking scene here with Kid as well. We find out kind of a little bit more of the
ここで
backstory
倒れてるの
as
は
to why
幼い
Kid
頃の
really
キッドと
hates, Lynx.
わあ、
やらかしてくれた山猫です。
いいえ。
そうなんですよ。隠しイベントや分岐が多いんですよ。
And they just teleport out.
逃げるぞ。
で、ルカを助けに行こうとしてたんだったかな、今のキッド。まあ、もう手遅れなので、手を引いて脱出と。件があったので、キッドは山猫のことをずっと追っていたわけですね。許さないぞ、セフィロスということで。
Yeah, And here we get Kid basically just after losing Luke and them, or Kid at least in this memory, begging Surge to not go because she doesn't want to be alone. And this ends up, helping her
このイベント
wake
の
up
後
from
に
the like nap
キ
or
ッドが仲間に
sleep that
戻っ
she's
てく
in.
るって感じですかね。
そうですね。ああ、キットは使われないんじゃないかな。
So yeah, Kid's backstory is pretty sad.
Yeah.
また村が
It is another kind of thing similar to Radical Dreamers here, where
燃えてしまう。
Surge ends up being the one to wake Kid up from like her memories, basically.
Yeah. And there we go. Kid's awake now.
ここでキッドが
Yeah, so
仲間に
actually,
なったということで、
earlier in the game, when she actually was in our party, she wasn't actually in our party officially.
Right.
All characters actually has to do this to get her in the party
ここまで
permanently.
クロノクロス
So besides just rescuing her here and then
こ
getting,
こまで
you
ク
know,
ロノ
going
ク
into
ロ
the
ス
side quest
の
here,
イ
what
ン
this
セ
will
ンティ
do
ブ
is
達成
actually
によ
add
る
Kid to a bunch of
きっと救出イベントでございました
cutscenes that she would not normally
よかっ
be
た
in.
よかった。このまま寝たままで終わることはなかったんで。
Before we go to Terra Tower, we're gonna need some extra text for kids, a
とい
little bit
っ
of
た
what
と
Kid
こ
has
ろ
to say.
で
And since we're already in
と
the
い
menu,
ったと
we
こ
can
ろ
kind of go
で
ahead and down,
ちょう
head
どキ
down
リがいい
to
ので
Starkey's ship. Starkey's ship is going to be our plot device
と
to actually get into
こちら
the
11
floating
時
Terra
にな
Tower.
りまして次回進行
And
交
Terra Tower will
代
be the
と
last
なり
dungeon
ま
of the
す
game.
が
Will
お
be
疲
a
れ様
lot
で
of
した
boss。fights, though.
どうかな
And a lot of dodging.
And a lot of dodging.
Yep.
出ますかね。ということ
Yeah,
で、
you heard
こ
him.
こ
It
ま
sounds
で
like
の
we've
世
got
界は
about
シレ
an
イユ
hour
が
left
担
to
当させ
meet
ていた
that
だきました。気づいたら予定時間が7時間20分になってますね。
What do you think, chat? Can we
あ、
do
本当
it?
だ。
きっと救出イベントが実施
Those
された
fish were
関
not
係
in
です。
very kind places.
I think chat can
と
pull
いったと
through.
ころで、
Got bonus fish
この
dancers.
後も RPG リミットブレイクおよび
Well,
ク
to
ロ
help
ノクロ
toward
スの
that, we
欄を
got
お楽しみください。
$55 from My Hero
それでは
Zero
ありがとう
saying,
ござい
"Did
まし
somebody
た。
say
てるやきさん、
Morrowind?"
引き続き解説をお願いいたしま
We
す。
also
失礼い
got
た
a
しま
$55
す。
anonymous donation
ありがとう
with
ござ
no
いま
comment,
す。
but we thank you so much for your donations.
Alright, so for this enemy, you
はい、という
actually
わけ
can't
で
do
変わり
much
ま
to
して
it
大
outside
場が
of
担当
red
させてい
elements.
ただきます
Luckily,
よろし
we
くお
have
願いし
credits here,
ま
and
す
you know
よろしくお願いしま
that
す。
have access to X-Strike.
今はクラゲ界の星の子の UFO、クラゲ界に落ちてる UFO の中に必要な装置があるから取りに
So
行
we're
こ
all
う
gonna see
っ
the
ていう
first
わけで
turn
すね。
by the jelly here, because I'm gonna have to do a 2-3.
終盤も終盤、
That's fine,
あと1
actually.
時間かかるのかなってぐらいなんです。
So we'll just all this either
Oh.
way. So I'm just gonna run up and do a 1.
あと
with
1
Surge,
時
'cause we
間
both want to be a level 3 again.
EST ちょっと増えてますけど
I think I saw that Surge
それぐらいで終わりそうですかね。
そうですね、そんなに EST 内では終わるんじゃないかなと思いますね。ああ、4桁ダメージは気持ちいいですね。久々に使いましたね、X
Again,
に。
you're meant to do this guy pretty early.
Also, I'd like to mention the biggest single thing in my notes is highlighted in bold. It says, "Did you equip the Einlanzer?"
Well, did you?
I did this time. Yeah.
It's kind of a fun thing to ask any Chrono Cross speedrunner what the biggest thing in their
ホーム
notes
世
is.
界では墜落の衝撃で壊れてしまっていた UFO、アナザー世界では残ってるわーいっていうような流れですね。
Yeah, Starkey makes noises when he walks around too.
You're gonna
So-
replace those as well.
I don't know.
物理連携エレメントって確か攻撃力の参照がちょっと特殊で、起動した側の攻撃に依存するんだったか
So coming
な。
up through this
まあなん
section,
か
we mentioned
大抵のエレメントより強力なダメージが出るのは
power towards
計
the
算
end.
がちょっと違う
And as
で
you
すね。
saw, as
確
we
か。
just kind of did the royal jelly there, there's gonna be a lot of fights where we kind of build up
で今なんか雑に放り投げられたのが反重力装置ですね。
We're going to do strengthen on surge, and then we're going to usually X strike with
暗
Glen.
重力そう。
For the Doll fights
そん
that
な
we're
大
gonna
事
do
そうな
in
ものを。
本当あれだから敵の根拠点ディノポリスが浮いてるのでこれがないといけないよっていうような話です。
side of the hill proc, so that when we do X strike, it just outright kills. But we can't do too
まあ
much
投げても
damage
大丈夫な
when
衝撃
we
に強いん
will
でしょう。
actually proc the heal. So it's kind of a balancing act between Surge's strength and Glenn's strength to kind of know when you can kill.
で、クロノポリスのドックを利用して、この辺なら改造ができるでしょうっていうことで、星の子が大体全部解決してくれます。
Yeah, they even call him out for that because when he puts it on the ship, they're like, "What did you
なんで
do?"
終わるかは怪し
And he
い。
goes
そうか。
negative.
時間感覚が私には微妙にわからない。先が長くなることしかわからない。このボート、もともと借り物だったはずなんですけど、だいぶ魔改造されましたね。
Starkey asking the deep questions.
Yeah, it is.
Alrighty. We also get Kid obviously on the boat with us. That's normally not how that goes either.
Do they edit her into the CG cutscene too?
They don't even put Glinner. Well, I guess they couldn't because there's so many you could have. Yeah.
They could maybe put Kid or assume you got her.
Yeah.
But no,
Wow.
just Surge.
You two take a quick nap below deck. I need to look cool.
Yeah. It's for the box art, trust me.
I do actually really like the scene though.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah. It's also during the opening as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, even though Starkey was our plot device to get up
ラ
here,
ストダンジ
Starkey is
ョン、
not going to be in our party.
ディ
We're
ノ
gonna actually
ポリ
replace
ス、
him
ハイラス
with
ダンですね。
Fargo's kind of also got all
確かボスが7体だったかな、
um,
いるので、
it's nice.
それなりに時
Mainly,
間が
he's
か
just
か
there
りそう。
supplementary.
これ
I
が
can't use words right now are hard.
噂のめちゃく
He's
ちゃ
there to
長い
help.
ラス
ラス
トダンジョン。
なんですけど、ここにラスボスはいないんですけどね。
Yeah, and the main reason is
あ、ラスボスはクリアした後、このダンジョン。
このダンジョンをクリアした予想の場所に決まってますね。
Yep.
ファイナルラスト、まあファイナルラストダンジョンはないんですけど、
He's actually also the
ラスト
strongest
ダン
one
ジョンは1個で終わりですね。
Again,
again.
just like
Yeah.
just like the practice run.
Yeah. So here's the first of the doll fights. Territor. He's
入
also
って
got
すぐ
a
か。
very
あ、いたいた。
fast.
まず、
I believe
火属性、
5
赤属性の
Yep. So he's tied with the green dragon as the
だかな。
fastest enemy. Like Kenny was saying, these fights are very structured around triggering and not triggering.
赤属性の防衛機械みたいな、各属性ごとの防衛機械がいるので、これ黄色か。黄色だったわ。
Alright, so this is normal.
各属性の防衛機械が、属性が6個なので、6機体。あと、
And we have
徐々
different
に
strats for different
さっきの竜神様が1体と7体構成だったかな。
And it's all
やることは変わらず、
that the enemy.
バフをかけて物理で押していくっていうだけのダメージ出るかな。
Not that it's dangerous.
1500。強い。
That it's saving time.
Yep. Alright, so that's one of them down. And this next section, before we actually get to Pyrotor, the next boss that we're going to do, there is a lot of dodging, so I'm probably going to try to focus.
セルフの筋力今どれぐらいかな。
Yep.
へたれてると30代とかあったような気がするけど。
There are a bunch of rooms in a row, different types of enemies. You can also get unlucky, make it turn around, or you can land on an enemy, flying through the air.
まあ、なんとかなるかな。STR の値が高ければ高いほ
It's
ど、
also pretty fun.
40何歩とかになってると、だいぶこの辺が早く進むはずなんですけど、確かそのぐらいの基準だったはず。あまり覚えていないけれど、こ
Want them to turn
の
around.
辺が成長がランダムなので怖いところですね。
Cross it and block your path.
条件は決まってるんですけど、それに至るまでの成長はちょっとランダムで。
See the depth perception of these stairs, where they are exactly on the left or the right side. Thankfully, they don't like go after you on the stairs, but sometimes you have to kind of just make a choice left or right and hope they're not there.
そうですね。魔法キャラの筋力が伸びても、ってなりますね。おっと、これは階段の影にザコが、
Okay, yeah. That's a
抜
great
けました
example.
ね。
なかなか見づらい位置にいますね。
そうですね。マップは作り込んであるんですけど、しっかり影になってしまう部分が存在しているので、しかもそこを透過とかしてくれないので。
I don't think I can hit there. Okay. He was clipping through.
Generally, like in a lot of these spots, you can actually sneak by on the side, but some of the areas are too thin to do that.
All right. Okay. I was trying to see where that other one was before I fully committed.
Yeah. So the worst thing you can do here is get trapped between two enemies and kind of get into the infinite where you have to fight one of them.
This room can be difficult just because hard to tell what is behind what. Like you'll notice that you're just going behind that one thing right there, but not necessarily obvious unless you already know.
And this is the room where you're going to jump on this little log bridge here, and it's actually going to make you fall. And it's actually possible to hit an enemy just below you as you fall.
こんな細い丸太のところ渡れるわけがってな感じで落ちますね。
It's pretty hard to get.
丸太の先にあった宝箱は確か別ルートから奪いしてきて取るんだった。確かここの顔はディノポリスとクロノポリスの戦闘で囚われた方の人かな。クロノポリスがユーたちを封印したように、ディノポリス側に封印されている人間もいたんだったかな。
I like the story of Chrono Cross, but it is very backloaded in terms of lore. You get a lot of it very quickly at the end.
Yeah.
And some of it you have to kind of figure out how it pieces together yourself.
Yep.
Would you like a quick message during these lore dumps?
Absolutely.
All right. Just in a quick effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we want to refresh and encourage our viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary. These include terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, bonkers, etc. We just ask you to be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people don't realize these are pejoratives. Instead, consider substituting them with words such as amazing, ridiculous, wild, bananas, incredible. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this and hope that you can carry this forward in your everyday lives.
All right, I'm trying to.
敵の位置はちょっと分かりづらいですね。
そうですね、一応影があるんですけど、
影が見えない。
何分ちょっとこの時代のゲームなので。
Unlike the other enemies we've seen so far in this dungeon, these guys actually go after you if they get within a certain range. So he saw him way low on that ladder, but then he'll eventually so you got a little bit of time once that happens, but
そして本当に広い。
そうですね。まだ入り口入ってボス1体倒しちゃダメなんですよね。
We'll do this.
ああ、当たっちゃった
ね。
That's the first one, yeah.
$10.
まあ逃げられるんで。
Yeah. The other option there is you kind of get on the ladder and just hope that
20秒ぐらいの。
goes away eventually.
そんなもんですかね。ちょっとロードが結構かかるんですよね、このゲーム。
Just one more here to get by.
And remember, my friends, we've still got time to change the text box. With your donations, you can make him inconveniently stop in the middle of his dodging and swap the text box out. Speaking of which, we did receive $100 from Old Man Bao.
Let's go.
Nice. Says, love the work and all these games. Thanks, everyone. Didn't change the text box, but I spooked you for a moment, didn't I?
All right, so now we did that big, long dodging section. These little bridges are actually bridging back to where we just started that section. So you can actually go back and save. We're just going to keep moving forward.
そうですね、確かこの部屋にいるはず。みたいだ。
だった。
Alright, so the next doll fight is Pyrotor. As you can see, each of these doll fights have a specific element associated with them. So the strategy is obviously designed around exploiting that. So this being a red element, we actually don't want to use X strike on this one.
属性だから X 切りが軽減されちゃうかな。
slower strat here because we are below 40, but should be okay.
Yeah, right on the edge.
Yeah.
So that sadness wave will actually debuff you if you cast the strengthen.
攻撃力低下でも入ったかな。
it
いやらしいで
happens.
すね。
They're purposely waiting for that to happen before we cast strengthen.
下げられた分のバフでごまかして。
We'll just, it's fine. Okay, nice.
そうですね。今度は X 切りを使わずに単体で唱えられるダッシュ切り。
Second doll fight down.
Yep. So you got one more, or yeah, a couple more screens of dodging here, and that'll be it. Well, there's still a little bit of dodging, but not nearly as difficult as the rest.
STR もだいぶ十分なぐらいになったかな。
So ideally we get 44 strength before the Dragon God, but even if we don't, we do have strategies.
Yeah.
To
40,
deal with it.
44 is just kind of like the baseline for like what the fight is. That was okay.
あとどこぞかの部屋に
It was
ない
Yeah.
真ん中を
40
通
is
っ
not
てく
even
る
the。lowest one though, so
Yeah.
we're kind of already
in an
okay
okay
こ
place.
れは抜けられるんですかね。
He's blocking like dead.
嫌ですね。と前をしてますね。あ、ここでいい
Yeah,
や。
that was
お
pretty
お
cool.
うん。
Nice
Ladder
ladder glitch.
glitch.
Yep.
どこぞか、あ、またいる。
Fly through
どこ
the
ぞ
air.
かの部屋で新エンディングのヒントみたいなのがあったような気がするから、結構いろいろ積み込まれてるんですね、このダンジョン。
$100 from a generous anonymous donor.
ブレは二刀流にしてないです
Thank
ね
you。so
なん
much.
か拍手が、
They say
なんだろう。
always love seeing Chrono Cross. And by my mathematics, down there in that bottom right corner, we have less than $1,000 to reach the giant 50K. Come on, let's get that
We're
hype
almost
going.
there.
Let's see that by the end of the run.
お、なんだろう。ちょっと待ってくださいね。なんか増えた。
So yeah, that screen is kind of troll as well.
Yep.
A lot of tight corners, and those guys turn whenever they want to.
And this one with
ブ
the
レがあ
stars,
るイベン
the
トをこ
cameras
なすと
like
イルラン
so
ザー
low,
二刀流
sometimes they
っていう
can
ので火力が上がるんですけど、
glide you
それはやってないはずです
downstairs,
ね。
but thankfully they were nice today.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the shadow of that one to see if I could actually squeeze by.
Yep, and suddenly we're back at Viper Manor.
So this is kind of like one of the bigger lore dump areas. We get a lot of information dropped here.
なぜか邪骨館
We find out
の
a bunch of things. Like
渡り廊下に出て、これどういうことだっていうんで、今このおじいちゃんが説明してくれてるんですけど、
beginning of the game, or at
理
least
由
when
は
we
忘れました。
find out this is Balthazar. We also find, I think, as Ash mentioned earlier, that there is a seventh dragon, and that it was Harl the entire time, which is kind of calls back to whenever we said that
おじいちゃんじゃなくて、確かクロノトリガーにも出てきてた時の賢者だったかな、このおじいちゃん。
but also really did like Surge as a person. We also get a bunch of lore about kind of the war that happened between Chronopolis and
肩書きがあったはずですね。
Which kind of explains why they weren't really your friends when they learned they were kind of just taking advantage of you to take out Fate.
Right. So from here we have like 5 real fights left, and then like basically a
竜
victory
人
lap.
と人類の戦争があって、竜人たちとフェイトもどうこうみたいな話をしてますね。
Who's faster, you or Handy? Race is on. Let's see it.
Oh no, Handy does have the world record in this game, but it's not unbeatable.
You could also slow me down with some text frame changes.
That's true. You can
You can buy the time, buy the time.
で、つくよみが竜だったことが明かされるのとか、天黒、
Yeah, so here's where he mentions
あ
the
と
Dark
各
Moon
色
Dragon,
4
who we find out
水
to
竜
be
と竜だ
Harl.
他に、つくよが月の竜です
And
ね
then。we're gonna get chastised a little bit
月竜
because
で、
you can't have the
Yeah,
Chrono Cross by the time you
obviously.
come in here, and the ghost of the Chrono Trigger cast. I'll say you guys don't
あ
have
そ
the
う、シル
Chrono
バード
Cross.
確かこの部屋の地下にある。
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you do have both tiers
あ
at this point.
壊れてもロールのやつが地下にあって、確かそこにもフレームがあるんだったかな。
So yeah, that is like the last forced lore dump. You can get a little bit more
Yeah, at the
right
very end.
before
Yep.
yeah, time devour, but I think I'm gonna do the 4140 here and slightly adjust since I have 40 and 40. Well, actually, Glenn is a little bit above as well because he has the gauntlet.
Right, yeah. So it should actually
あ、
Yeah.
probably work.
早いですね。新エンディングへのヒント。
Yep, so the next
誰がヒントだ
fight
と
is
わかるん
the
でしょうね、これで。
called Animator. So this one, are you going to go for the early? You can't. You don't have the strength, do you?
I mean, I can't really force it regardless because I have to just go 223 and you have to get a 5 AP or higher because if you try to stand push to hit heal,
今度は
it like buffers it. So he'll still do
緑
the
色の
info
防衛
scope
機
and
械
then
で
he'll do the heal plus after.
くすぐりの出番かな
So。fortunately, we are too low strength to
Yeah.
do the fastest right here, but which is kind of cool because you actually force it to heal instead
な
of
んか
this,
綺麗な音がしてるなぐらいにしか思いませんよ
really
ね。
slow.
It is really slow. Yeah. And so what we were talking about there is like we do a 223 and because moves get buffered in pairs of 2, the 3 is a non-buffered move. And you need a non-buffered move to actually I'll finish explaining that 1 second. You need a non-buffered move to proc the heal. Otherwise the heal will be procced, but he'll still do info scope. Skip, or sorry, info
このゲー
scope.
ムの
And then if you swing and even if you
ヘッドエン
miss,
ディングは
because the heal is kind of buffered, he will
珍し
go ahead
く
and do the heal anyway.
ラスボス戦としてはグッドの方が楽っていうようなデザインになってるので、速さ求めるんだったらノーマルだかバッドエンドの方が速いんだった。EST 的にブレることはないはずです。
He has a very long death animation.
Yep, they all do.
Yeah.
This near the game, you got to keep up the drama. Or near the end of the game, I mean.
Well, Fargo made 44.
Still 40. I think you had 27 magic.
Wow.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, so if we got +1 from here on out, we'd be at 43, which is very manageable.
ここまで来たらもうそう
Even
か。
now, it's manageable, but any additional
右
strength.
手側に黒いやつで左手側に白いやつだったかな。
Yep. So here you actually have a choice of paths.
もうすぐてっぺんです。
Right. One is the black doll and one is the white.
Yeah, so I almost always go to Luxtor first, just because I do usually have strats that work better at a higher strength if you are at Gravitor. So usually nice to get the extra star fight here.
So this is the only real tricky last dodging section here. This
画面にかかってる
is
その通り風が吹いているのでまっすぐは歩けませんね。
slows you down. And every once in a while, one of those enemies that were flying around can just
あ
fly
そうです
right
ね。グ
into you.
ッドは順番を間違えなければ、
Kind of aggro boxes are much larger than
詠
they
唱
look
が
like.
途中まで進んだ時点で相手の行動は止まるので、
So out of the two,
だからも
most of
う
the time, most of these
強
fights
化
go
試合、
really
グ
smoothly.
ッドエン
Out
ド
of
確
the
定
two,
みたいな感じに
Luxtor
なる。
is kind of the more dangerous of the two tour fights here.
Yeah, these three at the top are actually quite a bit more dangerous than the first three.
Yep.
手側が白い。なるほど。いいぐらい。
But thankfully, with the Master Moon and our carefully planned strats, we should not
武
see
力を上げて、
any of the very bad elements that they can.
超攻撃で殴る。
This turn right here is actually what made me start taking the
先天が白だから
minor, which I used to not do. Have
ダ
to
メー
stay
ジ
in
が
the black
物足
glass
りないかな。
blacksmith. But if Glenn was targeted here, he was dying a lot. So a little bit of extra safety.
止めてるってことは X 切り使うのかな。じゃあ
おお。
Yeah, an extra is just really powerful.
4桁出ると気持ちがいいですね。
Got a few minutes for some love from our chat.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great. Jim Lafrin sends in $10 and says, love RPG Limit Break. Seeing so many runners that I follow and the enthusiasm from the whole community is pretty fetching great. Much love to you all and be sure to take
ブ
care
レイ
of
ンやファルガの
yourself.
方が SDR が高いですね。
We We also got $5 from Anonymous Dad. He says, so glad to see you guys showcasing these fantastic games. And remember, those who have nightmares about square roots are called Radical Dreamers. Thank you so much from Anonymous Dad. We also have a $10 anonymous donation with no comment, but thank you so much. We are under $800 left for that 50K, but we've only got maybe a half hour left before we hit the end of the run. Come on, let's see who's faster.
All right, so we had to go back through this screen here. And unfortunately, like Ash said, the flying enemies, I don't know actually what their official name is, kind of just feel like they're unaffected a lot by the wind. So they can very easily run into you there. Yeah, so for Gravitor here, if we had a little bit more strength, I would probably try to go for the Omega Black element skip, but don't have the strength to do it. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to see that first turn from Gravitor, and hopefully it's not going to be Surge that gets hit. Everybody else should live. If he does get hit, it's fine. It's just slow. I noticed that we not only didn't get to the 42 or whatever, 43 that I'd want for Gravitor, we haven't moved from 40 in a minute.
Not at all.
Got some more love rolling in, and the race is on. $25 from Flinch and $25 from Shuffy.
ただの強攻撃で
No
4桁
comment,
は
but again, pushing that total closer and closer to that 50K toward the National Alliance of Mental Illness. Excuse me.
Nice, yeah. Glenn will live here.
Surge does a lot of damage to Gravitor being opposite colors.
セルジュの構造3回で終わりましたか。とんでもないですよ。
Most runners consider the last boss.
10
Technically,
ダ
the
メージ
time
を
bar
3
will
回
be
出
the
して終わり
actual
ま
last
した。
boss, but in terms of an actual.
あまりに暴力的な。
Alright, looks like we're doing it at 40, which is fine. Just gonna be slow.
あ、これで先天属性黒の敵は終わりだったかな。ここまで大きいダメージはもう出ないかなと思います。
I think I got 40 off of Territor, right? Or was it Pyrotor? One of the two.
One of the two.
Yeah. And so we've missed the last 4 or 5? 4?
Just gonna have to lock in with 40.
Yep. Alright, we're gonna make a little bit of a safety save here.
Hopefully we
Safety
won't need this one, but there
50セーブ。
is the possibility
ま
to
あ
glitch out
負ける
on
ことはな
on
い
that
かなと思うんですけど。
Yeah, it's
まあ
less of
事故
a
が
worry about the
一応あ
fight
る
going
かな。
badly and
という
more
か
of a that there is
という
a
感じです。
glitch that
あるの
happens
かもしれ
where
ない。
instead of taking
最
zero
後
damage
最後から
between
一個手前
phase
に。
change, the game can just
この
drop
塔
you
の症状で事故があるのかもしれない。
damage to the entire party.
で、この部屋にいるのは水か。
So the last one, Aquator, is the opposite color of our X Strike. So take a guess what we're going to be using.
ああ。単純にここまで長かったですからね。ギミックがめんどくさいからセーブしておかないと事故った時に大変なことになりますね、確かに。
Alright, so whoever gets targeted here by Numble, I believe, is who the target he's going to target next time.
おや、
And
敵がインフィニティを
it's
使い
a
ましたね。
you probably are going to die.
これでスタミナが無限になるけど、
element on himself.
ああ、
So it's going to be doing
全部青に染められましたね。
if he gets his turn, which he shouldn't.
ああ、そんな染めたままにはさせないよということでバフ魔法赤に変えて、 X 切りで、赤属性の反対が青属性なんで2000が出て、終わったか？終わりましたね。
Alright, do we do 40 or we make 41 at least?
Show me 41.
It could be a +2.
It could.
Yeah. How many? We just gotten one of those.
I think
Only one so far, but
Yeah.
getting 2 in a run isn't unreasonable.
41.
41.
ベストやろう、上がった。嬉しい。
Alright, so yeah, coming up through Dragon God, I'm probably, when the fight actually starts, going to be focusing through it. It is a 7-phase fight, where we kind of go through the Dragon God changing through innate colors.
いや、不思議な音がしましたね。綺麗な音でしたね。
Phases than others. Usually we set up in phase 3 to make sure that we can kind of blow through phase 4, because phase 4 is very dangerous if you let it get a turn.
Yep, and you saw how those lights lit up. It's also a clue towards the good end of the game, which we will be doing.
今のが最後のヒントだったかな。で、最上階。このボスが実質ラスボス。
Anonymous Dad sends in another $5. One more though, Handy will know it's coming, but I just can't help sharing all the
今
love
回
for
は
this
グッ
one.
ドエンディングなので、ここを超えたら戦闘らしい戦闘はない、もうイベント戦を残すのみですね。
Surge starts out
ここへ
with
さえ
a
すれば。
swallow, but in another world, Surge swallowed the sea.
あ、すごいエンサの声が。
This is pretty cool. So when we were on this stairs before on the Dragon Island, these statues were actually covered up by.
Cutscene can freeze here.
Oh.
This is a soft lock position.
Yeah, I think it's not till here, or till it actually starts.
Yeah.
When you actually run up.
Okay.
Yeah, so what Azal was talking about is during the world record grind, like not too long ago, I finally got the soft lock here where the text box never popped up, assuming that it's just mashing through the text here, but I think that it's just sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
序盤から名前だけ出てた、いてついた炎をやっ
Yeah, I
と
think
実物を見えた感じですね。
Oh, is after this one. Okay.
なんかまがまがしいですが、これラボスの一部なんで、まあまがまがしいのも当然ですね。
The frozen flame. So we also get Kid here in this cutscene because we saved her.
Yeah, basically every important event that can happen post-saving Kid, she is now there.
So another cool thing is if you have a different party member in front here, when you go to look at the frozen flame, you actually get different text.
Oh, I actually was not aware of that.
Yeah. All right, so here is the Dragon God fight. It's actually a really cool fight. A lot of work went into the strats for it, to the point where if it goes well, it shouldn't get more than like a couple turns. And
I think at this phase 1, we're probably going to see an extra one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably an extra one in phase 1 because we're lower strength. But the phase 1 is
なん
pretty
か人類の側に対して、いつまでそんなことしてるんやみたいなことを言っていたような気が
enjoy the
す
music.
る。実質ファイナルラストボス、戦闘開始ですね。BGM がいい。
BGM いい。
でもずっと BGM がいいんですけどね。
All right, this first phase is a white
あ、この戦闘は迫力があるんで、あれこの戦闘終わっても終わりじゃないのってなりました。
more damage. We'll be saving our elements for the rest of the phases. The Dragon God has 10 AP.
うん、モーションが長い。
モーションがすごい地味。
ここで戦うだけ。
The other thing we want to do this phase is build some levels on both Glenn and Fargo. So we're ready to cast elements on the next phases.
先にエレメントを貯めて、このボスは見た目こそ同じですけど、形態変化があるので、
Nice.
あらかじめ行動する分の
that's
エ
kind
レ
of
メ
minor
ン
is
ト
that
を
we
貯
are
めておい
trying
てっ
to
て
we
感じかな。
can't phase change with like a 3-3 for example. We have to do a 3 then 3. Any buffered input for some reason won't phase change the boss even if you do enough damage.
Yep. So you have to be careful.
第1形態から第2形態っ
So
て
this
呼
is
べ
the
ばいいのか
yellow
な。ドリル
phase.
の島
We're
に来
going
ま
to
し
be
たね。
turning Surge green. And this is the phase we're going to be buffing Surge with
属性変わってるんだっけな、
and
ボスの方。
to
あまり
prepare.
覚えてい
So
ない
it's
な。
going to
ま
last
あ
through this
物理
phase
で殴れば
and
倒せ
two
ます。
phases.
属性なんて関係ねえ。物理で殴る。
もはやそのレベルになってしまっている。99%。
Twitch chat is blowing up over this.
いかなりをクリティカル、ほとんど確定クリティカルだったわ。なんであんなにダメに出たんだろうな。
一瞬で一撃で2000ほど持っていきましたね。
はい、模型対抗ですね。まあ、まともに行動させてもらえないんじゃないか。どこだ、さか。あ、なんか先天青属性に変えたんで、フィールドに合わせて敵の属性も変わってるっぽいですね。で、インフィニティかけたので、もうずっとセルリオのターンですね。99% を際限なく振り続けられるお化けかな。
Unfortunate low strength. This is kind of what can happen, but
not too dangerous, just slow.
そうですね。初見の通常プレイはグランドリームもない、イルランザーはあるけど二刀流ではないだろうし、デナドロ武器あたりになるのかな、真面目にやってたら。とここは乗らなかったはずなので、しっかり苦戦するはずです。
So you see, Dragon God's using some pretty kind of low-level elements, but as the phases move forward, it will start using more powerful ones. But we won't see those on the speed run.
形態以降。2000ダメージで1形態を見てる感じ。
So the next one is the fourth phase, the green phase that Handy mentioned is the first real dangerous one.
Yep.
So hopefully, Dragon God does not get a turn.
世界の手相。ターンイエローで黄色属性にして緑属性の相手を殴っていくと。
So he's going to use turn yellow on search.
インフィニティが切れたかな。あ、切れた。
Some damage. Regen a little bit of stamina on surge. And one more hit.
で、もう他のキャラクターは攻撃しても大したダメージにならないのか、防御でターンをスキップします。
Oh, he lived. Okay, so we're
Wow.
actually gonna do something here. We're gonna do
痛いけど、
because I need him to live the phase change here, and I'll adjust it on the other side.
Yep, so Handy's doing a little bit of an audible. He'll just
もういらないのかなと思ったんです。
we want to make sure Fargo lives because he can take damage through the phase.
降りられるとまだ困るか。
So he's trying to get his stamina so it's set up for the next phase, and we should be good.
Yeah.
So this is the blue phase. Surprise, surprise, we're going to be using X Strike for this phase. So we want to make sure Glenn has enough levels, and we're actually going to be using Strengthen again on Surge because it had run out by this point, his first one.
送れるフィールドかな。いや、水流か。水流か。X 切りで2000ダメージ。
Dragon God has
強い。
1900 hit points.
で、次が黒竜か。
So next is the black phase. So we're going to do a little bit more setup. We need to both get Surge's stamina up so he can do
な
some
の
attacks.
で、ユグルアイと、こうなるとセルジュにかかっているフィルイエローじゃ、イエローだっけなんか邪魔になるけど。ああ、そんなの関係ないかな。
Yep. We're going to cast turn
いや、
white
しっ
back
か
on
り
Surge because
青
he's
ホワ
still
イトで
yellow
白に
from
戻してい
earlier.
く。
So we need to make sure that he's white.
Oh.
Nice. So we're perfectly set up for this last phase here, which again is white. So you start on white, go through all the elements, and come back and finish on white.
あ、敵のモデリングは凝ってますね。使い回しとかないし。やってきましたね。ここは、ここでダメージを与えきって、
Cast this on the Dragon God because it doesn't matter.
終了だけど敵にターンブラックをかけたから畳みかけるのかな。テクニカなど両方にターンブラックをかけましたい。自分の意図だろう。
Nice.
Nice.
It got a little dicey at phase 4.
Yeah, we were like right on the edge of a strength value, being where you need to have another element for that phase 4.
Yeah.
But,
あとは、どこかの滝の裏に行ってクロノクロス作ってイベントのラスボス戦を終えて、タイマーストップだと思うので、すぐ終わるはず。
Yep, we got about, I don't know, 7-8 minutes left.
We're running out of time, my friends. I want to see that 50K, and because I'm selfish, I want to be the one to announce it. Let's make it happen. Come on.
Yeah, so from here, we still don't have the Chrono Cross.
RPG リミットブレイク最長タイトルもいよいよ大詰めですね。
Truthfully, the main thing that we do differently for the good ending versus like the bad
多分
ending
最長
is the good ending
7時間超えはこれだけだったはず。
have been kind of hinted at throughout the entirety of
パン
the
ツが入っ
game.
てきたね。パッチと開幕の1日間見れてなかったんですけど。
You can use the Chrono Cross, and I think it just gives you like it replenishes all of your elements and does in battle. But it actually has a hidden use here for the good ending.
なんか全てが始まった場所に行けみたいなことを言われたような気がします。
Yep, so we'll be picking that up since we haven't yet, and then we will be heading to the time devourer. Even when you do try the bad ending, the fastest way to do it is still cast the elements in order, because when you cast the elements in order, it actually locks out the AI for the time devourer, so it allows you to cast the Chrono Cross. Otherwise, since you have to cast 6 elements in order, that like takes all your stamina. So they want to make it so that the time devourer wouldn't take your turn and then ruin the whole setup.
Yeah, it's funny. You see it a lot in all characters. All characters, you fight the time devourer, I don't know, 5 or 6 times, and 5 of the times you lock the AI out, and then you start swinging.
Yep, and just beat it up.
管理者を倒したので、当然ながら崩落と。衝撃でだいぶ危なかったような気がするんですけど、なぜかヒレッド脱出してますね。
The Terra Tower kind of evolves.
It like falls to the ground. It's not floating anymore. And I don't know, they don't really explain it.
I don't think so.
We made this cool cutscene. We got to put it in the game. We spent all this money. It does look pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it is a very cool cutscene.
「恐竜人驚異の技術なんですけど、この変形に何の意味があったのか私は分かっておりません。
特に何もないやつ。
起きた後に変形されても。
Basically just explaining everything that we just explained. Well, except for the fact that I don't think they say they don't know. They just talk about that Terra Tower did evolve, like this is its final form or its true form. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
All right, and now we're on our way to go pick up the Chrono Cross.
で、主人公の村のすぐ近くに流れている
Turns out it was right next to the start of the game the whole
川
time.
の上流行きますと滝があるんですけど、
7 hours in, we're finally getting the title screen.
Yeah.
We got the
そ
prequel
こが
earlier.
何度かの回想で映ってた
They made us wait for
グ
this
ラン
one.
ドリオンが起きてたり、変な祭壇があったりしたところですね。
So this is
階段
actually
は映ってた
a
か
hidden
な。
spot on the map, but they hint at it a lot where it is. And you actually see it in the cutscene with Garai.
入っ
and
て
Ryan
左側
Reeves.
行くと、憎しみのかけらと愛のかけらだっけな。 竜の涙が砕け散った時に破片として入手できるアイテムですね。それらをここに置いて、
You're gonna easily lose time here. Especially if you're not using D-pad. They're kind of hard to interact with.
肉親と愛のかけら。で、なんか急にくるくる回り出してくっついたと思ったら、
In both worlds, actually.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, the title drop.
クロノクロスタイトル回収。奥の岩がまがましいんですよね、ここ。クロノクロスは、新エンドに行くために必須なので、セットしたか、今。
Alright, one last thing to do. We just have to switch worlds and defeat the Time Devourer.
All right, we got time for another donation to throw out then?
Yep, now's the time.
All right, Alcidian sends in $25 and says, Yasunori Mitsuda has been the
クロノ
composer
ク
for
ロスは
several
エレメントとしては特殊な、
Wonder how you tell your employers,
6属性だから7属性のエレメントが固まって1枠に入ってまして、でそれが何の役割を果たすかというと、
Also, thank you for the pronunciation guide on your name.
Yep, so when we get to this beach here, you actually see the three children, what we saw earlier in the game, that
そうです。
basically dump a lot
クロノクロスを手に入れたタイトル回収、
in the game.
これは何に使うんだってなりますよ。いや、
の
ん
ヒントは
That's how I
どうするんだ
You find out that Lynx was your father all along.
Also, just as a heads up, time will be when we
すべて
actually
が
see
始ま
it
っ
from
たお
Chrono
母さんの浜からクロノクロスで陸の揺らぎみたいなところを入っていくと、
Cross. Few seconds, yeah. We gotta do
Not too long.
a couple elements
なん
beforehand.
かちょっとクロノトリガーで見覚えがあるようなないような人とモンスターが出てくると。
You should know by now that in that special cutscene, the Terra Tower becomes a Pterodactyl.
イベント戦です。まずは必要な分のエレメントだけを貯めてしまい
Thank
ま
you
す
so。much as always,
で
Anonymous
敵
Dad.
の行動を一回見送るかな。
All right, so like I said, we just had to cast the 6 elements and then the Chrono Cross. So you need to let the Time Devourer here take a turn so we have enough.
お気づきでしょうか。今、敵のエレメントが終わった後になんか変な音がしました。
Is the order yellow?
自分が使っても変な音がします。そしてフィールドエフェクトの横に何かオーブが今までになかったシステムが。
Green? Blue?
この音はラスダンの道中にあったオブジェクトが走っている音と一緒なのですが、それを記憶してエレメントをその順番に使い、最後に
And only gave him and time.
Time.
ね、はい、お疲れ様でした。GG。
お疲れ様でした。ゲーム。
誰がわかるんだ、こんな条件。
That's not bad. Blindfolded Dario included.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the incentives.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun. We once again we put a lot of time into routing out the blindfolded Dario. That was a highlight for me to actually get done in the marathon. Also, thank you all for commentating.
こいつがラスボス低正体についてはラボスが変化したものであったり、サラさんっぽいものだったりするんですけど、まあ各自調べていただいて。
The frames and the and the saving kid.
Yeah, I thank y'all for donating for saving Kid.
Yeah, we hit that just in time. It's great.
Yeah. Last minute shout outs. Too many people in the Chrono community, but basically everybody in the Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger speedrunning community, because combined Discord, you talk to a lot of people. It's a lot. I've ran Chrono Trigger as well. A lot of Chrono Trigger people have ran Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers as well. It's a pretty big community, and if you're interested in running any of the Chrono games, I think
なんやかん
join
や
and
で
ask questions.
EST の
I've
7
never
分、
seen
7
anybody
時間5
angry
分。
to be asked a question about a game that they
まあ
ちょっとオーバーしたぐらいでしたね。
そうですね。
If you need the invite to the
ビッ
Discord,
トで
I mean, honestly, just find
きっと
anyone
救出があっ
else and
たし、なんか
hook you up with
10インセンチブでフレーム取りに行けなんていう時代もありましたけど、
Thank you, Handy, for
それでも
continuing the tradition of
だい
speedrunning
ぶ
this
いい
game.
タイムになったんじゃないでし
Yeah,
ょう
no,
か。
I was really glad that you joined me for commentary. Once again, your 2014 run with Spike is actually kind of one of the things that introduced me into running Chrono Cross. So
Yeah, hopefully
like a-
this one introduces somebody else.
Exactly.
Continues it.
But yeah, this next section is like 4 minutes of this.
急にラスボスの中から美少女が、誰
I think we're a little bit behind schedule, so that's all I have for shoutouts. So at any point.
All right, let's hear it
多分
once
配
again
信
for
ができない区間
SuperHandi.
なのか、エン
Amazing
ディング
work.
は嫌なのか分かりませんけど、終わりました。
ちょっとオーバーしてたからかな。うん。というわけで、クロノクロスでした。解説、てりやきさん、最後に何かありますか？
エンディング結構いい歌が流れるので、リマスター版をプレイしていただけると嬉しいです。以上です。
はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
では、次のゲームの準備移りますので、少々お待ちください。失礼します。
And now, a word from our sponsors. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. This lineup includes 8 unique shirt designs, including a replica of this year's 10th anniversary attendee shirt, as well as a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, a stainless steel water bottle, an Rpglb cap, and more, featuring bold graphics to heartfelt designs. $5 from every sale of these items goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/rpglimitbreak and help make a difference. All right, my friends, we didn't hit the 50K during that run, so I know you're just saving my voice for my next hosting shift tomorrow, but unfortunately, I am finished for today. Thank you so much for all of your support. Never fear. I want you to destroy Peace Egg's voice because he's taking over for me, and I want to see him hit that 50K and get to yell about it. But in the meantime, let's go off for a quick Twitch ad, and Peace Egg will be with you when we're right back.